Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, it's Wednesday. You know what that means? They're going to drop the MSJ today. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh. 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 Wait. Oh. Oh my god. Why do you have to open such sad videos? Don't post sad videos in my chat, guys.
It's finally over. We popped the AI bubble. Look, Triple T. Triple T?
Worry not, friend.
What?
I'll always be Tung Tung Sahib.
Triple T! No!
Death Note, but you can't hear the internal monologues.
You're under no obligation to do this, but would you mind submitting yourself to a test of your deductive reasoning skills?
Sure, why not? Sounds like fun.
All right, then. We can begin by taking a look at these. Photographs of 3 notes written by prison inmates while under Kira's control just prior to their deaths. None of this information has been made public. You can take as long as you want to look them over. Please let me know what you think.
Very interesting. It would be quite amazing to learn that not only could Kira kill others, but could also control his victims' actions. I think Kira wrote these, and it seems he's encoded a message for you as well, almost as if he's mocking you. If you line these notes up side by side and take a look at the first letter of every line, it reveals a message. Rearranging it like this gives you L, do you know? Gods of death love apples. But there are obvious print numbers on the back of all these photographs. Arrange it in that order, we get L, do you know? Love apples, gods of death. That doesn't sound right. And based on that, it's hard to believe that Kira would have wanted you.
Of death who love apples have red hands.
But seeing as I only had 3 photographs.
Okay, this was not as entertaining as I thought it'd be. What's the way of elaborating on your art's lore without retards like this screeching about retcons? What does that even mean? Channel 5 video on Palestine.
This is an illegal.
Oh, another Israel bad video. I'm coming.
Legal settler within the Palestinian territories.
Now maybe you'll see him with the normal uniform, but in the night he wear the soldier uniform and he come back and start searching houses and interrogating people.
He is one among hundreds of thousands of people who migrated from either Israel or abroad to assist in the active colonization of Palestine's West Bank, which begins less than 20 miles east of the Gaza Strip. He lives in a makeshift.
Talking about the M7 retcon shit you responded to on Twitter. I just don't know what you mean by it. What's the way of elaborating on your art's lore? I don't know what that means. I don't know what the combination of words mean. Elaborating on my art's. Oh, arts. You're missing the apostrophe. It's possessive. You meant on the lore of your art. I thought you meant on my personal lore regarding my artistic background, like my music school. Okay. On your arts lore, but you meant the lore of the art that I understand. You're banned forever.
Compound or an outpost settlement above a Palestinian village with a group of mostly teenagers who spend their free time attacking, terrorizing, sometimes killing and burning the homes of Palestinians at all hours of the night and day for reasons of their own.
I don't give a shit.
So a settler is a person who decided to move to Palestine from the United States or any other part of the world because they are privileged that they have a Jewish roots in their families.
Isn't it technically in violation of the 1967 agreement for these settlements to exist?
Yes, exactly. And today when you
1967 agreement? Okay, true. Okay.
hear in the news about what they call it the two-state solution, it's just a bullshit.
We must chart a course for a two-state solution.
There can be a better future.
France is pushing a three-pronged plan to make statehood a reality.
يعني قد ما حكينا وبنطلب في العالم انها يعني تساعدنا، ما حدا مساعدنا على انه بس يردعوا عنا. اليوم صبحيات دعسوا من الدواجن بطه، وقبل فتره دعسوا كلاب وغنم، وكانوا يجيبوا لنا فطايس من عندهم يفطسن ويرموا لنا اياها من باب الدور.
Palestinian communities. Brutal assaults. Calls on camera. Oh, come on. Drawing international criticism.
Whenever you see videos of settlers attacking villages around here, where are these settlers coming from? Are they coming from nearby colonies, different countries, from inside the state of Israel itself?
You know, most of these settlers are actually coming from abroad.
Our pre-production advisor, who has extensive experience filming settlers, told us that while quite dangerous, we'd be safe around them as long as we kept the cameras rolling.
Your camera will have an almost prophylactic effect. To some extent, a cone of safety, because the settlers and the IDF who are protecting them don't want to be filmed.
At this exact moment, he is thought to be brandishing a firearm, likely a handgun, provided by the Israeli army at the direction of the country's Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, an outspoken religious supremacist who believes in the total annexation.
There's just so many dumb things said there. What? Hold on. The Louis Theroux guy's not.
This is
not an idiot.
Extensive experience filming settlers told us that while quite dangerous, we'd be safe around them as long as we kept the cameras rolling.
First of all, the thing that's keeping you safe is the fact that you're an American citizen. Okay, that's the thing keeping you safe. I don't know why you would assume cameras could keep you safe when they could just tell you to stop recording or turn your cameras off. Which is what they try to do when me and Bonerbox were there. So I don't know this idea that as long as you keep the camera rolling, you're safe. Well, they could just tell you to turn it up. You're not in America, bro. They probably just won't fuck with you because you're a U.S. citizen, but...
Your camera will have an almost prophylactic effect. To some extent, a cone of safety, because the settlers and the IDF who are protecting them don't want to be filmed.
At this exact moment, he is thought to be brandishing a firearm, likely a handgun, provided by the Israeli army at the direction of the country's Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, an outspoken religious supremacist who believes in the total annexation of historic Judea, as it was once called.
It's not about religious supremacy. It's about ethnic groups. How do people still make this mistake? Oh my God. I want to fast forward 5 years into the future. And then my MSJ will be right about to be ruled on.
To be filmed.
At this exact moment, he is thought to be brandishing a firearm, likely a handgun, provided by the Israeli army at the direction of the country's Minister of National Security. At this exact moment, he is thought to be brandishing a firearm, likely a handgun, provided...
How can you be thought to be brandishing a firearm? Brandishing is holding a firearm in an aggressive or threatening manner. You mean you think he has a firearm? Maybe?
by the Israeli army at the direction of the country's Minister of National Security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, an outspoken religious supremacist who believes in the total annexation of historic Judea, as it was once called within the Kingdom of Israel over 2,700 years ago.
Welcome to Israel. We are the landlords. They came with much pride, as big heroes. Look at how they look now. Not heroes and not anything. Terror supporters.
Itamar Ben-Gvir taunts activists who'd been detained from a Gaza aid flotilla.
Well, what happened was post-October 7th, Ben-Gvir authorized the release of larger numbers of high-caliber firearms, so virtually all the adults in the West Bank would have qualified for a kind of machine gun. So they were just awash with these guns, and you know, thinly supervised at best.
The villagers say they're doing their best to ignore the kid because taking the bait in any way could be a fatal mistake. The settler, they say, is on an intimidation run, hoping to provoke a reaction of some kind, after which he'll call in the army and have people arrested.
In a few minutes, maybe he will go there and he will call the army, the IOA.
Yeah.
And he will tell them, he will just lie, like people are attacking me, and there is also visitors also try to attacking me, so to make it more complicated for the people here.
هو الحين حزمق وزعل عشان احنا ما سوينا شيء.
ما قلت له كل شيء، أي شيء بيشوفوه بيعتقلوه، وحشية ولا زيها في العالم، أي شيء بيلقوه بياخذوه.
Villagers say that the Israeli soldiers who arrive shortly after to make baseless arrests are typically just outpost settlers themselves in different outfits, which may seem a bit strange unless you get what this whole routine is about. It's about clearing the area, by any means necessary. And as for the settlers, they've been given a broader license to kill than Klansmen who enacted racial terror in the American South after the Civil War.
Okay.
war, with 95% of police investigations immediately dismissed and not a single jail sentence ever handed down to an Israeli settler involved in the murder of a Palestinian.
He can do whatever he wants. He can raid this motorbike or whatever. He can have sheep. He can build whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants.
And all this, and I mean all this, is funded by U.S. tax dollars.
I think it's allowed us to do enormous things.
There have been jail sentences, but they are very, 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 very short. I think the longest one being Loaderbox was able to find was for like fucking 8 months. It's just pretty insane.
That really is a great honor.
But on a brighter note, welcome to our Palestine series. You're watching Channel 5. These episodes were arranged in collaboration with the Laji Center in Bethlehem.
Us is Laji Center. Laji is Arabic war, is mean refugee. We run different programs, projects here. A circus school, which is at the moment there is a training for the circus school. Also here we have also boxing.
He's going to do a series? Wait, what did he say?
Thanks.
That really is a great honor.
But on a brighter note, welcome to our Palestine series. You're watching Channel 5.
Oh, god damn, you just milk these people. Woo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! Okay. Listen, she's gonna moderate. This is the thing that I don't like. Pisco is kind of doing this. Somebody will come out and say, I want to abolish the police. I want to defund all cops, okay? I want to defund the police. I want to abolish all prisons. Boom. And then someone else will be like, well, when they say abolish prisons and defund the police, what they mean is that there are systemic conditions that both motivate people to commit crime, and also there are conditions within prisons that cause higher rates of recidivism in the United States than in other places on the planet, and we should try to address the underlying causes to reduce the needs for prisons, at least in their current form, as much as possible. And it's like, okay, well, the first thing you said was fucking insane, and the second thing you said was literally the most agreeable thing in the universe. So why? Why the messaging? Destiny, I'm confused from your tone. I would think that what they're saying is completely false from Brazil's situation, but from what I remember you saying, he's mostly right about the situation being fucked up. Like, the religious supremacy thing is wrong because I think it's fucked up. The reality is I just fully support Israel, and I hope that they kill all the Palestinians. That's, you got me. I don't know what you want me to say, bro. The issue that I always have with this is that people only ever present one side of the story, and that's it. It's just one side of the story over and over and over again. I'm never going to defend the settler people. They're fucking crazy. And that Ben Giver guy is one of the craziest motherfuckers in all of Israel, who literally lives in a deep fucking settlement himself. But to pretend that, like, Palestinians don't, you know, plant Palestinian flags with bombs underneath to kill people that walk by and try to pick them up, or that they're also, like, trying to incite, you know, violence for filming it to release online or whatever, like, it goes both ways. You can argue, or not even just you can argue, I would agree that Israel has the greater responsibilities, the larger power. But it's just the presenting the story as one-sided over and 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 over again is fucking so fucking retarded. It's so boring. And it gives you the impression that I guess that Israelis or Jewish people are literally just fucking demons. Because, like, damn, it's really just a one-sided bully fest for years for no reason, over and over again? For decades? Why? Channel 5 has multiple interviews with UCLA ME studies.
Well, it's been quite the
11 months ago. Explaining Israel versus Iran.
The parade that got cancelled, the Pride Parade.
I'm very sad that it was cancelled. I'm happy that there is a parade, and usually there is a parade in Tel Aviv.
Okay. Also, Hassan constantly tries to push the culture to see Zionism the same way as Nazism, Greater Israel Project, yeah, of course, it's all part of the memes. But what are you going to do? Lib left. They'll figure it out someday. Or they won't. Because we'll be playing Final Fantasy 7. Okay. Speaking of... Wait, I didn't understand this. Also, thank God I never played these fucking games. There's one Final Fantasy VII for me. It's Final Fantasy VII. That's it, okay? And I guess this the remake that I'm playing, but I didn't play any of that Crisis Core or any of that other bullshit.
I'm Zack.
So I don't know how much of the story's like changed.
I'm Zack, the main character.
I have to repay you somehow.
Don't worry about
I don't know who this guy is. He seemed really mad about this though. But
it.
No.
heavy video game lore talk discussion coming up. Okay, good luck.
Aha. Hey, how about one date?
What is that? Don't be silly.
You telling me that Aeris' whole thing of one date that she says to Cloud in the OG, she got from Zack? Playing Final Fantasy Retcon Core. Okay, let's get going. So Zack falls through the roof like Cloud. He gives Aeris the line that she uses on Cloud later on. My god, this fan fiction is unbelievable.
Think of your worst snarker. Sebi is that for Final Fantasy.
Unbelievable.
Stop. Don't step on the flowers.
Hey, she said that in the first game.
Excuse me?
Normally, people are more careful with flowers.
Well, I guess I'm not normal.
Wait, is this the real voice actor? I'm sorry, I shouldn't make fun of American VAs.
Well, I guess I'm not normal.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Fuck. You don't see a lot of flowers in Midgar. They're like luxury items around here.
They only grow here. Although, I planted some outside my house too.
If I were you, I'd sell them. Midgar is full of flowers, your wallet's full of money.
And he gave her the idea to become a flower sales girl person. Oh, God.
Midgar full of flowers. Wallet full of money? Never thought of it that way.
Hold on, it's a 4.5 minute video.
Well, silly me, thinking Aeris was her own person with her own thoughts and dreams. Nah, she just got it all from Zack. He just shows up, falls through the roof like Cloud in the original game, sorry, in the real FF7, and then tells her what to think and what to do and what to say. Well, that's fantastic. What, like, is Zack...
Okay, I don't know how he falls through the roof because I never played this game. But in terms of, like, the lore of Final Fantasy VII, isn't this kind of the point that Aeris fell in love with some dude who was basically a fucking carbon copy of Zack? But even she knew that that Cloud was not, like, a real person, that it was somehow he was, like, a copied fragment of Zack, and even she knew that.
Like secretly the dev's favorite main character, and then they just want to make it all about him instead. Like, what is this silly sausage nonsense?
Like, I don't know how meta this is, if this is like an AI video created by Hideo Kojima, but like, isn't the reaction that he's having right now, isn't this supposed to be the reaction the player is supposed to be having after Cloud falls into the live stream and is being talked to by Tifa, where you're like, what? Zack was the main character in everything? Cloud was just a fucking loser soldier following around in one of those stupid blue outfits, and it was really Zack was the main character the whole time, and Cloud didn't do any of that cool shit? What? Well, isn't this like the whole point of the first game? Am I missing something? I feel like it's just the whole...
So much for a strong, independent woman. Yeah, this is so bad. That's so bad.
He wasn't a loser, fuck you, but he literally was a loser, right? Like, he went to join Soldier because he thought that the fucking genociding of the Asians in Wutai was cool. The war was already over. He never even made it into Soldier at no class. 10th class, 30th class, nothing. And he was just a loser fucking patrol guy following Zack around. No?
And it's amazing. All right, here's my review. Combat is, whatever. Graphics are good. Voice acting, not great.
I don't know if Aeris... I refuse to say Aerith, I'm sorry. I don't know if Aeris really thought that Cloud was clearly not who he said he was. Again, in my mind, Zack is who Cloud thought he was, but Cloud did not have the personality of Zack. I thought that... Am I over-indexing on that line or reading too much into the... When they're doing that date scene in the Golden Corral, doesn't Aeris say something to Cloud where she's literally like, I wish I could meet the real you? Isn't that literally an allusion to the fact that Aeris seems to know that he's not himself? Am I misunderstanding that? She says I was trying to find the real you. Something like that, yeah.
Music, forgettable for the most part. 99% of it's forgettable. Retcons, atrocious. Dialogue, abysmal. Romance scenes between Zack and Aeris, forced, fanfiction-y, unnatural.
He's like a Cloud stan, bro.
And it's like a weird fan fiction attempt to make Zack the main character of FF7.
But like that's the whole point of Final Fantasy VII, right? It was a weird fan fiction attempt of Cloud to make himself the main character when he wasn't. That was like the whole point, I thought, no?
Did you know, chat, that Zack is the one who named Tifa's bar Seventh Heaven? Did you know that Zack is the reason Eris even thought of selling flowers? Did you know Zack is the reason Eris wears pink? Did you know that Zack basically did everything? Zack is basically the God Emperor of FF7 in that game.
Which is why Cloud copied like his entire backstory, is because Zack was so cool, right? What was wasn't one of the mindfuck moments? Oh my god, there's no way there's gonna be an image of this. FF7 original image picture, Zack, Tifa, Sephiroth. Oh my fucking god. Like Cloud was like, that's supposed to be me. I thought that was me. I thought I was the one, blah, 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 right? Like that was like the whole point, no?
Game. Everything that happened in that game was just as planned. It's just crazy. And Crisis Core in isolation would be fine on its own.
I think that statement from Eris is kind of a double entendre because Cloud definitely comes off as someone who is hiding behind a mask. No, come on. She's got the special fucking emotional Cetra feelers of the universe or whatever.
But it is the reason FF7 Remake and Rebirth are the way they are. And now that you've seen it yourself with your own eyes, you can't unsee it. Remake and Rebirth are not remakes of OG FF7. They are sequels to Crisis Core. And once you look at them through that lens, you can't unsee it. There's a reason that all the scenes from the OG, like, there's a reason that in Remake Rebirth, when it uses a scene from the OG, it uses the Crisis Core version of that scene and not the OG's version. It's just crazy.
How could you like it goes back to like graphics that are from 97?
It's brutal. So yeah, not great. I feel like there could be an amazing tweet to be cooked out of that, and I'm sure that the modern FF7 fan will absolutely love it. So, but I'll have to think about that.
Final Fantasy VII, date, scene, Eris, original. These were peak graphics. If you make fun of it, you're making fun of my childhood, and you deserve to be killed. In a video game. Bother me how you looked exactly alike. Okay, because he wants to be Zack. This, I'm searching for you. I want to meet you. I'm pretty sure she knows that this is not... No, hold on. Who said... Oh, fuck, dude. When we do... Sometimes I get mad because people, like, they make the dumbest artistic critiques, and then they're like, Destiny's retarded. But then I read some of the things you guys say, and I'm like, oh my god. You guys are retarded. You think that she's just saying here, like, oh, I feel like you have a rough exterior, and I want to meet the inner child that you have? No. Can I hop in disagreements? Oh god, you're gonna make me want to kill myself. Are you Ash Vink? If you're playing it for the first time, are you supposed to know she's talking about Zack? No, you have no idea what's going on. You do know something's weird, though, because up to this point in the game, there's been 2 or 3 times where, like, a weird voice is, like, talking to you, and you don't really know who it is. Actually, I don't even know if you know who it is. The first time is when you fall through the roof. And then the second time, I think, is when you're in Junon? No, it's when you're below Junon, in that town with the dolphin minigame. I feel like I've read multiple fan theories on this, and I don't know if it's like a settled thing. Because at one point, people think it's Cloud talking to himself to try to put himself back together. At another point, people say it's Jenova talking to him, but I don't know if that makes sense fully. I've heard Sephiroth talking to Cloud. That doesn't make sense, because I don't even know Okay, you've got 2 seconds to trigger the fuck out of me. What do you want?
Okay. So this is super autistic because it's Final Fantasy VII's like giga old video game.
Good.
So I don't think that what they're going for is necessarily it's a bit of A and B. I think some of it is like
it's a bit of
Zack
A&B?
is affecting Cloud's personality.
What'd you
but
say? It's a little bit of
A and B.
Oh, A and B.
Zack
okay.
is affecting Cloud's personality because like at the end of the game he's like, let's mosey or whatever. He's like a slightly different person. But he's also putting up a front, right, in that gold saucer scene. So he's trying to... So Aerith is like, I want to meet the real you, but I know you're putting up this like weird front where you're acting like my ex, and it's weird.
But it's not just... Wait. It's not just weird, though, right? Like, he literally, like, copied Zack's personality after watching him get killed, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if Aerith knows that. Like, or Aerith knows that.
Isn't she literally like an in touch with the universe, like the last living fucking ancient person? Like, wouldn't she know this?
She's a Cetra, but we don't, like, the exact powers of the Cetra aren't, like, super well established as far as I'm aware.
So you think it's
like,
just a coincidence that she's on a date with him saying, I wish I could meet the real you, and then one disc later we find out that this is not the real Cloud. He's actually a fabricated person who was her ex.
Again, it's a little bit of A and B. I think it's both of those things that he's putting up a front to be like, I'm this cool first-class soldier guy. That's why he like tries to act detached like from the very start of the game.
Well, but it's not just that he's a cool first-class soldier guy. It's that he's like that's not like a front. That's like it's like a delusion.
But I guess my frustration is like, what aspect of Zack's personality is Cloud like reflecting, do you think?
Like, what do you mean? Like
Using
his whole backstory and...
So like when he talks to Tifa about like sitting on the water tower, he's talking about like he's stealing that from Zack. Zack did that actually, because it's not true, right?
Wait for what? Say what?
When he's talking, so earlier scene, he's talking to Tifa about like when he was a kid and he wanted to join Soldier.
Yeah.
He's not stealing that from Zack, right? That's the whole point of like the mental crisis scene, is that he's trying to figure out like what part of his story is true and which part isn't. And so some of the stuff, like with Nibelheim and being a first-class soldier and all that stuff, that is taken from Zack, but all the earlier stuff isn't.
Well, he takes all of he takes all of the backstory from Zack, but I don't think he takes the personality, right?
I think
he definitely doesn't, because Zack,
because Zack is more jokey and like
jovial,
and
he's like bubbly and like
there's not much text. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say like you went to the basement in disc 3 and you saw the fucking travel scene or whatever, right, in the truck.
Yeah, where like Zack is like doing squats and
and he's like jovial.
Sephiroth is all like, oh, you're green, and Zack and Cloud's like in the like basic Shinra getup. Yeah.
Wait, maybe but there's another one where they come out of the Hojo tanks.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the one where Zack gets shot and
as
he's trying to like take Cloud out of the thing. Yeah.
Okay. Well. So you think that when Aerith on the state, which is like, I want to meet the real you, she just means when it gets super dramatic and there's text superimposed on an FMV screen, she just means I just wish that you would be less angsty. That's what she means there.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think you're partially right. I think it's part of it is that he's putting up a front that's informed by Zack's backstory, but I don't think it's like Cloud and Zack. The main frustration with Crisis Core, in my opinion, is that Zack is just the coolest guy who does only cool shit like forever, and then later on, like he did all the cool Final Fantasy VII shit before Cloud did. But I don't think that's supposed to like those thematic parallels aren't supposed to be like literal. That seems very strange to me.
What do you mean thematic parallels?
Or I guess not thematic, but like if your point is that Cloud and Zack are supposed to be like going on the same journey, is that what you're trying to say with like, isn't this the point of Final Fantasy VII, is that Cloud's like putting up a front? No.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said point of Final Fantasy VII. I made that sound way too thematic. When I say point, I really should have just said it's like the plot. It's not like the theme necessarily. I would have to think a lot actually to I feel like Final Fantasy VII is a role-playing game. I don't know, as much as I love the game, if there's much like deeper thematic meaning to anything. But like a plot twist, a big plot point was that Cloud copied all of Zack's history. And I'm pretty sure Aeris saw through that.
Right, but like copying someone's history isn't the same as like literally doing the same things they did. Like Zack drops into Sector 7 through the roof, exactly like Cloud does, but just 5 years earlier.
Sure.
And he likes Aerith, and Aerith gets into him 5 years earlier. Like it seems like, and some of that might be, but all that stuff was added in Crisis Core. As far as we know, in like the original 7.
Well, the falling through the roof thing was, I don't know why that happened in Crisis Core. That seems a little too on the nose, I guess. But
that's what I'm saying.
Everything else seems to be pretty like rooted in the original game. No.
This is getting into like
Aeris and Zack had dated, and they were like, and Zack was very similar to Cloud. Like even Aeris's stepmom or whatever realized that they were like very similar. That's why she tells Cloud to fuck off. Like,
yeah, I guess I guess to me it seems a little. For Crisis Core specifically, Zack seems like a very top tier, greatest dude who ever lived, like kind of person in the Final Fantasy VII universe, that it seems very strange to build up this like character who in Final Fantasy VII, his purpose is to simply be like this narrative device for Cloud to have a false history, so that when we have like
okay, wait a second, have you played Crisis Core?
I have not played Crisis Core all the way through, no.
Okay, but you're like pretty familiar with the story?
I'm somewhat familiar with the story. A lot of it, so
okay.
Some of it is like
just as a quick thing, because I haven't at all. So if you're telling me that like in Crisis Core in these games, if they make like Zack like a literal fucking superhuman super soldier guy or whatever, then maybe if I had that background, maybe I would be more agreeable. Maybe it'd be more on your side. I just don't have that background and maybe I don't know if that's the case. Do they, like somebody in chat just said in YouTube chat just said that in Crisis Core Zack fights Sephiroth and wins. Is that true? Because I think that would be a huge diversion. Because I think
I don't think that happens because he still gets gunned down. But like here's the thing: in the original Final Fantasy VII, he gets gunned down by like 2 Shinra soldiers because he's like weak and tired.
Sure.
But then in Crisis Core, it's like a whole army shows up and they need helicopters and like dudes are like pulling out like he literally gets gunned down by like 500 dudes and he kills all of them and then he dies. Like it's. Okay. I don't know why the compilation,
I feel like you can
which is all the.
It might be in the original game that back in the day when translations were rough and nobody really gave a fuck about American audiences as much, the stories gave you like breadcrumbs of things like that. I remember, I think it was like a year after I beat the game that I even stumbled on that cutscene in that basement. It might just be that they wanted to make him a little cooler for Crisis Core, whereas in the original game, I think the implication was that he was quite weak from all the weird, from almost getting killed at the reactor at Nibelheim,
from like the
Genova cells and everything
and
else, right?
Yeah. I don't so here's probably the main disagreement. I think that you're right that like Cloud is taking bits and pieces of his personality and like kind of like meshing them with Zack. Some part of it is Cloud, some part of it isn't. And that's what Aerith is kind of getting at, is like she sees like glimpses of the real Cloud behind like this sort of veneer that he's putting up, but she's not like getting it. But I don't know if Cloud and Zack needed to go on like the exact same like have the exact same scenes happen to them for like their story for the story to still make sense. But that's more of, I guess that's more of an issue with Crisis Core, because Crisis Core is just obsessed with like, don't you want to know how like Zack got the Buster Sword? And it's like, no, dude, I don't give a single shit about it. Like, who cares?
Yeah, as soon as I tried to look up something and I saw like Angel and like a whole bunch of anime fighting on like the Junon canon, I completely didn't care.
The G cells and bullshit. Anyway, I don't know.
Okay.
Off topic.
All right. Well, I mean, I can't have the strongest opinions on Crisis Core. I do agree that there's no reason for them to have to go through like the same journey and everything. That's kind of, it seems unnecessary to anything, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, one more thing. That guy who you're reacting to, that guy's, I think his name is Sebi Webbs. He is the worst Final Fantasy fan on the planet. I don't know why this guy continues to
Like
grift.
Final
every
Fantasy
day of
7
his
fan,
life.
or like all the Final Fantasies?
Dude, I watched him play Final Fantasy 12, which is a game I like, and I understand why people don't like it, but he is just the most insufferable little twerp on the planet Earth playing through that game. And he just constantly complains about the game. He says he like sucks off Expedition 33 every day. He's like, the next Final Fantasy game has to be like Expedition 33. Oh my god, if it's not like Expedition 33, I'm gonna cry every day into my pillow. And it's like the worst fan.
I will
The
say that
worst
like
fan.
I'm I guess I don't know his background or whatever. I love original games. Okay, wait, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Did you even play the original Final Fantasy VII?
Yeah, I played through it a couple years ago.
Fucking child. I will say that I'm a little jealous, I guess, because growing up, like, the games were cool and they were expansive and big or whatever. But when it comes to, like, thematic expression of deeper things or whatever, like modern RPGs, especially a game, I would say, like, Expedition 33, is doing a much better job than at least any of the old Final Fantasies that I played, which I love, and they have like decent, like they have serviceable or decent like plots, and I like the characters and the fighting and everything. But like I don't know if you're ever doing like a deep theme analysis of Final Fantasy VII in the same way that like for a game like Expedition 33, you might come away, you know, like, well, what's better, living in delusion or being happy, and then all the different associated traumas and ways that people do with that. I don't think you're ever getting that from many like old JRPGs, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I mean I have issues with Expedition 33 for other reasons that have like nothing to do with its story.
With the exception of Metal Gear Solid games, because those are my goats. But sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just gonna say with older games, I agree that there's less like thematically and like thought wise to like chew on narratively, but that's because like that's like sort of the nature of the beast. They didn't have as much room for literal text, like right. So like when they were translating Japanese text to English text, they didn't have as many characters as the Japanese had, or like they weren't able to express as much using English letters compared to like, you know, Japanese kanji or like katakana and stuff.
Sure, maybe, yeah.
So it's just
also I feel like the translators, I feel like they just didn't care that much. Or that's mean to say, I guess, but like it was definitely like an underfunded, under budget thing. You can absolutely tell because of the like sometimes they'll just be sentences that
this
just
guy
like,
are sick and like a bunch of shit.
Yeah, like typos or things that don't make sense. Final Fantasy Tactics was notorious for this. Sometimes like whole names and shit would just be changed arbitrarily in the lore because they just weren't keeping track of shit.
Yeah, it's just and that was the nature of the beast back then, especially because like 1 through or like Final Fantasy 6 was translated by Tud Woolsey, like himself. One guy did it.
Sure.
And it's like and he was I think his original script was like 3 times longer than what they could fit character wise, and then he's like, okay, I've chopped it down. It's like this is still 2x as long.
Sure.
As we can do. So they're trying to modern Final Fantasy games. I don't know if you've played any of them.
I played 15, I think. Yeah,
they're okay. But like with 16, they did a different process where I think the main writer for that story was the Japanese like story director, and then they translated it to English, recorded it in English first, and then brought it back over to Japanese. And then the Japanese story director had to like rewrite stuff to fit the English better. So they're trying to like mend that a little bit. Translation's a little bit more important, a little bit more mainstream now. So there might be more stuff. Although Final Fantasy 16 is basically like a shonen anime still a little bit, where the main character just needs to build connections and like fight against his trauma, become like a sort of villain in the world so that he can take down like this hierarchy of evil. It's still very shonen anime.
Sure.
But I feel like as time is going to go on, we're probably going to get more like Western inspired Final Fantasies, and they probably won't be turn based, and everyone will cry about like, oh, Final Fantasy 17 is like a action turn-based hybrid again, and it's like, and everyone's gonna be like, but why isn't it turn-based? If there are no turns, how am I supposed to play this game?
True. I don't know. I feel like I haven't played Rebirth yet, but I hear that the battle system of that is even better. The Final Fantasy VII, the remake battle system, I thought was a really good balance of things. Yeah.
I think it took me a little bit to get used to, but I think it's okay. It's okay.
Just okay?
I mean, it's all right. You just kind of like hit enemies until they like max out on stagger, and then you spam weaknesses until the stagger bar is empty again, and then you just
well, sure, but if you're gonna criticize the simplicity of it, I mean, turn-based is in Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, but
throwing a couple 2x cuts on people and just spamming whatever. Like, I mean, it's not like there was a great depth of strategy. And yeah, I think the issue is always
the games
with
are not
like
hard
this,
enough to like really
when
squeeze the juice out of all their systems.
Yeah, when unfortunately when you're making RPGs for like common denominator people, you can't make it super difficult. Which means if you're like not retarded, I don't know how to say that in a non-mean way, but like I see people with the Final Fantasy Tactics remake, I saw people posting that like even on Tactician, or no, the easy mode, I think, that they couldn't beat like the Dorter City battle and they thought the game was just unwinnable. And sometimes when I watch people play RPGs or games, I don't know if it's just like a different, because if you grew up playing them, you're different. You've seen like who's the documentary guy who watches the monkey with the hammer?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
I know you've seen this GIF before.
The documentary guy, monkey with a hammer.
There's a it's a documentary, I think, or whatever. I don't even know where this comes from. I just know there's like the guy who watches the monkey trying to use the hammer, and he's like smacking the nails on the board. Oh, David, is that David Attenborough?
Yeah.
I didn't know that's what he actually. Okay, but yeah, I feel like that sometimes when I watch people play RPGs, so I understand why they have to make them like so simple, but
accessible. Yeah. Because I think like, especially since you played D&D before, you know this. The like making a D&D character is pretty involved. Like you have to like manage all these numbers and put all this equipment on, and like if you put on this kind of equipment, you're eking out this benefit, but if you put on that kind of equipment, you're eking out that benefit. Like I feel like a lot of people are just bad at like there's some decision paralysis, and also just like weighing pros and cons of
I guess taking a microsecond to like think about anything. Yeah, but then one of the things I appreciate about Final Fantasy VII's hard mode is because it's a little bit harder, it does force you to engage with the game a little bit more. But like technically even for Final Fantasy VII, like you could argue with the support materia and everything that there could be some depth, like to even the original game. But the game is just so easy, you never really have to explore any of it, right? You can always just like over level,
and
spam
that's
shit.
probably it's probably like people. I would say like the biggest issue with like AAA gaming right now is like people are trying to make these games like hyper accessible, and so we're making a lot of like easy games or like heavy multiplayer games that are like live service, where players are challenged just enough to feel like that they've
accomplished something.
Doing something.
Yeah.
But like anyone who like really like falls in love with a game and like plays it for like 150 hours, even though it's like a 20-hour campaign or whatever, like those people are getting sort of underserviced in kind of a weird way. But I don't know how you fix that problem without just completely changing how video games work, like how like you
or just going back to nobody wants to do this, I guess, because it's tacky, but going back to just sticking difficulty settings at the beginning of a game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's so weird now because developers are focused on like adaptive difficulty, so if you're doing really well, you're actually probably playing a slightly harder game than someone who's doing really poorly. So I don't know how much that factors into it. I also just know that a lot of developers, even back in the day, when they put in hard mode, they like will just bump the numbers up and hope the kids figure it out. Like spend 80 hours on this one thing.
I guess one of the annoying things is that because there's a difference between like an enjoyable game for somebody that likes to be challenged versus like an enjoyable game for like an ordinary player. I'm not trying to sound elitist, but I think like the average person playing a game, like you said, they just want to feel like they're kind of like challenged. And so, but as they go through the game, they're not hitting any significant like roadblocks, but they're doing a job that is good enough to beat the game, and they feel good about that. Whereas I don't know if you're the same or some. I know there are people like this. For me, like I enjoy like playing a boss, getting fucking trashed, and then having to go back and rework. Like I remember, like in the original Final Fantasy VII, like some of the funnest challenges were trying to beat like the. Did you ever beat the Midgar Zolom the first time you try to cross the? Patch, because you're trying to learn beta, the enemy skill materia beta, and it's like the first time you see it, and you can get a chocobo to cross, or you can try to fight him in the marsh. It's a very, 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 very difficult fight. But if you put, I don't remember how you do it. I don't know if you have elemental material and you link it with fire in your armor at that point or whatever. But there's a way to survive beta. You have to put sadness using a tranquilizer to make so you take less damage on that bullshit. But like I don't know, like doing things like that where you die over and over again and then finally crack the code and figure it out and then beat it and move on is really fun to me. But I don't think that's enjoyable for the average player. So I don't know if RPG people would even make a difficulty like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard too because like Dark Souls is popular, so that like throws like a whole like the whole Souls and Elden Ring thing. It like throws a whole spanner into the whole thing because I feel like Dark Souls was really popular because people were feeling that way. Like, oh, there's these games aren't like really trial and error sort of
Yeah,
challenges. Like if you
Dark
play like
Souls-
Mega Man 2, like Mega Man 2 is has a bunch of weird trial and error shit where like the floor isn't real, and so you have to use like lead bubble to like find the gaps in it. It's like, but
Yeah, I
like
understand.
nowadays,
Although
no
I
one would
will-
ever do that.
For Dark Souls, I think they get around it a little bit by making it so that the leveling system gives you such a huge variety of ways to play. Like if you watch me play
Yeah,
through the
yeah.
game with 1 vigor or 10 or whatever the default is, and you have to parry every single thing to survive, that's going to be a lot different than watching like DSP play all 3 games with full Havels, fat rolling everywhere, and then drinking flasks that are restoring an entire screen's worth of HP. So in a way, 2 different players can get vastly different experiences playing literally the exact same game just because of how they level their characters.
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough making video games, and I think people think like, oh well, they just needed to turn the difficulty up like it's a slider or something,
Yeah, it
people
doesn't
think,
feel
like, oh, you can make
satisfying
this,
when
like,
it's
really-
like, oh, they've got like 10 times the HP. There have been a few games like that where the monsters just get like super buffed, and it's like, okay, this is kind of cringe. But then like adding new mechanics to monsters is probably difficult, and you'd be balancing like a whole separate game, which I guess is difficult too. So I don't know.
Yeah, and my biggest issue with like the whole narrative around Expedition 33 in certain circles, where it's like, oh, well, this shows that like turn-based can be really popular. I'm like, kinda. Like the Expedition 33 has a parry dodge mechanic, which kind of makes defense less of a priority. It's not a priority, but I feel like you can get through that game kind of glass canning it, being a glass cannon, and you'll be fine if you're good at the parry dodge mechanic.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, it's like, this is anomalous. Like I think it sold like 8 million copies in like the first year or something. Crazy numbers. And but like when you're like, okay, so I need other examples of like turn-based games that are doing really well right now. Every Expedition 33 fan will give you like a list of excuses as to why that is. Like, oh, this game's too anime, this game's too pixel, or this game is part of the Yakuza series, so it doesn't count actually. It's like there's just so many like lists of excuses that people have that of why like other turn-based RPGs that are like in this like Japanese RPG style just aren't doing well.
One thing I thought that
outside
Expedition
of this one
33
game.
did well that other games have difficulty doing is combining like quick time event things that are like somewhat difficult. Like it feels like in a lot of games, as soon as QTEs are there, they're actually fucking completely retarded. Like it's like push
like Paper
triangle,
Mario.
push square. Yeah, well, I haven't played that, but I'm thinking of like the comic games or whatever, where it's just like there are QTEs, but they're just
I see
here
what
for you
you're
to, or like Far Cry's in the past I've played, where it's like push this and you can't really ever fail it. Whereas incorporating semi-difficult QTEs, I think in the combat system for Expedition 33 kept it feeling a lot spicier, I think.
Yeah, but
which
like
was one of the things that
I would
helped.
argue those are action elements you're adding to a turn-based game, right?
Yeah, for
so,
sure.
So when people go, oh, well, Expedition 33 shows that turn-based is really successful. I'm like, turn-based is really successful if you put in just a little bit of action for all the people who hate turn-based.
Oh, sure. Well, I think the actual this is a huge take I have in gaming. I don't know if you watch my politics stuff. You know, I do everything now. It's like, oh, the media, it's the media ecosystem, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
For old games, one of my biggest changes of analysis for why people are like, oh, why are new games bad and old games are blah blah blah, is because for older games, like unless you were willing to read game facts, you're sitting in front of a game and you kind of have to figure all of it out. That experience is way different than having infinite wikis available to you on how to clear everything. And I think in the era of like the GameFAQ wiki or in the era of YouTube wikis, like every turn-based system will be defeated immediately. I don't think you can do turn-based games today when there are wikis online. Everything is just solved because it's like picking the right option, right? Like unless you're going to incorporate action elements, like Undertale, right? Or like Expedition 33, right? It's going to be arbitrarily easy to defeat any turn-based game, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, because everyone will tell you like the best Pictos or the best materia or the best like items you need to equip so that you can just like curb stomp this one boss. And I mean, there's some of that there's some of that like built into the game design itself. I think like before you fight Genova at the end of Disc 1 in 7, they give you something that makes you immune to water magic, and that's all that Genova does the whole fight. I think this is immediately after Aerith dies.
Oh, it's fuck, I know exactly. Oh god, it's like
Genova Bio or whatever.
It's like a talisman, or it's like or it might be a water arm guard, or it's a piece of armor or something. And I know what you're talking about, though. Yeah, it's something you get something.
There's
water
some of
ring or something?
that
I don't
too.
know.
I know. And this is a frustration I've had with the RPG, like TTRPG community, because that's kind of where I live most of my life. Is like I feel like people want experiences that are like very conciliatory toward them. So they want to feel really powerful. Like, oh, I got something that makes me immune to this boss. Isn't that sick? But they don't like see all the pillars of the game design start to like crumble and fall apart. It's okay in like a single player JRPG. It's like, who cares? But like in TTRPGs, when you're working with other people and like trying to tell a story.
Hold on, for people in chat that don't know, what the fuck is TTRG?
Tabletop role-playing game. So D&D, Pathfinder.
Oh, okay. I feel like those
other
games are significantly
called
different
Cthulhu.
than when I think of like turn-based game, I guess. I don't know if I even have them in the same category in my mind, I guess.
I mean, fundamentally, D&D is like a turn-based strategy game when you enter combat. But I understand what you mean. Like, it's not quite the same.
Yeah, because like the level of options available to you, and then being on like a two-dimensional grid and everything, I feel like it's even significantly different than like a Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics type game, I think. But
yeah, because Tactics kind of assumes that you're going to hit all the time. So it's like a 90 plus. Like when your accuracy drops below 90, you start getting scared.
Sure, yeah.
Whereas
and also,
in D&D,
it feels like the amount of
of
options and everything available on your big, on your D&D or your Baldur's Gate or your, I think, Pathfinders and your whatever those games. It feels like, yeah, those just feel like a game of a different type completely, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that like sometimes you can make like those little conciliatory things towards difficulty in like a single player experience, but like in a group experience, it can be a lot more difficult.
For sure, yeah.
Sorry.
Well, because you also start compounding like player skill and everything too, to where if you have multiple players that are really intelligent, these games, you would have to make them so much more difficult to actually.
Yeah, there's no there's no like CR system that we can build if all your players are playing super well and super smart.
What a CR system? Content.
Challenge rating. That's for D&D where
of course.
You're trying to build monster encounters. Sorry, I'm so entrenched that sometimes I forget that people don't.
Yeah, my bad. I'm a fucking
interact
casual,
with my nerd shit that way.
Fucking loser, my bad.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess back to the main point is I think my biggest frustration with the compilation, which is all the stuff that they released after the original Final Fantasy VII, including the remakes, is that I feel like they are like I feel like a lot of characters just end up feeling mischaracterized or strange. Less so with the remakes. I feel like characters are mostly okay. And I just don't love all the you beat Remake, right? But you haven't played Rebirth.
Correct.
Okay, so I don't like all the like weird shit that shows up in like was it chapter like 14 or 15 where it's like, well, there's ghosts and those called the Whispers of Fate, and they're trying to like change the story and all the build up to like Sephiroth and the
I don't know if this is like a
Tower.
big like meta thing for me, or if I'm just pulling this feeling out of nowhere. But I like the Ghosts of Fate thing. Meta to me feels like so. What was like one of the biggest things, you know? Fuck, I don't know if you remember this. Maybe this is like a cultural thing. There were two huge things that I remember growing up that everybody wanted to be able to do in a video game. One was how do you catch Mew without a Game Shark, okay? That was one. I don't know if you ever played Red Blue or whatever, but they were like, you have to go to, I think it was like Cerulean City or something, or Vermilion. You can go to like this truck area, and there were there was no way to do it. I don't think there was ever any way in the original to catch Mew, except for by doing like a screen loading glitch. I don't think it was in the game. You had to have them traded to you at like official Pokemon events or whatever. And then the second one was how do you revive Aeris? Like, these are like the huge things growing up where everybody's like, how do you revive Aeris? How do you revive Aeris? So I feel like when the Final Fantasy VII remake came, I feel like in older people's minds, it was like, oh my God, is there a way to save Aeris so that she doesn't die this time? And I feel like that's like a big question that was on older players' minds. And then when I look at like this Ghost of Fates thing, it feels like a meta story guidance thing where it's like, you want the story to change in this way, but it's not going to be able to because these guys are here to kind of keep it on track. And if I remember correctly, I think Aeris even has a conversation with Cloud where even she seems to have some kind of like prescient knowledge or other universal knowledge about that, because she's like, hey, you know, we're not going to smash Don't Fall for me because I'm probably going to fucking die. I don't know if that is intentional, if I'm reading too much into that, but that's kind of my I also haven't played Rebirth at all yet, but that's like the feeling that I have on it. Yeah.
I feel sort of similarly, where I think that's what they're trying to get at. My big issues with that stuff is, I understand the want to like, oh, I really like this character. It's a shame they died. But to me, it's like you're fucking up the whole like thing. Like if Aerith doesn't die, the whole like thematic and narrative like points that Final Fantasy VII is trying to make about like life, death, and everything in between is like all kind of, not all of it. There's still like good stuff in there, but I feel like that
potentially
desire is at conflict with what the game is trying to achieve narratively, right?
Maybe, but this is why I also say like, and again, not to shit on that because this is probably one of my favorite games of all time. I just don't know if there's that much depth in like Final Fantasy VII story, maybe just because it's an English translated game, but like I don't know if I would ever say like, oh, like if you really want a game that thematically shows the importance of sacrifice or something, like I mean like it is there, but I feel like thematically everything in Final Fantasy VII is, at least in a lot of the older Final Fantasy, is just kind of weak. It's just kind of floating on the surface. It doesn't, but maybe I'm just
I get that, but to me, it's still an artistic expression, no matter how simple it is. So to me, it's like
it does undermine a lot of the game.
Oh, let me twist this part. Let me pull this arm off. Let me put this different like gun arm on or whatever. And it's like this is it's fun. The games are fun, and the story can be interesting, but it is a little goofy when you're trying to talk to people about like the cultural impacts that Final Fantasy VII had, and it's like, oh, well, everyone's just thinking of these Whispers of Fate parts that don't matter, or like when you have to hang out with a like Leslie in Sector 5 or Wall Market or whatever. It's like that's never happened in the original, but the ghosts don't care about that, I guess.
Probably because they don't make a substantial impact on that, on the Aerith dying thing, right? Which was kind of like one of the most important
but like Barrett
points
dies, right? And then they jump in for that. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Thanks for the spoiler, motherfucker. But if they do jump in for that, then that
What are you talking about? At the top of Shinra Towers, Sephiroth stabs Barrett, and then you fight Genova, and then Barrett gets revived by the Whispers of Fate. That happens in Remake.
Oh, shit. Maybe I just don't remember because I played that game like 7 years ago, so... But okay, well, I'll get back.
I obsessed over this. I remember writing like a big thing about it, and then I was like, you know what? I'm not that mad anymore. I just gave up.
Oh, okay. Well,
all right. Well,
I also feel like there's like this kind of weird thing where sometimes people are... I'm obsessed with like tight themes, like where everything kind of like makes sense. And sometimes I feel like people mistake convoluted additions to things as like somehow making it deeper. And I don't know if that's always the case. I could just be a huge hater of this particular writer guy because people cite him as the one behind like Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3 and everything. And I don't know, maybe that's true, maybe that's not true.
Nomura. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes it feels like things can get a little bit convoluted. And then people are like, oh, it's deeper because it's like adding all this extra shit.
Deep. It's so enigmatic. It's so deep. I don't know what's happening, so it's so deep. Yeah.
I really do feel like Metal Gear Solid 3 was peak everything, but that's just maybe my age showing. I don't know.
I'm trying to think of a game that really spoke to me. I think the greatest like media pieces that I've had are usually like movies, television, and books. When I think about games always like were goofy narratively to me.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's pretty hard.
It all feels like we're like circling the same drain. Like God of War is like the same story of like a dad needs to reconnect with his son, and
Shonen.
You just watch how this like what is it, Lone Wolf and Cub. So it's like Last of Us and God of War feel similar thematically in some ways. And to me, it's like, what are we really like? We're really stroking ourselves off to like basic character arcs and stuff, but you know, it's whatever. What are you gonna do?
I mean, I guess it is probably hard. It's probably hard too, though, when you're playing the game and you identify with the main character so much to be able to do a lot more there, because you're probably somewhat restricted, right? You saw, because like people lost their minds for The Last of Us 2. People got completely mind-fucked on that.
I mean, there's a little bit of a. I mean, I don't have to tell you, there's a little bit of chuddery going on. The entire media landscape is getting fucked. Where like,
I'm sure there's a bit of chuddery, but also I'm sure that it just probably also does feel shitty if you play like through as a main character. Like I'm sure there were legitimate complaints there as well. Not complaints. When I say legitimate complaints, I don't mean like good attacks against the narrative decisions they made in the second game, but I mean legitimate complaints as in people who weren't just weird or transphobic or hating on the chud landscape or whatever, who just were like, oh fuck, well I really like Joel in the entire first game, and then he died, and now I kind of feel shitty about that. Like, I'm sure those people exist.
Yeah, and I'm sure like there are people who are normal about it. I thought you were talking about something else, but I just feel, that's probably the biggest thing, is that since all AAA gaming is like, it's the same as like Hollywood films, you kind of, it seems like you have to really shake these developers and writers to like get something more interesting than like a basic superhero film. So I
do think that was also another thing that I think Expedition 33 did well, even though I would argue that there was a proper, mentally healthy resolution to that game. I think that I think I could see both options. I could see why somebody would argue for both options. And it feels pretty rare in video games that you actually have like two different paths to choose between that are both like mutually understandable or satisfying. Like, it seems like there's always a pretty clear right or wrong, and that the right is even rewarded with in-game like items and shit.
Yeah, or it's like comical. Like, being right is like you're an angel chosen by the gods,
Sure.
and if you're wrong, you're a devil chosen by the demons.
Kind of,
It's like,
something almost,
yeah.
Yeah.
Because it seems comical. I mean, Mass Effect had Paragon and Renegade, but even then it's like you're either rude or you're nice about being a hero. You gotta choose.
Sure, yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to relitigate the entirety. You will have to remind me, though. The ending of Expedition 33, I believe the choice is like destroy the entire like
universe canvas thing.
Canvas, and then or you let it exist even though it's not real.
Kind of, yeah.
Right?
But thematically, I think the choice is like, do you engage with your grief by going to the real world where bad shit happened and you have to like make amends with that and continue on, or do you build like a fantastic version of yourself and your family and then live forever in delusion, to the detriment of the people in the real world you're leaving behind, but to your own purpose? It's like an extended metaphor of like the have you ever heard in philosophy the concept of like the experience machine?
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
it's basically,
it's basically that meme, like the big like masturbation thing, like Harry Potter wine or whatever. Everyone's like,
what the fuck
is
that?
Alone, they're enjoying things. Oh, are you serious? You don't know this meme? Let me see if I can find it.
Harry Potter wine.
I know what you mean. The experience machine where like everything's positive and good.
No, yeah. We know that. What is the Harry Potter?
But it's not.
Wait, somebody says you've
like
seen it.
Machine. Let me see. Where's this meme?
Oh, the mirror. Never mind. I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know what you're talking about. Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah. So I sort of get it. I was going to ask you. So you played Final Fantasy Tactics.
Yeah.
Have you played Tactics Advance? Because I feel like Tactics Advance also touches on that. Like,
oh
no, he hates the kids.
It's the kids. I couldn't do it. I think maybe I was just too old when it came out.
They're throwing snowballs at each other at the start.
And I didn't really like the fucking judge shit. And I don't even know if I don't think I finished
judge
that
shit
game.
Is annoying. Fair and real.
I also feel like there was this thing where maybe it was just the games that I played, or maybe I was just an edgy boy growing up. I feel like I managed to bounce through a lot of like pretty dark games. Like, I feel like Final Fantasy VII, even amongst I think the Final Fantasy VII was like a fairly dark game. Tactics was a very dark game. I would say the Metal Gear Solids were pretty dark games. Booting up Tactics Advance and having like the snowball fights and the kids and everything. Even going back and trying to play, and again, maybe it's just my age, so I didn't have the same nostalgia feelings. I couldn't get through Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger felt like very, very light, even though I love the music and everything from that game. It felt very light. I went back and I played Final Fantasy VI for the first time when I was like 24 or something. 6 felt pretty dark. Compared to
I mean,
so I feel like I grew up with a lot of darker media, and then sometimes the media feels like Final Fantasy VII Remake right now, it feels like a much lighter, bubblier game than the Final Fantasy VII original game felt.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the criticisms people have too of like the remake and rebirth, is that there's a lot of scenes in those games where it feels like they're fucking taking a second to like goof off. But I mean, to be fair to the original, you watch Aerith die and then you snowboard down a mountain like immediately after.
Well, sure, but I mean, it's not like what's your
it's
point?
Not the same.
What's your point?
It's not the same.
Yeah, fuck you.
My point is
you have to get
Final
down
Fantasy...
the mountain. How are you going to get down the mountain if you're not going to snowboard, motherfucker? All right. What were they supposed to ski?
I mean, he could have. He's supposed to be super soldier, right? Or is all that just a fake memory? There you go. We brought it back, everybody.
Yeah. Even the animes, I guess, growing up that I watched felt a little bit darker back then. Have you ever? Fuck, I haven't watched that many, so it feels embarrassing that this is the most recent one I've watched all the way through. But have you ever heard of Hunter x Hunter?
Yeah. I've watched all of Hunter x Hunter.
I feel like
version,
I'm pretty sure, I'm being honest, I'm pretty sure I'm just booming like really hard. But I was going back and I was rewatching some of because they like remade Hunter x Hunter, right?
Yeah, in 2011.
Yeah, I was rewatching. So I watched the 2011 version all the way through, and then I was just watching parts of like the older one, and man, I don't know. I feel like I gravitate more towards the older animation styles. I don't even think it's like a choice just because it's digital now, but it's a choice to everything. Just looks like so much brighter and happier, and it just looks so different. I don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying? They also remade Rurouni Kenshin. I was looking at newer Rurouni Kenshin, and the older stuff just it looked darker, and it felt darker too.
Yeah, so I feel you 100%. I will speak for the trees here. This is you also like Gundam Wing, which I'm pretty sure everyone considers like the goofiest, like most good guy versus bad guy Gundam show out of all of them. I don't know if you've watched any of the other Gundams.
No, I have watched some of the other Gundams, but like rewatching Gundam Wing is fairly cringe. That's like I don't know if I would necessarily call Gundam Wing like a very dark or edgy anime. Like it's dark and edgy insofar as it's like, but like there were was it War in the Pocket, the one where the guy accidentally kills the woman that he's in love with, he doesn't realize it, and then like the mess team with the main character falling in love with the blue-haired chick in the armor, those were much darker Gundams than like I feel like a lot of the alternate universe Gundams were a little goofy. Like the Shining Finger guy, I don't remember which Gundam that was.
Oh yeah,
called.
G Gundam.
Yeah, G Gundam and Gundam Wing were a little bit goofier for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was just giving you a little shit. But
But like I've never just tried.
I agree that like some older media, especially Japanese media, was more willing to like tackle darker stuff. I just think we're in a weird environment now where anytime anyone does anything interesting, it's all about like, it's just not, people just don't want to like go to the cinema and feel uncomfortable, I guess, is how I feel about it. Is like no one wants to sit down with a piece of media that makes them like question like, do I believe the right things?
Maybe, yeah. I think there's also this weird thing too, and this is really hard to communicate, is that like darker doesn't just necessarily mean like violent. Like it sounds weird to say, but like I wouldn't consider like the Wolfenstein remake games. I think I played both. I loved them. I know I love the first one. If I replayed the second one, I would have loved that one too. I don't think I would consider those games to be dark at all. Like they're almost more like slapsticky kind of in terms of like there's violence and stuff, but I don't know if I would consider either of those a dark game, even though it's literally like the Nazis own the world and are doing all this crazy killing and everything. And I feel like sometimes people mistake like just violence and blood with darkness. Like I would consider The Last of Us 1 and 2 to be pretty dark games, but not because they have violence. Yeah. So I feel like at some point people got
Tactics is a
Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. I don't know why, but I feel like both of those games I would consider fairly dark as well. There's just something about, especially
Ocarina of Time.
I feel like in Ocarina of Time, I feel like it's really weird when you go forward as an adult and you're going through all of the towns and cities and like all the Gorons are like dead and gone. I think in Hyrule, or what do you call the main town? Is it Hyrule? Like all the citizens are like
market or whatever.
Yeah, they're like long-armed weird people, and like the whole world is just kind of like fucking destroyed. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Ocarina of Time. I feel like any of the Zeldas that had like the past world and future world. I think there was one called A Link to the Past on the Nintendo.
Super Nintendo, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of dark. I don't know. It feels dark to me.
I mean, I guess I'm thinking in comparison to Majora's Mask, where like you're actually watching people have like psychological breakdowns. It feels a little different. But to your point, I think Final Fantasy Tactics is a very dark game because it's like there's a lot of themes about like how like our systems can negatively affect us and how we can negatively affect them, and like how institutions tend to like gravitate towards power at any cost, and how that
for sure.
Like,
okay,
like
so
there's
here's
human cost to that and stuff, but like in terms of violence, like there's like barely any blood in the game, and everyone looks like a little
they're little like anime character weirdo. Yeah, here's the thing for Final Fantasy Tactics. Okay, I don't know why. This is gonna be such a random poll. Did you ever play Dust and Elysian Tale or watch me play this game a long time ago?
Yes, I love Dust.
There was and there are a couple other indie games where it's very clear. When you listen to the game, and then two, if you watch any of like the directors working behind the scenes with the voice actors, they put a lot of effort into making the voice acting, I would say, very, very, very good in these games. Like something that I wonder when I look at a lot of the JRPG stuff, and I especially because now I don't know if my clips ever get back to these people, because apparently these people are online, and I don't mean to attack any of the voice actors or anything, but like I would say like the VA for this Final Fantasy remake game is not that great, but
they changed him. They changed Zach. Yeah.
Sure. Or no, I'm for remake. Is Zach even in remake? I'm just saying, like, in general.
About Zach's VA? Or
no, all
VA?
of it. It's just I feel like it's not that great. But I was actually so shocked. So I played the original Final Fantasy Tactics, one of my favorite games of all time. I never played I don't know what the next one, the War of the Lions or whatever, because the idea of them rewriting the dialogue to be Old English and then having a voice acting for that just seemed cringe as fuck. When I actually played through it a year ago, I thought it was like 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 top notch. I thought the rewriting was really well done, and the voice acting I thought was really well done. Where are those people?
So good, right?
Yeah, why don't they work on any of the other games? I thought all of the writing, because I hate especially like remaking it in the old, it just seemed like it was going to be cringe as fuck. It was really, really, really well done. And the voice acting was really, really, really well done. Where are those people at?
I know for sure, I'm not looking at your chat, but I know for sure someone in chat's like hating, like, oh, I love the 1997 translation. No, the 1997 translation
it was
sucks.
trash.
You don't know anything.
Blame yourself for God. There was so many random funny lines and the name changing and the weirdo. Yeah, sorry, God.
To be fair, I will say is I think they worked with the same people that they worked on 16 with. I don't know what the consensus. I like 16's acting. I think the guy who plays Dice Dark is Ben Starr, and he plays the main character in 16. And outside of when he's trying to be young Clive Rossfield, he does a good job. I think his young Clive voice is a little goofy sometimes.
Gotcha.
But the very clearly a grown man doing like a 16-year-old boy's voice.
Okay.
But I agree with you somewhat. I think Joe Pitts was a new talent, the guy who did Ramza. So it's a little more complicated than like, why don't they just get Joe Pitts on it? Like, I think Joe Pitts has been in like 3 games, and one of them is like Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
Okay, interesting. One of the things I feel when it comes to the voice acting, especially this game too, there's just a feeling I have, and I don't know if it matters. And I'm sure even in normal voice acted stuff, you're not in the same room, but like it really does feel like you're given a script and then you're just like recording voice line 1 and recording voice line 2, and then like all the other voice actors do it. And then when they go to the game, they're like, okay, well here's here's track 1, play, and then there's thing on the screen. And then next, here's track 2, play, and then it all feels like very kind of like disconnected. I feel like the emotion is not as there for the lines, and yeah, I don't know. It's just like
I think from it. Especially for Rebirth, I think it was probably like a combination of like they probably I don't know if they recorded during COVID, maybe not. But like I can see that causing issues. I don't know. My biggest issue with Rebirth's voice acting is that it's just it feels like it. I don't know. It's always weird to like play a game and then see all the text written out and then have someone actually read it out loud, and you're like, I don't know if I would have. That's always strange.
You cut out for a second.
But like,
wait.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you said I don't know if I would have. Oh, what? Enunciated it like that?
Like you read text and then you have someone voice act it, and you're like, I don't know if I would have read it like that. Like I don't know if I read that line that way.
I'm a huge believer in not having subtitles on things. Or sometimes I wish. I think I saw this in John Wick. And then and maybe 1 or 2 other pieces of media where they're a little bit more creative with the subtitles, with how they roll them on the screen. But I actually think it is insane to me that you would spend time writing a script, having people act it out, or directing a movie, and then you would just literally throw up on the bottom, like the whole line, and then you read it and you've processed it, and now you're listening to the person say it. I feel like it's a fundamentally different experience than just having somebody deliver a line, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's always aspects to it. Like it's supposed to be an accessibility thing, but I think it's
become a handicap crutch thing, I think.
Maybe, but for like something like Tenet, where like no one can hear the lines.
Sure, but we're not talking about Tenet, and this Nolan is fucking retarded anyway.
But I don't know. I thought the voice acting in the remake trilogy is okay. I don't like how they're switching out Sephiroth's voice actor. I think just because the main guy just didn't want to do it, and that's like my biggest thing is like this one game you could have is being split into 3 games released over the course of a decade. So of course stuff like that's going to happen. But it feels so weird to have like a pillar of the story switch voice actors for the final part of it, for the most important part of it.
Yeah, I haven't heard the change yet. So, but.
I think they went from who is it? he played Superman on like the CW Superman show, and then I think they switched over to Travis Willingham, which is fine. He's doing okay from the trailers I've seen. But also another thing, I don't know if you know this, but the voice acting is really good in Final Fantasy Tactics. It's also full of
Wait, you cut out again. It's also full of what?
Oh, British people, bongers.
Oh, maybe. I heard somebody in chat say that. Maybe they take it more seriously. I'm not sure. I really do just
I'm not
blame...
sure.
After watching so much of the behind-the-scenes stuff on the Dust stuff, like listening to the director, or I don't know if it was a voice actor director or just the director of the whole project, work with the voice actors on that. I really... And maybe I'm just like... Maybe I just over-index on this too much. But like it really does feel like a VA is the result of just the director, because like he would walk through with the ferret, the emote in chat is Ferret Law. I don't remember the name, but I just think watching him go with the voice actors, like he might have a person say the line like 4 or 5 times and be like you need to like you're feeling this part here, like and give me this here, whatever. And he was very big on like every single line coming out in a certain way. Whereas sometimes for these it really just feel like almost like a high school script read. Like just like a first read through when you're sitting with friends in a theater thing and you're just like reading the script the first time or whatever. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, and especially it's tough for Japanese games too because they're constantly trying to match like what the Japanese the visuals of the game or the Japanese voice actors are doing.
I mean, like at this point,
so, like,
I'm sure we have the tech to just do a second take on. You're just moving the models a little differently. It shouldn't be that hard, no. Maybe in 2016, maybe a little harder, but
it shouldn't be. I mean, I guess I'm thinking more like in anime, they don't do that. They don't like redraw lip flaps. That'd be insane. But you're right. You're probably right. I think in Kingdom Hearts, like the first Kingdom Hearts game that came in like 2002, they figured out how to do that. So I'm sure it's like not hard.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I think there was like I remember watching an interview with one of the localizers for Final Fantasy X, and he was talking about how he wanted to change a line to be more thematically like consistent between like Auron and Tidus and his dad. I don't know if you played 10, but
Is it really Tidus? It's not Titus?
I think
sorry, go ahead.
Call him whatever you want.
Okay.
In all official stuff, they call him Tidus, but if you want to call him Titus because that's what you call him in your head, that's fine. But Titus and his dad, and I forget exactly what the line was, but they were working on it, and then they told the main writer, I think it was it Koizumi? It might not have been. Is that a Nintendo guy? Names. But he was talking about it, and the guy was like, yeah, the Japanese director was like, yeah, that makes more sense, and if I were to rewrite it, I might even write it that way, but you can't do it that way. And
sure.
He was like, okay.
Dude, have you read, this is a crazy, interesting, and entertaining article. Did you ever read the article that was written by the translator of the first Metal Gear Solid 1 game?
Oh, no. I don't think I have.
Oh, if you ever get bored, it's a fascinating read because the industry was so much smaller. But basically, it was a guy who was given the Japanese script to translate who was working on Metal Gear Solid 1. But he took a lot of creative liberty with that script because he was like, there's a difference. And it is true, right? Like, do you watch a lot of fucking anime or whatever? You know, like Horrible Subs and...
I used to, but not as much these days.
Same, yeah, there's no time. You remember like the debates back in the day where sometimes with some subtitles, they would translate a word like a little bit more literally and it wouldn't make sense, but then they would have like a little block of subtext in the top right of the screen to explain to you like what that word means.
Oh, yeah, translations note.
Yeah, like kind of like stuff like this, right? Yeah. When this guy was translating, he spoke a lot on Metal Gear Solid 1. He's like, translation is not just a translation. It's like a localization and an adaptation to like modern like speakers in this context, and that if he would have translated it directly, a lot of it wouldn't have made sense. So he took a lot of creative liberties with some lines. So like I think he says like he made up like the OSP term for like on-site procurement. Like he made up like different acronyms and he was like adding flavor and everything to a lot of the characters. Apparently when Hideo found out about this, I don't know if it was when they were doing Metal Gear Solid 2 or a later one, Hideo got really upset. But if you're ever bored, that article that's a fascinating read on his take on translating everything, and it added a lot of the flavor I think in Metal Gear Solid 1, which I thought was really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there is some people really like the like auteur or sort of that like more loose liberal approach to like translation.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't I tend to be a little bit more like, can we just like I want the art to stand on its own as much as possible. So like I understand liberties have to be taken, but I'd like it to be as close to like what the original Japanese script was like, if you can. But I know that some people really like the old Ted Woolsey like Final Fantasy 1, 4, and 6. Like I don't know if Ted actually worked on 1, but his translation of 6 and Chrono Trigger have like Star Wars references in them and stuff. Some people think that's like cute and fun, and I think it's an abomination to God. Like, get this shit out of here. I do not want Locke joking about, or like Celis joking about stormtroopers or some shit.
Sure. Well, yeah. Why do you think Metal Gear Solid 1, I feel like Hideo, was he actively involved in the voice acting for that? I feel like the VA for those games were ahead of their time. Or maybe they just got really lucky with David Hayter. Wait! Hold on.
I have no idea.
Did you play through the Metal Gear Solid games?
I've not. That's
okay,
a
never
blind
mind.
spot
Okay.
for me.
There's like a asking question of like, do you support them replacing David Hayter in Metal Gear Solid 5 with that fucking 24 Ben Bauer guy or whatever the fuck? What a horrible decision. But okay, never mind.
Oh, all I'll say is that you aren't even playing Snake in Metal Gear Solid 5. Fuck you.
Well, true, but that's not relevant, is it?
Well, I'm being a dick. But the
or wait, what do you mean by that?
You play Venom Snake, which is a different person to Big Boss.
Oh yeah, sure, okay. I didn't know if that was a comment on the voice actor. Because technically, Metal Gear Solid 3, you're also not playing Snake. You're playing Big Boss, right?
You're playing Big Boss, but yeah, he's also voiced by David Hayter.
Sure. Yeah, hell yeah.
I don't know. Metal Gear Solid 5 sounds like it was developed by fucking torture victims. Like everyone involved with that project is like, man, I'm so glad that was over.
Way too edgy. The trailers for that game and in the game, it's like the edgiest possible fucking tortures. I don't know. It just feels too amped up for no reason, but whatever.
Yeah, I apologize. I haven't played it. I can't speak to it.
That's good. You never got to go through. For real life people, Game of Thrones was like the greatest letdown of all time. For gaming people, it was probably Metal Gear Solid 5. Those were some of the. There are people on stream that remember. Those were some of the most fucking hype video game trailers of all time that we watched. And then the actual game was just attaching balloons to everything and then having them float off and then finding out that Hideo foot scanned fucking whatever the quiet girl is so that she could be as naked as possible. It's just, the game is just, it's too much. But what are you going to do?
I love the quiet controversy. Although I was very Republican at the time. So I remember being like, just let the lady hang. But I don't know what your take was at the time.
It was just the way that he justified it, I think, was cringe. It just got a little cringe. And she's like super booba, like way too. It was also weird because I don't know if I'm inventing this in my mind, but in Metal Gear Solid, okay, so nanomachines are like the ultimate plot device to basically explain or do anything you want. And so it would have been interesting. Okay, in my mind, it's hard if you haven't played the games to understand this. But like Metal Gear Solid 1 was like, whoa, nanomachines and extra tech and cloaking, and that's kind of cool. And then Metal Gear Solid 2 was like, whoa, they're really amping up the tech and nanomachines and vampires and fortune and oh man, okay, damn. And then Metal Gear Solid 3 was like, we're going back in time, no nanomachines, and shit actually felt like more grounded. Like there was like kind of like magical stuff, which was like, it felt like interesting and kind of cool, and it gave it like a really weird flavor, like the B controller guy, the death dude or whatever. But like they didn't have, but it was like older tech and it felt older, like the Metal Gear in that time, the Shagohod, even though it was clearly like a machine you can never have.
Don't you still have like the camouflage stuff, or maybe that might be in the 3DS version. The for Metal Gear Solid 3, doesn't you really suit auto camouflage or something?
I don't think so. I don't know if that ever happened.
Oh, okay. No, wait. I'm thinking of 4. My bad.
Yeah, 4 gets crazy tech into the future and everything and tries to wrap up literally every single fucking thing. And then in 5, we are like, okay, cool. We're going to get more of like the flavor from 3. So in 5, number 1, you get literally the most sophisticated Gundam mech of all time, Salanthropus or whatever, for their Metal Gear, which is crazy. It's like an actual fucking Gundam tier mech. Number 1. And then number 2, they bring up this concept of like the Wahabakia or whatever, which is basically now their new version of nanomachines. Okay, so I've caught you up all that. And then the cringe thing that I'm thinking of, I don't think I hallucinated this, but they retconned in Metal Gear Solid 3, there is a sniper guy called, I don't remember what he's called. The End. No, it couldn't have been The End, is it? I thought that was the guy in the river. Is it The End?
I guess.
Oh, it might be The End. Maybe it is The End. And then, okay, yeah. Oh, no, the river guy is the Sorrow. That's right. So he is called The End. And then I think at some point in a tape call, you hear that like, oh, well, The End had the Wabakia that allowed him to regenerate in the sunlight or something. But that guy was never fucking naked. He was wearing a fully clothed fucking camo suit the entire time. So why does Quiet need to be borderline naked? It feels kind of cringe. Also, why doesn't she like have problems like inside? Like, shouldn't indoors be just as bad as her, like, being covered in salt water or whatever else?
I thought it was like she had to breathe through her skin, but not through her, like, respiratory system or some shit. I don't know. It's cringe.
Yeah, it didn't need to. It was too much, yeah. I feel like they did a decent thing of, like, balancing especially in kind of a campy, tropey, 90s appropriate James Bondy way, or not as bad as James Bond, I guess, because the Brosnan James Bond shit was, I think Bros. Is that the guy? I don't know.
You can just do whatever.
Like
Or
every
was it-
single,
is it-
there were so many more sexual references in those movies than I originally realized. But like you had like the sniper wolf lady would kind of like, she was very sexy and had her cleavage out a little bit, but it wasn't like crazy fucking sex. And then same thing with Metal Gear Solid 3. It wasn't like crazy sex. And then Quiet was just like holy jiggle physics on the crazy booba girl. Yeah.
I wonder how much of that it was Konami. But I guess so. You mentioned that Metal Gear Solid 2 gets like crazier with the nanomachines and like the tech stuff.
For sure.
Do you think that helps the thematic like through line of that game at all, where it's like trying to like get Raiden and Snake to be the same person, even though they're like.
No, I
very-
mean, I
they have
think
very different
so.
backgrounds?
I would say I would exempt Metal Gear Solid games from the whole like JRPGs never really did deep theme exploration. I think the Metal Gear Solid games actually dealt a lot with identity, which I super appreciated. And I thought in like in a very interesting way. Like the first game, I don't know if Hideo probably, I don't know if this counts as a backronym or not, but like the MGS, in a story way, is like the first game has to do with your genes, your genetics, and how you spend the whole game thinking that one guy had the superior genetics, Liquid got the worst genetics, but then you find out it was reversed at the end and you actually have more control over yourself than just your genes. And then the second one has to do with like the I think the memes surrounding you or whatever, mimetic ideas, and can we create another Solid Snake through Raiden, giving him like the same set of experiences. And then in the third one, it's like the scene, the context of what you're in, how much does that shape and create a soldier or whatever. And I feel like it actually does a lot to explore a lot of these, although as a result, I mean, the games are known for being incredibly dialogue heavy and exposition heavy and FMV heavy. But
Yeah, that's another thing is like if you try to have like a really story heavy game, you gotta like test your gamer, like all the gamer goblin brain people are like, when can I kill people? When can I kill people?
yeah,
It's like,
I think, does Metal Gear Solid 4 still have the record for like the longest cutscene? And isn't it like 43 minutes or something for the end of that game?
it's got to go to one of his new ones, right? I feel like Death Stranding 1 or 2 has to have crazy long.
Nope,
cutscenes.
sorry, I was
That's
even
chat.
wrong on that. I underestimated. It was the game's climax for the combined epilogue sequence that runs for Metal Gear Solid 4 is 71 minutes.
It's Jesus. Watching a whole movie at the end of the fucking video game you purchased.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
While I have you here, I just wanted to. I've been getting into Warcraft 3, and I was going to ask you what you
That's
thought
really
about Warcraft
interesting.
3.
I never played any Warcraft games, so I don't have a strong experience. But I mean,
Oh,
they're probably
you've
somewhat.
never played any of them?
No, but they're probably similar to StarCraft, I imagine, right?
From my understanding, my limited experience with StarCraft 2, they feel fairly similar.
Mhm.
Although Warcraft 3 has like the whole hero system. You play League of Legends. Oh man, you play League of Legends, and we're a professional StarCraft 2 player, and you've never touched Warcraft 3. That's crazy to me.
Nope. Never played the original Dota ever at all.
The original Dota, that makes a little more. Well, I mean, yeah, you
'Cause I never
couldn't
played
have
Warcraft,
if you've never
yeah.
played Warcraft 3. That's crazy to me. I think it's fun. I think it's a fun game. I don't know if you'll do it on stream. I think you probably want to do politics the second this like MSJ gets fucking ruled on in like
Yeah,
I don't know
just
when I
an
get
hour or
married,
two, I
like,
think.
40 years from now or
Shut the fuck
something. I do like talking about video games, but I'll never talk about politics. I don't know if chat really wants fucking disagreements about that shit. Jesus.
Well, okay. I think that's
I think
all
we've
got.
ran the course. I think Zach sucks. He's the. Oh, you know what? If you're gonna play Rebirth, you will get some time with Zach. You won't get a lot of time though.
Yeah, I've
because
heard.
of the goofy shit that they did at the end. Have you played Intergrade?
No, but I'll play that in between.
the
Apparently, it's
goofy
just a few
episode.
hours to clear it all. So
Yeah, it's like 10 hours. If you play like when I played it, I played all the little like Fort Condor missions
Mhm.
that they give you. So I played all those, and I think even then it was like 10 hours or something.
it was funny in the very first Final Fantasy. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but the reason why that game is on 3 discs is just because the FMVs were so long. Like technically, you can fit the whole game on a
I mean
single
that
disc.
was the big thing with Square and Nintendo, right? They were like, "Oh, we want more storage. We don't want to.
So, well,
we
Square,
don't
I
want
don't
to be
know.
restricted by like."
I don't think Nintendo ever had
this
like
cartridge.
multi-cartridge games. I don't even know if that would have been technologically
No,
possible.
they didn't. But that was why Square wanted to switch to Sony and PlayStations because they could do their big like cinematic shit without getting in trouble with like storage capacity and all that.
Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah. I do remember the
Although
first time I played...
somehow Black Magic Resident Evil 2 is on the N64 somehow.
Oh, interesting. I didn't even know that. The very first time I played through 7, because the FMVs, they can't make multiple FMVs. It's only 1 second, so they take up so much space. I actually totally missed Vincent and Yuffie, my first playthrough on that game. And but you don't know it because it's not like they're included in any of the later FMVs, so you can just miss them completely. And
you missed Yuffie entirely?
Yeah, because there was no way to know. You just have to randomly encounter in a jungle. Other than that, there's no way. Like before you get to Junon, I think.
Maybe. I just know that when I played the game, I knew everything. So like I knew how to get Yuffie and Vincent. So,
sure.
But I feel like it'd be hard to miss Yuffie. You just like run into a forest and she's there.
If you get lucky and encounter her in a fight.
Yeah, but I feel like the rates on that are high.
They might be, but I don't even know.
You also said in the original fun.
I don't know if she appears on a normal battle on the map. I think you have to be on like the grassy areas as well, and you can just skip those. Like you don't have to run through those. I don't think to get to Junon. So yeah,
it's not crazy to me that someone would miss Yuffie. I was just.
I mean, it's literally one section. You come out of the cave, you go to Fort Condor, and then from Fort Condor you go to Junon, and then if you just don't go in the forest, you just never even encounter her, and you have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Fuck you.
I thought you said the original Final Fantasy, and I thought you were about to talk about Final Fantasy 1. And I'm like,
oh no.
That game is also goofy, because that's like it's a 10-hour RPG where like the main thing that's fun about that game is like making a different party. And then like the story is some bullshit about like a time loop is causing like the king to show back up to fight you in darkness and lose all the crystals and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Final Fantasy 1 has such a goofy, like weird aesthetic. I think you go out in like a UFO at some point in that fucking game.
Nice. Okay. Well, anything else?
No. But I hope you have a good rest of your day, buddy. I actually do hope that MSJ comes quickly. Hope everything goes well with that.
All right. Have fun. Be careful. Thanks a lot. Stay safe.
All right. Bye-bye.
Fucking loser. Somebody said, I found a way to catch a Mew legit. It does involve Cerulean City. Is it the one behind the truck? I don't think that's like a really legit way to get Mew. It has to do with I don't remember, but it has to do with the way that the Nintendo the Game Boy's RAM works. And that, like, depending on where you move in and out of a screen, you can, like, store certain things in memory, and then you can force an encounter with Mew. But it's not really part of the game, really. You're right, but no truck involved? Okay. I remember it being isn't it a place where after the ship leaves, isn't that where you go to catch Mew? That's the truck area. Or why am I saying truck? Maybe there's not a truck there. Or is it? How to catch Mew legally. If you catch him the other way, it's illegal. You mean the missing no glitch? No, I don't know if there was ever a way to get Mew doing that one.
Abra. We're gonna use it for its teleportation abilities and to glitch the game.
The truck was the rumor when we were kids. I do know there were a lot of rumors about that truck, yeah. That you could find them behind the truck or something. But I don't remember if there was like a way to load a different screen or something there.
Is at least move once, just doesn't matter.
But maybe it's not. It might not be. It might not have been anything. I might just be remembering the meme rumor about that.
You know your pause menu and Mew will appear. Now with
here, watch this. Let me use the rest for 1 sec.
Hey guys, what's going on?
So
My name is Rex, and I'm gonna show you guys how to catch Mew legally in Pokemon Blue. The only thing you really need to catch Mew is Abra. We're gonna use it for its teleportation abilities and to glitch the game. Make sure to pay attention to what trainers I have beaten, as fighting the wrong trainer while in the middle of the process to catch Mew will ruin it all. Also, make sure to save at every checkpoint where you see me save the state, as those are the important parts and checkpoints that you need to pay attention to. This is the first part. You have to press start right before the trainer will challenge you as you move the screen. After you press start, teleport out. This will begin the process of glitching the game. The cool part about this glitch is that it does not only allow you to catch Mew, but it virtually allows you to catch any Pokemon in the game, as long as you know the codes for every single Pokemon. The Pokemon code for Mew comes right after the Pokemon code for Slowpoke. So what we need to do is kill a Slowpoke for us to be able to do this trick. Now pay attention to what I'm going to do, as this part is critical. I'm going to go ahead and find the trainer with the Slowpoke, but as you can see, you will not be able to start the battle. In fact, the game will freeze if you try to battle him by being adjacent to his location. So what you have to do is at least move one square top from him so that he walks towards you. That will stop the game from freezing. It doesn't matter how you beat him, as long as obviously he doesn't beat you. But as soon as you beat him, you need to teleport out to the Pokemon Center again. And now, after you teleport, I suggest not going inside any type of building or starting any other kind of fight, as that will just ruin the actual bot. But what you have to do now is just simply walk towards the Nugget Bridge. As long as you do that, and go straight there, you will encounter the Pokemon. Now, as soon as you walk into the middle of the Nugget Bridge, your pause menu is going to pop up automatically. Now, don't freak out, as this is part of the bot. Just take down your pause menu and Mew will appear. Now with this method, you not only catch Mew legally, but you also catch it before even fighting Misty, so you can use it for the rest of the game, which is pretty much the entire game. Just make sure to have something to slip him with or to paralyze him, as he's pretty tough to catch. In this game, Mew can learn any ability in the game. He can actually learn any single TM in the entire game, and he will learn new abilities every 10 levels. The abilities that he gets are pretty random, as he can get really any ability in the game, so you'll see him learning things like Sky Attack and Metronome and stuff like that. But I truly hope you enjoyed this video and you enjoyed your new Mew. If you like this sort of video, please go to my channel and subscribe.
Good job, guys. You got it. UDC r/leftists are finally speaking out against anti-Semitism. Jesus Christ. Anti-Semitism, racism, and bigotry will not be tolerated. r/leftist is insane. Mossad, pay your interns better. This shit is embarrassingly pathetic. You always hear stories of Reddit mods being drunk on power, but this right here also has the benefit of being extremely funny. Guy really thinks he holds legitimate power. There is not enough grass in the world to get this man back to a baseline level of social aptitude. His brain belongs to the internet now, and it's glorious. Perhaps you fascist Zionist freaks prefer this sort of picture. Jesus Christ. What? Are you okay, bro? Wait, how do you go back after you click a picture? Oh, it's a different thing. Disgusting. It's not antiseptic to show the face of an actual Zionist settler whose ugly fucking face perfectly looks like their entire genocidal ideology. Oh my god. Hold on, what was the post? What the title says, I'm beyond exhausted hoping that some of y'all will pull your head out of your asses and live up to the values necessary to be a passable human being. Since this has been a repeated failure, we will move to a zero-tolerance model going forward. Anti-Semitism will result in a 28-day suspension of your account from this subreddit, followed by a permanent ban for any infraction afterwards. Racism will result in a 28-day suspension. Bigotry, this definitely includes transphobia, will result in a 28-day suspension. Genocide denial will result in a 28-day suspension. If you have a doubt of whether or not something's going to run afoul of these zero-tolerance boundaries, don't fucking post it. No, I'm not going to rules, lawyer, technicalities. This is a warning to all users. I don't give a fuck how well you discuss theory. The praxis you claim to have accomplished, none of it. As of 9:15 Eastern, any further comments defending this content as not being anti-Semitic will be permanently banned. Damn. I feel like I always just think of like swapping out other things. I've said this before, like swap out other subjects in a sentence to see if you feel the same way, and if you don't, then there might be something else operating that you're not thinking about. Like if you had some kind of like a Middle Eastern Arab flag and you put like a face like this on it, I'm pretty sure most people would lose their fucking shit here. Is that an actual guy though? That would make it better? Probably, yeah. There's like the weird dude. Is it this guy that people always cite? But I mean, like, you can find a weird looking dude of literally any race ever. Or, I mean, like, stereotypes exist for a reason, right? Like, if I were to start drawing flags of black people with the biggest lipped, biggest... What do they have? Cheeks? Nose? I don't know. Whatever your stereotypes for black people or whatever, and say, oh, well, no, it's a real person. Like, I don't think anybody would be happy with that. Destiny. Oh god. The Hassan cringe. I'm good. This guy is riding off of fucking Mamdani's coattails harder than any fucking person in the history of all of the internet. Okay, what are all these memes? I have things open. Okay. Byron Donalds is black. My new ad. Wait, what? Would you consider Mamdani's endorsements to be an example of a politician spending political capital? Because if his picks end up being shit, won't it be on him? Yeah, I guess it's a risk, right? He's staking some reputation on getting them elected, and then we'll see how they turn out, I guess, right? I mean, like, it could be like a cute attention getter, but I feel like this guy's been involved in so much weirdo, kind of like far right shit. Can you explain to me how exactly did he fuck up the audio? I don't know. I should look at what this does. Yesterday, there was a weird thing where the audio was sounding a little bit lower quality, depending on how I streamed it from this computer. And it was because I have a setting on the channel that was turned off, and it's called width. And I don't actually know what width does. I should look it up. It has something to do with the stereo mix or something, but like... Zero? Like, what's the difference between this and this? Wait, do you guys even hear the difference? Oh yeah, it changes it for everybody. I don't know why. Like, width is stereo crossfeed? What does that mean? It adjusts the stereo image. Does it really? Is zero really just mono? Huh, I don't know. I don't know why stuff sounds hollow like this sometimes. If I had to guess, actually, maybe it was just like a really aggressive filter put to get rid of background noise that was being picked up by the mic. He doesn't have like a little... Sometimes you'll put like a little furry thing on the top. It looks like he's got a little thing on the top, not a big one. You'll put a little furry thing on the top to catch wind, like a windscreen. And it looks like the flag is blowing in the background. So maybe there's like wind here and they just aggressively filtered it. And that's why it sounds like they took out too much of the... I don't know, that's my guess. What is this? Somebody said this is voice acting from this game.
Then slit the dominant's throat in the chaos.
This is a guy, right? A famous guy, an actor, not just a VA? Or no?
I didn't know it was her. How could it be? And so, to save her neck, you slit your sergeants, then set your
Just a
sights
VA?
on the hills.
Okay.
Conveniently forgetting how the Empire deals with deserters.
Maybe I just think of him from
'Cause
other
with that
video
on your
games.
chop, my friend, we both know you won't be getting far.
No, I knew this guy's face. No, I do know this guy. Fuck you. Is this the guy? Or am I getting trolled?
Okay, doesn't run. Could melt eating. Baggage. Bio.
Wait, he's in the thumbnail for this. Oh, is that him? Whatever, okay. He was in The Witch. Okay.
You've fallen a long way, Lord Rossfield.
Is this the one what was the Final Fantasy game where the trailer, the guy said the word, fuck, what was it? Fuck, what was he saying? It was like retribution. Or it wasn't that though. What am I thinking of? Chaos, kill chaos. Oh yeah, chaos. I don't know if that game ended up being good or not. I don't even know what game that was.
A lot of it said that I'm a poor host. What do you mean to do with her? Do with her? Why nothing? Her life is her own now. If I wanted to use her, do you think I'd be talking to you?
Okay, I haven't played this whole game, and I'm never going to play this whole game. This does sound significantly better, though, than the game I'm playing now. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm being a hater. What is this?
Almost
Destiny brought up.
Purposely trying to be as boring as possible with your personal life is a great prophylactic. Like, people just get very, they'll move on to what is more easily consumable. And for as long as Destiny exists, I'm not going to be top of the list. Like, there was a period where Destiny's private life was just made the most public thing over and over and over again. And Hassan will get in bother over and over and over and over again. Or Nick Fuentes will come through, or Huberman will come through. There's a lot of people that have like easier access than me, who I think my biggest defense is purposely making my private life very boring and not really talking about it all that much. And people just move on. And that for me is like, I'm completely fine by that as my strategy.
The other thing that I think is important is not exposing yourself to the algorithms all that much. So I don't tweet. We've started putting clips up on Instagram, and even doing a little bit more of that, I feel the pull of it, the want of it. So I'm a big fan of all these mid-century media theorists like Marshall McLuhan and Neil Postman and Walter Ong, and all of them basically, their main idea is that every medium changes the user. So we think what we're doing when we turn on the television or turn on X or turn on Instagram or read a book for that matter, is we are consuming content. We are choosing, and we can make better or worse decisions, right? We can be better or worse people, watch better or worse shows. And their whole view is no, it is always using and changing you. There's a great Marshall McLuhan quote where he says, I'll butcher it a little bit from memory, but he says, the content of a medium is the juicy steak thrown to distract the watchdog of the mind. And his point is that while you're sitting there getting mad at a tweet, what's actually happening is that your sense of how ideas should feel and look, how long they should be. While you're sitting there looking at Instagram, your sense of what everything should look like, it's all changing. And as it changes, you change with it, and particularly with these algorithms that create.
Okay. That Jon Stewart interview right there is based. I'll take your word for it. I can't figure out if he's soft defending Trump or not. Who? What is this?
Our government, and it's so dangerous what we're seeing.
Didn't we just find out Ezra takes someone's money? Or am I making shit up? I don't know. There's some leak about like a Peter Thiel secret society group. No offense, I just might be brain broken on the tech people. These guys seem so lame. I don't even know if they could create a secret society. Like, it feels like they would all get together and be like, we should all make our own secret crypto token and then fucking trade it amongst ourselves. And it would be, I don't know. These seem fucking losers. I would actually have more respect for these guys if they created a cool secret society where they were like fucking eating people or whatever. But
our government, and it's so dangerous what we're seeing. You can like Trump or not like Trump. It doesn't. People are going to like presidents and dislike presidents, but now defying the rule of law because he happens to be the head of the federal government and openly defying the federal government, the repercussions of that are going to be, okay, fine, you can't stand this man. You think he's a terrible president, and you're not going to follow his laws. But that's the new normal now. So when a president gets in that you do support, then the other side, because we've established this precedent, they're just not going to follow his laws either.
Right.
And now we've eroded the rule of law. And then what happens?
The slippery slope is very dangerous.
Our government, and it's so dangerous what we're seeing. You can like Trump or not like Trump. It doesn't. People are going to like presidents and dislike presidents. But now defying the rule of law because he happens to be the head of the federal government and openly defying the federal government, the repercussions of that are going to be, okay, fine, you can't stand this man. You think he's a terrible president, and you're not going to follow his laws. But that's the new normal now. So when a president gets in that you do support, then the other side, because we've established this precedent, they're just not going to follow his laws either.
Right.
And now we've eroded the rule of law. And then what happens?
The slippery slope is very dangerous.
I would have to watch more of this. I mean, this sounds like it could be a soft defense of Trump. I don't know. Also, I'm a little bit biased. This does sound a little bit like a soft defense of Trump. I don't know anything about this Yellowstone show other than I've gotten fed a few clips of it on YouTube. And I feel like the clips I've seen are literally, I don't know if a guy gets elected as a new mayor or governor or something, but like he walks into an office and he's like, "Who are y'all?" And they're like, "Oh, we are your policy advisors." "What do y'all do?" "Well, we decide what the policy is for you because we're gay government bureaucrats." And he's like, "I just figured out how to save a whole lot of money. You're all fired. Bring in my cattle." And like, "Ah!" And then he's like, "How much did we just save?" And his secretary's like, "You just saved $1.4 million. I want to slobber on your fucking cock. That was so fucking hot." And he's like, "Oh, that's all good, but I got to go take care of my cows on my ranch." I don't know what the show's about, but the whole thing like comes off to me that way. So I don't know. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe that was like just one clip of the thing, but just seemed like an epic. Normal everyman cattle rancher guy gets made a big government guy. Oops, wrong thing. And now he's here to show all the weak government bureaucrats how things are really done. What is
I
this?
can't imagine how you can defend some of the things that you've been posting for years. Some of the things that you've written. You tweeted, "Suck it up, bro," in response to a post discussing Senator Kane's
You should defy laws where those laws are illegal, though, right? I said this before, but anytime you say a word or you say a thing, you're invoking a whole network of concepts, and you don't really understand all the concepts that you're invoking because that's just not how language works. It's like webs of ideas that are all kind of connected. Like when you say what is a man or what is a woman or whatever the fuck else, right? There's a whole network of concepts that we're kind of blowing up here. And the issue is that there is like there's like an ontology. There's an essential qualifying list of things for any topic that we talk about, but we don't always enunciate those, and we might not even immediately know what those things are, but they are there. And the problem is somebody will break the ontology, but then challenge you to continue to adhere to the things that you said about it. So, for instance, you think we should follow the law, right? And you're like, yes, the law is important. Tell me more about how it's important. Well, without orderly society, without the laws that we all agree on existing, it would lead to chaos, and it would just be lawlessness definitionally. But like that would lead to like suffering and all this horrible stuff, and we wouldn't know how to hold anybody accountable, and we'd have to enforce it. Might makes right. It would just be horrible, and it'd be like, okay, liberal. Well, I just made a new law today that says all men get to rape all women once per day. Now what, liberal? And you're like, okay, well, I'm probably not going to follow that law. Oh, so now I've exposed you as a hypocrite. You're not going to follow the laws, boy, because you don't like them. I didn't like the laws when you took my taxes, and now you don't want to follow the laws when I tell you y'all got to rape. Well, what's going on, liberal? And the liberal is like scratching your head. Is like, fuck, I think did he just get me in a hypocrisy? He kind of did, I guess, because it's not like I said before that the laws had to be a certain way. But the reality is like there is an essential idea or component of what it means for a thing to be a law that is kind of like underpinning all of this. You just don't really think about it a lot. And especially now with the Trump admin, they have so fundamentally altered so many of the different structures of government and so many of the different ways that the executive branch works that every time, this is why I always tell you, don't let somebody else from the outside come in and beat you over the head with your own rule book, because they don't play by those rules. And the things that they want to change and the things they want to do are going to mutate those rules in ways that you never would have wanted them used in the past. Like, for instance, like the vote blue no matter who thing, right? Why do we say vote blue no matter who? What's really underlining that, what's really underpinning the blue in that vote blue no matter who is like a broad concept of what it means to be a Democrat, right? Somebody who is largely for more like social safety nets, somebody who is largely more socially progressive or liberal. So you would want to protect rights for things like abortion, probably, for things like minorities and gay people. More centrally, right? These are all things that are underpinning what it means to be a Democrat, right? So vote blue no matter who means even if you don't get the Democrat you want, you should vote blue no matter who. But then, as we've seen like with the DSA people, when you start to get insanely radical people in that are either testing the edges of what we considered blue to be or exist outside of that boundary, and then they come back and they're like, you said you had to vote blue no matter who. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess, kind of, but like, now I'm not even sure. I don't even know if I would have ever considered these people blue. Like, if I would have known before that blue includes actual Marxist-Leninist communists that want a violent revolution in the United States, I don't think I would have ever made that statement before, right? But now it sounds like you're just backtracking because you just don't like the current blue candidate, and then they're going to say, oh, so you're doing the exact same thing that we did when we didn't like your candidates. And it's like, well, but before, didn't we all kind of had a shared understanding of what it meant to be blue? And wasn't that literally a concept we all agreed on? And you were literally attacking that concept. And now that you found somebody that is like outside of that, but you're trying to hijack the movement and jump into it, now you're trying to use our old rule with new definitions to attack us and make us seem hypocritical. These arguments are very sophisticated and like very like, would it be more abstract or more applied? I mean, it would be a more abstract argument. And we just don't really think about these things all the time. So it's just hard to grapple with it because we don't live in that hypothetical world, you know? Somebody says all human life is important, categorically speaking, right? It's like, yeah, so you don't think we should, all human life should be protected, right? Yeah. Well, what if I bred humans that had parts of their brains changed so that the only things that made their existence pleasurable was mass murder, rape, arson? Would you protect those humans? And it's like, Jesus. Well, because you want to say yes, because you said you would protect all human life, right? And you would protect murderers, right? You don't want them to be killed, right? They go to prison, right? You wouldn't just kill them. But what's happened is that the person has altered the definition to some extent of like, we don't usually consider human beings as creatures that as an essential part of that creature is the thing that just wants to like murder and destroy. Like that's just not what a human is to most people's understanding. There might be like an aberrant human, like a somebody that's way off the norm that's like that, and then they would get all of the same qualifications and protections as like, you know, what we would assign to the class of humans, but we would never consider like a whole group of humans that lack, you know, fundamental human empathy. That seems to torture the definition or expand it to something that we wouldn't agree with. And then if we had that definition, can there be whole groups of humans that just get pleasure from murdering and destroying? Well, I don't know if we would have ever made the original statement of like all human life should be protected. Maybe that human life shouldn't be protected, you know? But it's a very abstract like ontology argument that is hard to understand sometimes because we just don't normally operate in that realm much, you know? What is this? Do you think we're approaching a point in politics where the Dems should attempt to bar DSA members from running any Democrat primary and bite the bullet of a potentially split ticket in order to make a clean divide between the two parties? I don't know if... Are you allowed to tell people who can or can't ride? I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm saying ride because I'm reading a stupid message. Can you bar people from running under a certain political party? I don't know how that works. I mean, they're private, I guess. Maybe you could.
Brilliant people I've ever worked with. He tries to explain it. I'm trying to get my head around it. I've never done motion capture before. I'm watching Benedict Cumberbatch do the Lion King or whatever the fuck he does, and he's like, "Rah!" I'm like, oh shit, he's...
Here's something I'm curious for the DSA people. Is if a single payer healthcare is a hugely animating issue for them, I wonder if they would fight hard on gerrymandering. Because I mentioned this yesterday, I think gerrymandering only hurts moderate Dems, bro. We're getting attacked from all ends, right? Because how many DSA members are going to be running in Louisiana or Georgia or Alabama or Mississippi or Tennessee? How many DSA members are going to be running down there, right? My guess is probably none will ever make it through the primaries there, let alone win a general election. So in a way, gerrymandering kind of benefits the DSA because they're only attacking the Dems from the most blue districts possible, right? They can't really be hurt as much there. I wonder if they would ever come out and support gerrymandering bans or gerrymandering laws on the books for the federal government the same way that ordinary Democrats would. I have no idea.
Way better at this than I am. And then I found out they couldn't use any of it because he's like, his hands coming in between his camera. You have a skin-tight Lycra bodysuit with balls all over you that you stick to everything. You're supposed to be making out with Leia Sadu and you're banging foreheads on cameras. Same with Mads. And then Hideo will go, okay, pick up the baby doll and cry. And you're like, what about? And he's like, and you cry because the strand of the you're like, I don't know what any of that means. I'm very sorry.
Did you see Sam Seder's response to the primary? No, my guess is all of their responses are going to be the exact opposite of what it was for the Virginia, New Jersey stuff, to where all of them are going to be saying, this is it. This is the evidence. Socialists are coming for the rest of you guys.
I trust you, but I don't know what that means. And then he's like, look up a whale. Hideo is one of the most brilliant people.
Look up a whale. Sometimes you say something smart, then pause for dramatic effect, and whenever you do that, I just imagine an anime character adjusting their glasses and letting the light reflect on them. If I'm pausing, it's usually because I've given what I thought was a fairly big concept, and I don't want to just move on immediately from it, because I feel like it's a lot. I might also just be thinking my next sentence. Nothing personal, kid.
Winner. Who won the 2020 election?
2020, Joseph Biden was declared the winner of the 2020 election by a joint session of Congress.
He was declared the winner?
Yes.
The people of America declared him the winner. Correct?
Wait, did the camera freeze, or was that him just not... Hold on. Oh, it muted.
Correct?
Oh, okay. Nice.
There was an election, and it proceeded through the normal procedures outlined in the Constitution, including
and he
state
won the
votes that led-
popular vote, correct?
As a judicial nominee, it would be inappropriate to comment on a disputed political and legal
I'm
issue.
asking you as a matter of fact.
And the people he endorsed will destroy the Democratic Party from within. It's unfortunate that you praised him so heavily. True. My praise for him is why he endorsed people. I mean, like, there was the one crazy lady who seems pretty crazy. I don't know what the rest of the DSA candidates are like, though. Not to buy in too much to the IRI ultra hopium narrative, but, like, it is possible that a lot of these guys just kind of become pretty standard-ish Democrats in terms of how they vote and everything. So, I mean, I don't think it's the end of the world if we have pretty blue people from pretty blue districts. I think the scary thing is that I think typically what you try to do is if you have like, let's say you have these regions, you've got like contested districts, you've got conservative districts, you've got very conservative districts, and then you've got like Democratic districts, and you've got very Democratic districts. Is typically, I think you want your seats of power, like your big, like your majority speaker positions, your party leader positions, is you generally want them to be in these areas. Because you don't want, like, imagine if Pelosi was from, I don't know, like Pennsylvania or Michigan or something, and then she just like loses an election to a Republican, and now you've lost a really big political leader because they're in like an exposed district. So you usually want them, I think, in your pretty blue areas. So the only thing scary about the DSA shit is that they seem to only ever run in these areas. And so if our party leadership is threatened, and especially if they're gunning for the party leadership, just from what I've seen of DSA type people, they don't ever really seem to be electorally minded. They just seem to be I don't even know. Whatever ideological shit they're hyper fixated on. I also think, so in some ways people are correct about a thing, but I think they're a little incorrect in the long haul about a thing, which I think people need to be careful of. So a lot of people are saying that this means that the DSA is a lot more powerful than we ever thought because they're getting so many people elected. But I think that's the wrong take. I think Mamdani is just very, 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 very popular. And the Mamdani endorsement probably meant a lot more than them being DSA members. But some people are saying that, like, oh, so we don't have to worry about the DSA at all. It's just the Mamdani endorsement. I mean, like, Mamdani can tie his brand to the DSA, and that can lift up the brand of the DSA, especially if they're winning primaries too. So that is a thing to be concerned about as well, right? Did anyone from the DSA take a seat from Republicans? No. The DSA will exclusively be an issue that we have in the party that we have to fight against. Another issue too, so like, here's like a thing that I want to say. This would be like a mature approach is, one thing I can say is like, it's not necessarily bad if people who are further left than you are winning seats, especially in bluer areas in your party, right? Like we could look to that as being like, okay, well maybe the electorate is moving or maybe there are other policy positions that we could consider adopting. That's not necessarily bad. The only thing that's annoying, I guess, is these people have an intense disdain for the rest of the party, which makes it can't be a one-way collaborative effort. It has to be two-way. So if, it can't be that the center-left libs, and this is always the issue with libs and why they all fail and they can't understand this and they'll never adopt this, is you can't sit here and say like, well, I'm okay with having somebody further to the left of me. I think that's okay. We can have these people in the party. When all of those people are saying, well, if you're to the right of me on any of these issues, it means that one, you're supporting a genocidal apartheid state, and you're pro-genocide and pro-Nazi, I guess. Or two, you want every American citizen to die because they don't have Medicare for all, and the only reason you're not voting for it is because you're bought off by Big Pharma and your pockets are being lined by foreign interests in AIPAC and Big Pharma to watch American citizens suffer for no reason other than your own greedy endeavors. Like, there's no two-way street there. That's not tenable, I think. But in my opinion, the biggest problem is that the lefties always fail anywhere else and are always attacking the Dems. Sure. But then they also have the advantage, too, of, like, not having governed. So it means that they can say or promise anything. Maybe we'll see something different when they start to govern, too. Who knows? They might break off in the future of their own thing, and that would be the long term. No, I don't think. The American political system doesn't really have a place for three parties. It's got to be two, unfortunately, the way that it works. Well, I say unfortunately, but I don't know.
Everybody in America knows the answer to this question. Why are you refusing to give it before this panel under oath? He won the popular vote in the 2020 election, correct?
Senator, as this is a disputed political matter.
Disputed. All of these judges have to go. All of these judges have to go.
And there is ongoing litigation, and as a judicial nominee, I'm not.
Who won the Electoral College in the 2020 election?
A joint session of Congress determined that Joseph Biden won the Electoral College.
Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
A joint session of Congress determined that President Trump did not win the Electoral College.
Was the Capitol attacked on January 6th?
Senator, there was violence and vandalism on that day, including with regard to law enforcement officers. I think all of that was inappropriate and wrong.
And illegal.
Certainly, there were court findings of
There were convictions.
Wait, this isn't the same. We're not re-listening to the same thing we listened to before, right? Is this a different guy giving these answers, right? They all do this. It's different. Okay.
That's correct.
And people were convicted of attacking the Capitol, correct?
I don't know if any court used the phrase attacking the Capitol. I think the Supreme Court...
Wouldn't you use it to describe what happened on that day everybody in America has seen the videos.
Is there a way to ask this 2020 election question where these maggots cannot wiggle out of it? Actually, the last time we listened to one of these, or it was the time before, they did a really good job of asking who won the 2024 election, and the guy said Trump won the 2024 election, and that was it. And then he compared it to, I don't know if it was it Blumenthal? And then he compared it to like, oh, that's crazy that you said that Trump won the 2024 election, but for 2020 you just said Biden was certified the winner, you know?
Everybody in America knows that.
Are left-wing populists just as conspiracy brained as the conservatives? I would say yes. I was going to say maybe more, but I don't know if they can be more conspiracy brain. I think everybody is fucked right now, but I think that's a social media problem that nobody wants to address or is able to address.
Capitol Police were injured. Some died. Wasn't it an attack on the Capitol?
Senator, it was an attack on a number of individuals, and that was...
Wait, Josiah! Don't leave. Is he here? Here's a question for Josiah. I have the thing you linked. Fuck. Is it already gone?
Wrong and inappropriate.
Why are you unwilling to say, honestly and candidly, to this committee that the Capitol was attacked?
Well, Senator, as a judicial nominee, I'm here to talk about questions of law, not fact. I know the United States Supreme Court has said that
you're
the Capitol...
here to talk about what we ask you to talk about, and questions of fact are absolutely to the point when we are asking whether you are willing to state facts honestly.
I don't know what Blumenthal's background is. This is not a question of fact, I don't feel like. I think this would be more, I don't know if you would consider it a question of law or just like a philosophical question on, was the Capitol attacked? There are no facts in dispute here. It was a very legalistic term that he used. I feel very improperly there. There is no factual dispute here over what happened. It's your characterization of it that Blumenthal has an issue with, and he should have an issue with it. Josiah's here. Does anybody cover this on any of the mainstream media shows like CNN or MSNBC, or does anybody make a big deal about nobody being able to answer these questions?
And candidly, because it goes to your integrity and independence. If you're going to be...
Like, what am I watching here? Like, Aaron Rupar, this guy that is taking... Is this like from C-SPAN, or what does this come from?
It's no...
It's likely from C-SPAN. Oh, this guy is a lawyer. Oh, okay. Blumenthal. Very little, sadly. Most people just skip over this shit anymore. One of the issues, again, I'm doing my OneNote thing again. Get ready for it. I'm going to be talking about this a lot for the whole next fucking year, okay? Remember when the Harvard lady gave that answer about birthing person or whatever for abortion? Shit like that. When those clips are farmed by the conservatives, they're farmed, but then nobody does anything with them. Like, they're just clips, and then nobody talks about them in the mainstream media. So they never really carry that far. Every single conservative knew about the Harvard lawyer lady answers, because as soon as they get that clip, these things are run nonstop across all of the conservative media. They are not ran anywhere. But they don't really seem like they carry far on any of the lib-left media. So you don't really ever get this. You just don't get this. Like, I guess, translating to the average American person or whatever. Just another... Oh, another meme. Ashley St. Clair, Elon's ex, has repeatedly confirmed that there are big group chats and big group text among MAGA creators and MAGA politicians. It's coordinated and astroturfed, unlike Dems. Yeah, I know. But I mean, God bless her for coming out and saying that or whatever, but we don't need to hear that. We should know it. It's very, 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 very obvious what happens. It's obvious if you know what to look for. But the Dems will get there someday. They'll figure it out. What is this?
It's no secret that the
obvious to the average American. The average American doesn't have to know. The average American doesn't know what's going on in terms of the media ecosystem. The Democratic leadership, though, and the media people on the left should know. I almost opened stream today just reading an article and not telling you where it was from while every fucking retard in chat word spam. Where's it from? Where's it from? Where's it from? That Connor guy that I was arguing with yesterday on Twitter, the Atlantic writer, was the one who wrote that article that I think we'd read a while ago. I think we actually read it on stream, or I remember it kind of blew up a while ago, saying like, this is the case for treating the second Trump term seriously, or not like the first one. Like the first one was really crazy, but in the second one, he got the popular vote and he's going to rule with a mandate and blah, blah, blah. That fucking dude, oh my God. He was the writer of that article though. Ugh, whatever.
It's no secret that the Democratic Socialists of America hate the Democratic Party.
I think we're all on the same page that we hate the Democrats.
What is Canary Mission? Are these Jewish anti-Semitic people, or is this Democratic people, or what?
Party. Democratic Party is not really our friend. It isn't.
So why are the DSA such major players in the Democratic Party? This odd relationship can be understood with the cuckoo analogy. In nature, the cuckoo survives by trickery. It lays its egg in another bird's nest. The unsuspecting parents raise the imposter as their own until the cuckoo grows strong enough to push the true chicks out. The DSA is the cuckoo inside the Democratic Party.
DSA is not the Democratic Party.
We must separate ourselves from the toxic Democratic Party.
We can purport a clear, aggressive, principled strategy that pushes back against the Democratic leadership and the Democratic Party as a whole.
DSA candidates run as Democrats in safe blue districts. They slip through low turnout primaries. And once inside, they use the Democratic label as camouflage while advancing an extremist anti-American agenda far beyond the party's mainstream.
I don't agree with the Democratic Party, but it's a great tool.
Is DSA fundamentally different from European Social Democrats? Is it Social Democrat in name only? Okay, somehow this swapped over the last 10 years. In Europe, my feeling, at least for Western and Northern Europeans, when you ask a European, what is a socialist? They'll tell you like big government safety nets, unironically. When I talk to young Europeans in Western Europe, that seems to be their concept of socialism. In America now, though, for like these DSA types, socialism is much closer to the more hardcore roots fucking shit. Which is, I don't know. It's like the we need to get rid of all the capital owners and the laborers need to control everything, and yeah.
Democratic is a tool that we use.
Not to say that one person is right or wrong or whatever else. I'm just saying it's kind of funny in that it feels like in America, socialism used to just be government does more stuff. But now when I talk to if I talk to normie Europeans, it feels like they believe that like socialism is when government does more stuff.
DSA candidates take orders from DSA's internal enforcers and working groups. City halls and state houses start running as socialist machines, controlled by the organization, not the Democratic Party, and certainly not voters.
They have to have a connection with DSA's internal politics, and they have to be committed to the eventual goal of building a separate entity from the Democrats.
DSA are revolutionaries, and the Democrats are their first victims. And in city after city, DSA victories prove their plan works.
I think that the model that we used in New York is 100% replicatable.
And just like the cuckoo, once the DSA grows strong, it pushes the true Democrats out, hollowing the party from within,
building towards political independence and tearing apart the Democratic Party.
The DSA is not here to strengthen the Democratic Party. It is here to consume it.
We're not here to make the Democrats a little bit better. We're here to actually enact socialism. And socialism is not just better capitalism. It's overthrowing the entire capitalist state.
It's our duty, DSA, to cultivate this power.
The cuckoo is in the nest, and New York City is poised to elect not a Democrat, but Zohran Mamdani, an extremist within the DSA.
We understand that winning an election is not an end.
Wait, was this before he was elected?
So the most important thing that we can do is take that empire down from within.
Ultimately to overthrow our own empire.
We need a movement that can drive a snake to the heart of the empire.
We need to orient ourselves towards insurrection.
Okay. Friendly reminder. Oh, maybe this was from a while ago. A year ago? If you want to fight against these types, I think you should. I think it's important to. But it's got to be more than just they want to take over the party. I think you got to be really careful with this messaging because keep in mind the Democratic Party brand is very low right now. So you might be saying something that a lot of people think is like kind of based. It reminds me of, I don't remember who it was, but Republicans ran, it was like an attack ad against somebody. And the attack ad it might have been against Plattner? I don't remember. But it was like, this guy wants to make it so that college costs nothing and that all Medicare for all is a thing, blah, 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 blah. And like I'm reading this, I'm not actually sure if this is supposed to be an attack ad or if it's like a satirical ad and it was supposed to be like for the candidate because it was such a stupid way to try to attack the person, I thought. But
voter list. So yes or no, if a state refuses to turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government, will the Postal Service still mail their ballots under this proposal route?
Under our proposed regulation, no. We would tell the state that we need the manifest in order to, look, what we're asking for.
This is the U.S. Postmaster General, who's, I'm assuming the USPS is the top dog. Hold on. United States Postal Service. Federal Register Postal Service. They don't have the head of the whatever. Wait, didn't they used to? Did they change these websites? Am I crazy? I thought they used to show like the head of the department and everything on these pages. Justice Department. Okay. I thought they used to. Trump is firing them so fast they just changed it. I don't know. I thought they used to show like the current head with like a picture and everything here. David P. Steiner. Okay. Postmaster General is the Chief Executive Officer of the United States Postal Service. All right. Selected and appointed by the Board of Governors of the Postal Service, which is appointed by the President. Of the 11 board members, 9 are presidentially appointed. Okay. It's normal every 4 to 8 years, all of these are swapped out, I'm guessing. Okay.
Proposal. So yes or no, if a state refuses to turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government, will the Postal Service still mail their ballots under this proposal route?
Under our proposed regulation, no. We would tell the state that we need the manifest in order to, look, what we're asking for.
That's the answer. You'd tell no. So the proposed rule basically coerces states to conform to these.
This is somewhat of an age thing. If you're like 25 or younger, I just don't know if you understand. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I just mean like, it is insane how crazy Republicans have been in my lifetime about states' rights and how important it is that every state has their own government and the federal government can fuck off and federalism is a fucking evil thing. Like they hated this concept of federalism almost. Like they were anti-federal government in so many different ways. The Tea Party sprung up in a way as a response to like the federal government. How in an almost instant the Republican Party shed its care of states' rights and immediately hopped on to an oppressive federal government. That has to be studied. It is insane to me. Remember the difference in responses. When Trump was president in 2017, after he won that election, Trump claimed there was voter fraud in that election. He claimed there was voter fraud in every fucking election. Unironically, I'm not exaggerating. He's just a fucking joke. When he put together this commission or whatever to look for voter fraud, the first thing that they did was they said, hey, in order for us to do the investigation to see if there was voter fraud, we need every single state to give us all of their voter rolls. The make sure I'm not incorrect here. Yeah. Every single state said to fuck off. There was an immediate bipartisan backlash and rejection of the inquiries with a majority of states quickly rejecting the requests, notably Commissioners Kobach, Dunlap, and Lawson, who also served as the Secretaries of State for Kansas, Maine, and Indiana, respectively, with Indiana being Mike Pence's home state, indicated that their state laws forbade them from complying. Some states offered to only provide information that is already made public or available for purchase. No state has said they will fully comply with the list of demands. None of the states cooperated. However, I believe this time around, I think some states have already voluntarily given it up. Didn't Texas voluntarily give, states give voter registry to federal government? Or maybe I'm over exaggerating or exaggerating a bit. Fuck. I don't know if this story would have been here. Oh, shit. Is that true? No shot. That's so fucking gross. Hold on. A Facebook video. Oh my God. The Trump administration is demanding that states hand over their voter files. Most states have refused, but at least 10 have provided full voter lists. If that's true, is it really a private? At least, okay, and then on this site it says that was 2 months ago. This site says at least 16 states have either provided or said they will provide their full statewide voter registration lists, including driver's license and social security numbers. So we went from, in 2017, 2018, every single state in the United States said, sorry, fuck you, buddy. And then now we have 16 of them voluntarily complying, and then others are being sued. Just unbelievable.
Coerces states to
manifest in order to, look, what we're asking for.
That's the answer. You tell no. So the proposed rule basically coerces states to conform to these new requirements and hand over their absentee voter rolls, or face the consequences of not being able to vote by mail. Some states, that's all they do.
Protest Gang Kick Chat said, if you say no, you'll lose your office. Look at all the Republicans in Indiana who said no to gerrymandering. 7 out of 8 of them lost their primaries. Is that true? Is that stat true?
Oregon is completely vote by mail. If they say no, we control the list. The states control the list. We're not going to give it.
Oregon has followed Kit 600 since the day they started voting by mail.
This is a different issue. If they say no, we control the list. The states control the list. We're not going to give it.
Oregon has followed Kit 600 since the day they started voting by mail.
Is Kit 600 is that some way that they do mail-in ballots or whatever? Is that?
This is a different issue. This will be a lot different issue. You're telling these states either give the federal government this information. Trust the federal government. Trust the Trump administration. We'll take good care of these. And
I'll read this in a sec.
If you don't do it, you can't mail absentee ballots. You're going to make a decision that people cannot vote by mail. That's unacceptable.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
all that does, Senator, is make sure that we match the ballots that a state believes they're sending out to what actually gets sent out, right? And so
it's not your job. (2026-2027) official election mail guide. This is just for states to make sure that they're complying with the USPS's guide for how to do this. Sure. Is there anything in here about the having to give your voter information over? Probably not. Representative Anna Pauline Luna used Anthropic's Claude AI chatbot to draft amendment to defense bill. The Access Direct Care at the VA to telehealth opioid use disorder treatment providers in the community. Late increasing examples, specific factors, identical to HR 100, 118th Congress, 11:25 a.m. Claude responded. Requires the Secretary of Defense to designate based. The problem with all the AI shit is it's going to be just like, there's a better example, but I'm thinking of like, when you're reading stuff online and the thing is saying, this isn't real medical advice, seek professional help, or this is just like this is just a like a guideline, but people just take it as medical advice. It's like that, you know? Yeah, my staff used AI to spell/grammar check the amendment summary, not the actual amendment text itself. Not a shocker. Most staff use it. I have told them to make sure they are double checking and more thorough. What dork planted this story? By the way, love Claude, but Grok is way more savage. What a dumb fucking cunt. Jesus. The problem is that the AI shit is just so convenient that if you can be going through, you know, 1,000 documents in 10 minutes as opposed to spending 10 minutes per document, people are always going to gravitate towards the easier option. It is, but is it worth it when it's unreliable? It will be to these people. Remember, 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 remember. Whether or not something is good is the time you put into it, the quality that you put into it, and the cost. These are all essential aspects of a thing. If you can use this AI shit to dramatically decrease the amount of time, or we could put it as a gain, to dramatically decrease the amount of time that you spend, but the quality drops, people will think that, a lot of people make this argument when they talk about like good code or whatever. When they look at stuff like this, they're thinking like, okay, well, I mean, developers are going to look at this, or owners are going to look at this, and they're going to say, oh, well, you know, sure, you might save time, but the quality is decreasing. So, you know, what, I mean, like, obviously we're going to cut back a lot on the AI shit, right? But they are missing this part. This part. You are saving so much fucking money. If you are saving money and you're able to ship products faster or do things quicker, everybody will accept a quality decline. Everybody will accept a quality decline if you're saving a ton of money and time on a thing. This is people never factor in or never think about like the cost thing, because people think they're getting these epic owns sometimes. It's like, oh, well, really? Well, look at that mistake they made. Windows 11 just shipped another bug in their Enterprise Edition, so obviously they're going to stop this, right? They might have shipped 5 more bugs, but guess what? The cost that it takes them to ship it, refund customers that had bad experiences, and to patch the bug, at least at this point, is probably significantly less than the salaries they were paying for the 500 fucking developers that they were able to lay off, because now they've got a few people running, 15 different fucking Claude agents or whatever the fuck. So this is a big deal. I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying it's good and I hope AI takes over or whatever. I'm just saying that if you have to factor that into your mind. I don't like it. I don't use AI for anything. I'm not an adopter. I just don't really like it that much. I don't like when people send me AI shit. It feels, I'm booming so hard, but it feels disrespectful to my time. Like, if you couldn't even take the time to write this, why the fuck am I reading it? I don't like AI summaries. Like, I don't trust a robot to summarize things for me. People don't even summarize it well. Why would I trust this thing to tell me what's important? Like, I don't know. I'll get more into it at some point. I'm a hater. Pass more progressive legislation than anyone else in your state in history. Be called an Israel shill and lose all attention to a Muslim socialist filling in potholes. She's a union-busting piece of shy. Rip. Who is she? One of the people that lost in... Wait, is this Span... Wait. Yes. This is Spanberger, right? Yes, okay. What does he mean by lose? Just losing media attention? Is that what they mean? I guess? Okay, I think that's what it means. Never mind. I don't know if that was supposed to be an election thing or something. Is this AI? Oh wait, have you considered this? What? There's no pictures on the Instagram comments? On the browser? Holy shit. Fat fucking retard. Last one. Holy shit! He's got our mail-in ballots! Here they come!
Can I get you real quick? Alright, sounds good. Thank you. I got a fun one. Clear the air. If you don't mind. Is that cool?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Congresswoman, what do you say to critics who are saying that you're using, was it Claude, to write legislative text?
Did you see our response?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I'd say a majority of people do use AI to now spell check, but it's actually not legal for people to post or to actually submit legislation to the House.
Why do you have to use AI to spell check? Don't we have spell checkers? Am I crazy?
On that, and actually we issued a statement clarifying and actually made fun of the person that did that because they also used my swimsuit photos from when I was in, my previous modeling career to try to say that me pushing for issues like banning insider trading is doing it for attention. So I would say that you're probably a more reputable outlet than the Daily Mail.
Thank you.
It is what it is, but you should definitely post my response to that because, I did tease my staff a little bit about it. I was like, really summary on Claude, but if you're looking for a good platform, Claude's pretty good, Grok's better.
Okay, and you're on the Defiance Act, right?
Is Grok actually better, or is she literally just fucking Elon simping here?
I am.
Yeah, so what do you make of people using your photos from your previous career like that? Is that intrusive?
they're not photoshopped.
Okay,
I just think that if you're going to be considered a legitimate journalist, and then you're using my swimsuit photos, which by the way I love the swimsuit, and it's not a bad photo, but you're using it for clickbait, then maybe you should probably go touch some grass. At least come up with a substantive argument.
Right.
Definitely drastically reduced medical errors and the ED for us. Doctors like me use it constantly to help identify issues we might have otherwise missed. AI has become a valuable tool in medicine. It's already improving patient care in a lot of ways. I don't see it replacing physicians anytime soon, but it's absolutely helping us do our jobs better. Wait. Dr. Pibb. Have I asked this question before? Dr. Pibb in Kick Chat is an actual doctor? It's like super spell checker, basically. Okay.
But I think if I would...
Trump meets with NATO. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me go through the rest of my links and then we'll look at some Hassan slop. The Army, Navy, and Air Force are once again requiring flu shots for basic trainees. Uh-oh. Why? Who cares? Let them build their natural immunity.
Refuses to turn their...
Now we watched this already.
Support Hakeem. You said last night that you still plan to support Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker if Democrats take the House, even though he endorsed incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman. He did not endorse you. After sleeping on it and after seeing the result.
Not to beat a dead horse, and maybe you've spoken on this already, but is there actually any limit to how long the judge can hold off on the MSJ or trial? I mean, theoretically, no. I don't think there is, right? It could be 100 years in the future. I don't think there's a real set limit on any of it.
It's not just in your race, but all these other races come in. I'm wondering if you still feel confident in that answer, given the pattern here and the message it seems that New Yorkers are trying to send.
Yeah, I look forward to helping elect Hakeem Jeffries to be the Speaker of the House in January. He called to congratulate me, and we had a good conversation. Primaries are where we work out the direction of the party, and there's change I want to see, and we've been clear about it on corporate PAC money, on the U.S. relationship to Israel and Palestine, on fighting harder for working families. But we've got to be a unified party to do that. To me, the line is not between progressives and moderates. The line is between fighters and folders, and Democrats want a fighting party. And that looks different in different districts and different parts of the country. Hakeem Jeffries is our leader in the House. We'll make him Speaker in January. Of course, I'll work to hold him accountable, just like voters will work to hold me accountable. That's how democracy is supposed to work.
Was this a DSA guy, the Lander dude? Okay. Yes, no. Non-DSA guy. But Mamdani did endorse him. Okay. Military services, again, requiring recruits to get flu shots as Air Force outbreak grows. At least 222 recruits at Lackland Air Force Base, part of Joint Base San Antonio, have been diagnosed with the flu, and 4 have been hospitalized. Damn. They'll be okay, I'm sure. Man, they're getting such good natural immunity. Whew. He was DSA, but he dropped out after October 7th. Lander calls himself a liberal Zionist. There's no way in a million years he gets endorsed by the DSA ever. When you're out farming and you run into the server psycho.
Everything getting harder to find. Everybody jumping out of their mind. Everybody going out of their skin. See, we get to the end, but that's where we begin. You feel it? Mannequins and we breaking the modes. Breaking out and we breaking the codes. Similar to the jack who stole to the depths in your wet, so you take explosive, so get it out. Send your body to flight. Everybody got a touch tonight. All you studs and your duds and your ladies is fly. Grip the moment like you. No time to rest. Here is not a test. We're only here.
Recreation of a movie scene. I just happen to have seen the original. Oh shit, I didn't even know. I don't know the reference. I have no clue what. Okay, well.
They were trying to.
Can Charlize Theron survive the end of Taron Egerton's song?
Scare me. Yeah. Ricky? Our life needs again.
Epic. Jesse with a generational clip in 25K elo.
Arch one lane, to arch one lane. Nice. Lane and arch.
Oh yeah, arch one, yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
No! Holy shit!
Holy
Jesse! That's what
Jesse,
you do,
that-
huh?
that was listening.
with me!
Nice. I feel like this kind of post should be the spirit of the sub. Actual video game LSF stuff. It was 10 years ago. Well, it does. Oh my god, bruh. Blame streamers for being fucking weirdos, okay? But you guys also love the weirdos. You love the drama. You love all the slop. Nobody can just play games and chill anymore, okay?
It means...
That's on you guys. Voice actor comparison. What is this?
And Jill has betrayed us as well.
And Jill wouldn't betray us.
And Jill.
Never.
It means and Jill has betrayed us as well.
And Jill wouldn't betray us. Never.
It means and
Am I supposed to feel like one is better than the other?
Jill has betrayed us as well.
And Jill wouldn't betray us. Never.
It means and Jill has betrayed us as well.
And Jill wouldn't betray us. Never.
I don't know. Okay. Starting later today, Vanguard will be able to run in on-demand mode for players on Windows 11. You just need to enable some optional security features for your motherboard, and your taskbar can have 256 pixels back.
Will tell you. Now Vanguard will only run when you're playing a Riot game, if you meet a few requirements. But why now? Well, it wasn't possible because we needed to know a
I don't even know what half these things stand for. VBS, HVCI, IOMMU. In and out of your memory module unit? I don't have no clue. HVCI sounds like some air conditioner bullshit. VBS, virtual boot system. I don't even know. Jesus.
But why now? Well, it wasn't possible because we needed to know a kernel space had been broken by a cheater before the game launched. But we've been cooking on that. This is all totally optional, but if you enable these settings, Vanguard won't run unless the game is open. About 35% of players are already good to go, and the rest, our new high-definition UI will tell you what's missing. If you're curious, we also wrote this article explaining everything. Now
Damn. They're really swimming through your computer to look for shit. All right. Ad wants me to suffer.
It was called? And that's a dub. Wait, that's 3 for 3? The Democratic Party machine in the blue stronghold of New York City was thoroughly defeated tonight.
We're on the DSA ship right now. We got Claire Valdez. We got Daria Lisa. Let's go! I've been drinking slightly.
What a fucking night, ladies and gentlemen.
3 glasses of wine, 3 glasses of wine.
Well done.
All right, I'm glad that's on the internet.
Hey, after tonight my price went up. You have to be a democratic socialist if you want some of this fucking shine.
He really thinks he's the one. He did it.
Sorry.
I am at Claire Valdez's victory party where we just got news. The crowd erupted because we heard that Daria Lisa has also won, which means we're 3 for 3. We swept it. We swept all 3 Sunrise endorsed candidates. And okay, here's what I'm feeling. When Zoran won, it was a sign of what could happen and what was possible. It told us what we could achieve. Tonight, though, young people have taken over New York City, and we're going to Congress. Young people who are unapologetically democratic socialists, who are standing on values and standing up for working people and what we deserve, and standing against the billionaires and the corporate interests that are destroying our future. Tonight marks the end of the bought-out boomer corporate establishment Democrats, and the beginning of young people actually taking over and running a government that serves us and our futures, and not billionaire donors. I feel so honored to be here. We didn't do this magically. I think Claire's campaign knocks 350,000 doors, and just the upswelling of support from young people to be here. We didn't do this magically. I think Claire's campaign knocks 350,000 doors.
Over what time period? That's a fuck ton. If that's true, that was a big ground operation. If that's true, nice, Jesus.
And just the upswelling of support from young people is so inspiring to me. And we can do it all across the country. We are doing it all across the country. We need your help this week to elect Milot Quiros in Colorado. If you live there, go knock doors. If you don't live there, we need you on the phone banks. And it is electric to be here and be part of. Anyway, see you on the phones.
Stop. Apparently there was a huge influx of conservative money pumped into those races. I'd be curious to see if that was true. My guess here is the overriding headline is just going to be that the Mamdani endorsement is probably really, really, really powerful. Were there any Mamdani endorsed candidates that lost their race?
Can't believe it. It feels insane. It feels unbelievable.
But they did anyways, and they were right. Thank you for coming. All of my friends. So many volunteers.
I never thought in a million years
People, all you freaking sickos out there,
that we would be in a situation like this.
who poured over thousands of voter registration files.
It's coming to a neighborhood near you, Chad. Remember, join your local DSA, join your YDSA if you're young. Join your DSA chapter, start a DSA chapter.
But it also showed
be the change you want to see.
The driving force behind this campaign to root out corruption and bad governance, government armed with working people of South Queens. My opponent is not just an AI warrior in a red dress. She is the product of a careless and corrupt system that is so permissive.
It's not just the blue neighborhoods. We're coming to the red neighborhoods too.
The reign of robocall terror ends tonight.
I don't think he endorsed anyone outside of New York, so he's 3 for 3. And then somebody said Mamdani went 11 for 11, which I thought there were way more than just 3 DSA races, no? In New York?
Richie Torres, I know you want.
He literally only endorsed candidates in the districts he won. Sure. But I mean, wouldn't you expect him to do that? That's probably where he'd be the most popular, no? Why is that surprising? Am I misunderstanding that?
Richie Torres, I know you won tonight. I didn't even look at your race. You probably won, you piece of shit. Remember, I was coming for you, but you got lucky this time. But I'll see you in 2.
Oh my God, he really thinks he's him. Jesus Christ.
See you in 2, motherfucker. I know you stopped talking shit. I know you stopped talking about Israel, Richie Torres. What happened? I'll see you in 2 years, motherfucker. Just wait. Richie, I'm coming for you, Richie.
11/11, including states.
I'm coming for you too.
This is our city.
You think shit is sweet? Sit on that fucking seat for the next 2 years. I'll see you in 2, Richie. I hope you remember that. Every day, every time there's a decision that you can make where you are pro-Israel, I hope you remember.
The Mamdani speech at the New York Knicks winning parade got a ton of good headlines as well, so maybe that got a lot of eyes on his endorsements as well. Oh, maybe.
You got 2 more years, motherfucker. 2 more years. You better act right, Richie. Hey, by the way, I just want to point out that a 32-year-old organizer just took out the fucking Congressional Hispanic Caucus chair with a campaign that the fucking incumbent ran, talking about how she said, fuck Kamala Harris. That's where America's at right now. That's what time it is. Hey, after tonight, my price went up. You have to be a democratic socialist if you want some of this fucking shine.
Oh, we already saw this.
Sorry. Hey, after socialism, decade of socialism, it's coming to a neighborhood near you. When I said we were going to let 1,000 Zoros bloom.
The Denver subreddit has been completely overrun by DSA brigaders. I assume every other subreddit is the same way right now. None of them actually know anything about the policies either. It's really weird. They just spam super PACs, super PACs, super PACs. I mean, like, it is the slopulism meme, right?
This is what I meant. You got Claire Valdez and numerous other wonderful DSA candidates that are outperforming expectations tonight. And that's because the American people are tired of the same old business as usual politics, the corruption, the ineptitude, the feckless nature of the Democrats that don't want to fight back against the growth of fascism in this country. This is Americans fighting back. It's only the beginning. Decade of socialism. It's
Okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to react to this for an ad. I'm pretty sure I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the Mamdani endorsement was probably more important than Hassan streaming at New York. But I could be wrong. Hassan's endorsement. Yeah, true. What is this? 284 views 2 weeks ago. Are you the... Oh, you're the guy who made this video. 20 minutes.
Applies not only to
I love you, buddy, okay? How do you think the average Democratic voter would see DSA people? I feel like they'd look at all the energy versus the lack of energy behind Dems and flock to the vibes. I mean, it's possible because the... again, I just don't know how well the Lib Left fights against the DSA people. And remember, DSA only attacks Democrats, so the conservatives don't ever really attack them. I don't know how much... I don't know where the DSA people advertise as much, though. I know online they can, but I don't know how influential, like Kyle Kulinski, the Majority Report, Crystal Ball, are over like real life elections. I'm not sure. I don't live on the ground though in New York City or whatever, so I can't speak to that media environment as much either. I don't know. Are there like I know that primary voters tend to be your more radical voters in the party, so that probably helps a little bit too. But are there what am I thinking of? Fuck, my mind just wiped. I just read too many comments. Oh, is there like exit polling data for like the primary votes for these? You can see, I guess, like who went and voted. The lefties failed in Maryland and Utah. Yeah, but again, I'm pretty sure it's the Mamdani endorsement is probably the really, really big motivating thing. The wake-up call is going to be when any of the DSA people start needing to do anything in government and find out it is much harder than yelling Free Palestine. I mean, maybe. Who knows? We'll see. The DSA. What is this? Results in different areas. Let's see. Older residents voted for... I don't know how to pronounce this person's name. Is it Espaillat? I don't know how to pronounce her name at all. 60 to 30. Younger residents favored Chevalier. 60-36. College educated favored Chevalier. Lower income areas favored the S person. Hold on. I just need to hear their names said. 1 second.
Evening. This is an NBC News election alert. I'm Steve Kornacki, NBC World Headquarters. We have got results in multiple states voting today. And let's go right to the biggest surprise of the night. This is in New York City. This is a 5-term incumbent member of Congress, Adriano Espaillat. He has been defeated in the Democratic primary by challenger Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier.
Chevalier versus Espaillat?
In the Democratic New York City. This is a 5-term incumbent member of Congress, Adriano Espaillat. He has been defeated in the Democratic primary by challenger Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier. She is aligned
Espaillat Chevalier. Okay. Chevalier won a little bit with higher income areas. Hispanics broke for SB out more. What was the turnout for this election? Because if I was just looking at this, my assumption would be that Espaillat would win, because older people tend to break, or I'm sorry, older people just tend to vote more. I wonder what the actual breakdown was if more young people voted for once. So the young, white, rich kids like socialism. Well, I mean, like it's not that off here for Black and Hispanic. Like Black was 45 to 47, it's pretty equal. Hispanic was 40 to 56.
Increasingly, people are all talking about the fight going on today in the Democrats in New York between sort of the more established Democrats that tend to side with Chuck Schumer, who's the Senate Minority Leader, and the younger ones who are sort of pro-Mamdani kinds of people. I think what we're really seeing is a much broader...
Jesus. Wait, how many people live in... Are these the final vote tallies? How many people live in the Bronx versus live in Manhattan? Manhattan population is 1.66 million. Bronx population, 1.4 million? Am I missing something? 58,000 people in Manhattan voted and only 8,000 in the Bronx voted? Holy shit. Am I missing something? The district isn't the entire Bronx and Manhattan, it's just a part of them. Are these similarly populationed difference or districts, or isn't that the vote difference? Is it just the vote difference? It doesn't look like it. I'm guessing this is with 88% of the vote in. It's showing that Chevalier, was that it? Got 33,000 here, and Espaillat got 30,000 here. Oh, it's a small section of the Bronx. No, the Bronx is way smaller. Would it be Bronx County population? But this says 1.4 million versus Manhattan County population is 1.66 million. Wait. That's the district. New York's 13th congressional district. Oh. I'm sorry. You're right. So this congressional district doesn't include... This is just I understand. I'm sorry. Okay. So this includes like a portion of the Bronx, but not the entire Bronx. And then a much larger chunk of Manhattan, I think. Okay. Makes more sense. So overall, it includes about 747,000 people as of 2023. Still 10% turnout is small. Well, I mean, primaries tend to have much smaller turnouts, right?
Realignment across the political system that is not really going to map at all onto Republican and Democratic going forward. It's going to map onto democracy versus autocracy. And in that, you're going to see a whole bunch of new candidates, certainly on the Democratic side and the independent side, because some of those Democrats are not going to call themselves Democrats, they're going to call themselves independents or whatever. And there's going to be a spectrum of them. But the old alliances are breaking down. And instead, I think we're going to see a real push for things like healthcare, education, housing, roads, hospitals, the things that we've gutted for the last 45 years. and that Americans really want to see come back. And one of the things that's really interesting, if you want a real shocker, take a look at what percent of Americans want to have money out of politics. And then take a look at who believes that. That is not a partisan position. That is bipartisan. Republicans, independents, and Democrats all want to get big money out of politics. Crucially, some of electeds want it out too because they don't like that they have to spend all their time raising money. And then,
can you explain primaries? Why are they able to run against Democrats even though they are in the DSA? Primaries are just when you have like your parties have their internal vote for who they want to represent them in the general election. The DSA are registered as Democrats, so they can run on the Democratic primaries.
Money out of politics. Crucially, some of electeds want it out too because they don't like that they have to spend all their time raising money. And then take a look at how many people want to fix the healthcare system. Not partisan. You know, you look at these issues that have been cultural issues for a long time, especially on the Republican side, and all that's falling apart. So when you're thinking about where power is sloshing, and you're watching these sort of machinations in Washington, D.C. to see, you know, like, is J.D. Vance going to be able to sneak the power away from Trump? And there are many suspicions that
people just overreacting as this was an election in New York City after all. I mean, like, Mamdani has a lot of political capital power. We know that. And then, I mean, a lot of people have feelings about the DSA, me included, that think they're kind of gross. The problem is just there's a whole bunch of like really, really bad, nasty political, cultural things that are coming on for like socialist related baggage right now that is kind of like fuck the West and fuck America. And you don't have any way to counteract that. Most libs just see it as like, oh, it's okay. They're a little bit further left. You don't have an effective mechanism by which to message on your own to signal back against it. And so it feels, as a lib left, it probably feels a little hopeless because you are constantly under assault by the right. And now you've got this growing cancer left in your party that in a lot of ways is actually just fucking insanely unhinged. But you have no way to like communicate or fight against any of it. And then everybody's just living in this fantasy world where I think she's just giving like a description and analysis. I don't know how much she agrees or doesn't agree. But it's like, a lot of these people are just running on this idea that, oh, like single payer healthcare, we're on the precipice of having it in the United States if we can just get like the evil billionaire class out of the way. But it's not that easy. It's not even close to that easy. So it's like a overpromise, underdeliver thing repeated over and over and over again, like we just did with Trump. Not to say that it's impossible to get it done. You could. I think people sometimes underestimate how difficult it is to actually iron out these like real policies and everything.
J.D. Vance and his team are the ones who are leaking this information to the press about things like that.
I wish pro-Ukrainians could be as unhinged towards the DSA politicians like pro-Pallies have. Nobody cares about Ukraine in the United States. Nobody cares about Palestine in the United States either. It all comes down to your messaging apparatus. What does Ukraine represent? If we think that there is moral clarity on Ukraine, then who do we expect to carry that message forward? Libs, right? I would say it's obvious. That's an obvious overdetermined issue that Russia is the bad guy there. So for Ukraine versus Russia, it should be that the position should be you should support Ukraine. It's just such an obvious position to hold. But that's the thing that's detrimental to conservatives and beneficial to libs, and libs can't message. So absent the libs messaging, you look to the Palestine issue. Well, who does Palestine, all that shit benefit? It benefits the tankies, right? Well, the tankies message pretty well in their spaces. So the tankies will use the Palestine thing to beat the libs over the head over and over again with it. And that's why you only ever hear the Israel-Palestine shit being spoken about, because Ukraine-Russia doesn't benefit the far-left people. And there's probably more people on the far left who are a little warmer to that Stalin socialist shit, like who are big figures than maybe we realize. And then the population can continue to be massaged by your subversive political actors until who knows at what point you get to it, I don't know. Do you think half those DSA tards would be willing to pay the taxes that come with Medicare for All? I don't know. I've never seen evidence of them for it, unfortunately. Like, again, if you want these big social programs, you need to dramatically expand your tax base, but most of them don't seem to want to have real conversations about taxes. They just exist in this weird delusion of the billionaires can all pay for it if we just wealth tax them enough or something. But again, this is why I'm saying I don't know if they would actually be able to do any of these policies, because everything they do is just kind of like social signaling, and on paper it doesn't really work out at all.
The drug that Trump may or may not be taking and so on. The real place that power is starting to slosh and starting to get picked up is by the American people. And just so you know, we're not going to do that right all the time. We never have. It's the same thing that happened in the 1850s and the 1890s and the 1930s. And you don't remember the really crappy representatives that we threw up into power in that period because they've been forgotten. Lots of forgettable people, some lunatics, right? You've got Ignatius Donnelly from Minnesota, is the guy who believed Atlantis was real and was an anti-Semite. And, he was out there. And most people don't remember him now. He wrote this apocalyptic novel in which at the end of it, well, never mind. Someday I'll do all that stuff. But at the end of the day, that sloshing of the power of the people is going to turn up some what would we call it? It's going to turn up some algae. Sorry, it's going to turn up some of the stuff that we don't necessarily want to see in our politics. But it's also going to turn up a whole bunch of new people, a whole bunch of new ideas, and a whole bunch of new ways to create a different future. But the trick of it for us is going to be always to remember that power resides where we agree it resides. So if you look at what happened in Prairie Land, Texas, and the sentencing of these poor people to, create 100 years in prison, and you say, oh, I don't want that to happen.
Do you still maintain that Republicans are worse, or should we start rethinking that when it comes to DSA tapes? I don't know. I would have to think really hard about that. I've never really considered like commies versus Nazis before, whatever. They're both like bucketed in the same brand of kind of like weird, anti-liberal, quasi-authoritarian ideologies. So I've never really thought of like ranking them, but like I would say they're of a similar quality or similar kind of. When I think of like a socialist versus like a fascist or whatever, they're of a similar character to me. So they would be in the same bucket. I don't know which one would be worse or better.
It happened to me. So
but I would consider both to be like existential threats to the United States.
My mouth. Then we're in real trouble.
Or at least my vision of the liberal democracy in the United States.
If you look at that and say that is outrageous and this is not a country where somebody should be thrown into prison for 50 years because they were standing near somebody who fired a gun and they were just protesting ICE, and you keep speaking up, the more we claim that power, the more our electeds will recognize that we have claimed that power. And the whole balance of power in the government is going to shift. And this is the moment we're in. I want to emphasize that it's going to be rocky. Like, I know people are laughing at the stuff Trump is doing. It's not funny. I mean, you kind of got to laugh at some of the stuff, and certainly I love social media because people are so funny. I'm really not, and I love it when other people are. So yeah, laugh where you can, but we're in a really dangerous time in the United States. We are in a really dangerous time, and it's going to continue to be dangerous. But if we believe in the tenets of American democracy, and if we hold together with our communities and with our families and with our friends, and we believe in decency and in the idea that we should be treated equally before the law, and that we should be able to have a say in our government, and that we should have equal access to resources. We shouldn't be handing all this stuff out in no-bid contracts and handing stuff to Peter Thiel and handing stuff to Elon Musk. If we hold on to that, there are 321, I think it is, million people. Sorry, I'm getting my M's and B's confused because I've been dealing with money in these contracts. Million people in the United States, and that's enough to really hold the line and to rebuild our democracy. So I've given you a lot of like negative stuff here today, and I don't want anyone to be like, yeah, we're done, this is great, Trump's falling apart, because it's going to get more dangerous, not less. But what you are seeing is finally Republicans speaking up against Trump, recognizing how unpopular he is, people running for office speaking up against him, MAGA increasingly getting isolated, and as they do so, trying to force their will on the rest of us. And it's going to be a rocky summer and a rocky fall. But the momentum is where it needs to be, which is with the American people. And when that happens, when the American people wake up again and recognize that democracy is about us, and it brings us benefits, but it also gives us an incredibly important role in protecting that democracy and in getting what we think this country should be accomplished, that's when we do our best work. And so I hope that's kind of giving you a sense of where we are and where we can go. Speak up, run for office, work for people.
Trotsky. We got people who love Stalin, Mao, maybe even Trotsky, who are now saying, I'm going to vote. I'm going to engage in electoralism for once. I'm going to engage in electoralism. I'm going to vote for Claire Valdez. I am further to the left, and I normally do not participate in bourgeois elections, but it's the commie corridor. We got to make it. We got to make sure that people see how red this motherfucking commie corridor is all the way from space.
Primaries are how we change the trajectory of the Democratic Party and hopefully change the trajectory of America. Okay?
We're going to be heading out first to Bushwick, the commie corridor itself, live and alive from the fucking heart of the inflection point of the American communist movement.
This has nothing to do with Zoran's clout. This has everything to do with whether or not Democratic Socialists can door knock and have the capacity to mobilize against tremendous amounts of money pouring in from outside expenditures. It's an inside out.
Unironically, how can he say that? What's the death toll of those guys he just stated? He's literally a Nazi in spirit, bro. Kind of. But there's a couple issues at play. One is that Republicans have spent so long trading on this weird communist attack against Democrats. Like when you see all those polls that say, you know, like, oh, like more people want the Democratic Party to be socialist or whatever. For normie Democrats, I keep saying that Democrats or that socialists in the United States are using like the closer to original definition for socialism. Those are like the socialist types. But for a normie Democrat, when they say they want more socialism, they probably still just mean like, oh, I just want more like welfare, government spending, government safety nets or whatever. Because for so long in U.S. politics, in my lifetime, Republicans have constantly called every single Democrat a socialist and communist. The Bidens, the Clintons, the Obamas just constantly, obsessively use this attack phrase. And we also, I don't think we really learned much about, I didn't learn much Cold War shit or anything in high school history. And if you don't take, if you're not an APUSH or any other kind of IB or whatever bullshit history course, you don't really, I don't know. I feel like I never learned about the Holodomor in high school. Didn't really learn anything much. For the Cold War, we did like the Cuban Missile Crisis, and then we went to the moon, and then it was like the Iraq War in like 91 maybe. And these were like a paragraph each. I don't know if we just run out of time or what, but we don't really learn much about Stalin or Mao or anything else in American high school. So people don't even have like the basic historical background knowledge for any of it.
Outside movement. You obviously have to keep applying pressure with direct action. You have to, engage in labor militancy, work stoppages, things of that nature.
Okay, but there's a huge gap between a generic communist and Stalin. From people like Hassan, no, there's not. These people are championing the way more extreme type. This is why they're Marxist-Leninists and not just sock Dems or whatever.
Work stoppages, things of that nature. But then also simultaneously, you got to have people on the inside as well.
It's the decade of socialism. It's coming to a neighborhood near you. When I said we were going to let 1,000 Zoros bloom, this is what I meant.
What happened to his second puberty?
Weeks.
Why is this guy not old yet?
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with a friend of mine, a man who is respected all over the world, actually, but he's in charge of NATO. He's a Secretary General, Mark Rutte, and he's really done a great job. He was not too much involved when they weren't too nice to us in our recent little military skirmish, but he is a man that's respected by everybody. And Mark, maybe you'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely. And a few things I want to share with the media, with you being here at present. And it's about your leadership. First of all, about Iran. I really want to make clear how important it is what you are doing on Iran. This is, first of all...
It feels like we've lost destiny. Everyone in my life either wants to worship an authoritarian king or they want to dismantle capitalism and have education camps. I want to leave the U.S. I'm scared. Listen, GTA 6 is coming out. Final Fantasy 7, the final part is coming out. I'm sure there are other good games coming out. Factorio 2.1, I think, just released.
About the nuclear capability, Iran was basically getting its hands on. And that would have been a threat to the region, it would have been a threat to the whole world. This is a country which is exporting chaos, it is exporting terrorism, and they were very near to getting their hands on the nuclear capability. You've seen last week with the G7, all the leaders in the G7 applauding the fact that this nuclear capability has been degraded. This is extremely important, and I just want to make this clear, because sometimes people think, why was this whole Iran thing going on? This is about security, about safety. This is the leader of the free world taking responsibility beyond the shores of the United States for the rest of the world, and this is what you did. I know there have been debates about whether your allies in Europe were with you enough. I just want to say one thing. Which is but let me say one thing. Which is, I know you think, but let me, and I know about the, let's say, your irritation about that. But when you look at the numbers, 4,000 to 5,000 U.S. planes taking off from bases in Europe. In the 6 weeks this war took place, still the ceasefire took place mid-April. Bucharest, the airport in Romania, having to close. It had to close for commercial traffic because they had to make sure that you were able to send a tanker aircraft up in the air. So this is what I know. There have been isolated cases about which you are really disappointed, but generally speaking, your European allies have been there with you. I really want to make the point: 4,000 to 5,000 U.S. planes taking off from European airbases. So that's about Iran. Now I want to take you, if you stay here, I go over to these boards here, because I want to show you what this president was able to achieve. And I start with this chart. This chart is about the Trump...
He brought Trump dick suck charts this time. Oh my God.
...trillion. The Trump trillion shows you the increase Europeans and Canadians are paying into defense since you took office in 2017. Trump 45 plus Trump 47. A total of extra spent by the Europeans and the Canadians of 1.2 trillion. When you look at the effect of Trump 47, so the isolated effect of the extra defense spending in 2025 and 2026, you see almost $140 billion extra spent nominal on defense by the Europeans and the Canadians. And also this year you will again see an increase by about 120 billion, which brings a total in 2 years of over $250 billion. I can assure you, this is because of Russia, because of the threat, but I'm also absolutely convinced that you being President of the United States, being consistently pushing for something which since Eisenhower has not been achieved, which is the Europeans equalizing their defense spending with the United States, this is your evidence. Then, when it comes to jobs, look here. In total, 195,000 jobs being supported by investments. Investments from European companies into the United States, 83,000 jobs supported by that. 112,000 jobs created by the fact that Europeans are massively, about half of all their defense spending when it comes to defense industrial output is spent in the United States. 112,000 jobs. Last year they spent $54 billion on US defense industrial output. There is now an order catalog, an order backlog of $300 billion. So $300 billion of defense spending from Europeans buying this in the US over the next couple of years, which is already on the order book. Last year, 54 billion. A total now order book of 300 billion. Totally almost 200,000. These are real jobs, real people. Like you had yesterday when you spoke in Pennsylvania, the people behind you. But I want to say two things more, if you allow me. First of all, to get all of this done, we had to increase the defense industrial output. There is a big problem. The problem is that both in the United States and in Europe, we are not producing enough. Our stockpiles have to be replenished because of the war in Ukraine and what we do there, and for all other reasons. You have taken leadership here. Last week, you signed the Defense Procurement Act. You made it possible for companies to work together to be able, therefore, to ramp up their defense production. You have been very harsh with them a couple of weeks ago. I had one of them over in my office. Yeah, it was really harsh. I had one of them over in my office. He was still trembling. One of the CEOs. And I said, this is good. This is exactly what we need. Because we need this extra defense output. This is important for Europe. When I point at all these jobs, of course, also many jobs being created in Europe and in Canada, but again, almost 200,000 here in the United States, supported by all these investments. But it is about defense industrial output, and this is also what the Ankara summit has to be about. The whole first day will be about defense industrial production, because we can spend as much as we want, but we need the interceptors, the missiles, we need the tanks, we need the artificial intelligence, etc., etc. And this is what you are doing that in the US, but also therefore putting all that pressure on the defense industrial base. And finally, you had the G7 last week. I think that was a big success. What you've seen there is that, yes, you are President of the United States, but I want to make this point. For me, you are first of all the leader of the free world. In 2 weeks in Ankara, you will have not 7 countries, you will have 42 countries, the 32 allies, US and the other 31, but also 9 or 10 other countries from the Middle East, from the Indo-Pacific. And they want to hear your lead. You will provide it. I know this. This is what you do in Iran. This is what you do in defense industrial output, on spending, and all of this. You being leader of the free world. And now we see it with Ukraine. The fact that Ukraine stays strong in the fight, that you still provide all the stuff they need, paid for by European and Canadian allies. Fair enough. But very important for them to stay in the fight and all the other things the United States is doing. So I'm really looking forward to that summit. I know that Erdogan, the president of Turkey, looks forward to receiving his good friend Donald J. Trump. But I just wanted to tell this story because, ladies and gentlemen of the American media, this is important. This is your president, but also leader of the free world, taking a leadership role as is necessary.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, after all this, you've been so transformative vis-a-vis NATO, and I think the Secretary General just stated that you transformed NATO, the likes which nobody would have even thought that you could have done. After all that, do you still think the European allies, like you told me, treated you badly? And if so, what can they do to make things better? And to you, Secretary Rutte, can you confirm that all the thousands of flights, as you stated today and yesterday on Fox News, are in compliance with NATO treaty?
Well, let me just say, he's been a friend of mine. He's a great guy, great leader, great Secretary General. Everybody respects him. And I appreciate your nice words, but you really have done a good job. And I think if anybody else were in that position, we wouldn't even be meeting today, to be honest with you, because we were let down. We didn't need help on this at all. We've demolished them in literally the first week. But it would have been nice if they would have said, we'd like to help. We didn't even need it, but it would have been nice if they said that. They didn't say it. But as Secretary General, and he's the boss of the whole operation, he was, I believe if I would have called him, and I didn't bother doing that because I was doing individual countries just to take the temperature and see how they...
Okay, I don't actually care anymore. This is how the DSA is going to fix rent.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who
Who's that guy? Why? Do you make any distinction between a campus like Hassan versus someone who believes in a progressive economic system that succeeds neoliberal capitalism? I mean, I could. The only issue now that can't be ignored anymore is that people, I've said this a million times, I'm sorry, I'll say it again. People just can't push back against further left things, which makes it hard to accept people that like have like some flirtation with socialist types, because it feels like once you start flirting with that direction, you can never come back from it. And I've seen this play out interpersonally. I've seen it play out online in politics. Now it's kind of playing out over and over and over again, where as soon as you start to slide left, there is no limiting principle on it because people are incapable of fighting people off to the left of them. So I don't know how to, I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard bargain to make. Wow. Okay, Salo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs on Kick Chat. Is the waiting on the MSJ a self-imposed decision, or have people you reached out to explicitly rejected working with you due to the ongoing suit? Both parts of those. So like for instance, I wanted to do a lot of work in that Texas district with the crazy YouTuber guy, because I feel like that was just like a prime ripe area for us to do a ton of work in. And they were uncomfortable proceeding with my ongoing lawsuit. My guess is that guy's just going to sweep that area now, because I don't think that other campaign is funded or ran. I don't know how much they have anything to run down there. And then 2, it's a little self-imposed because, like, let's assume that my MSJ gets shot down and I'm in the middle of working with somebody. Well, if people want to try to headline that, or especially the snarker types, the Gisticles and the esports Batmans and all these other people who we're going to know so much more about when my manifesto finally comes out, all of them can run and say like, oh, look, like Destiny really did rape somebody. The judge even agreed that Pixie won the summary judgment, or Destiny lost his summary judgment, meaning the judge thinks that he really could have raped, blah, blah. Like, it's just, and the fact that Pixie is so horny to shove also like new crazy shit in every single fucking filing they can. Like, she's obsessed with trying to mention the minor thing as much as possible in every new fucking filing. So yeah, I think you have to wait until it's, yeah. Yeah, I know. I understand. I don't know. People keep typing this retarded shit. They're just going to spam that you were in one anyways. It's a world of difference. You might be too retarded or online or whatever to know, but the difference between saying like, I have an open court case where it's an open question whether or not I'm like a pedophile, serial revenge porner, rapist guy, versus like, no, I completely won that lawsuit. Everything was dismissed about it. These are worlds apart. I know that, I don't know why. There's always a retard. Tara Newlius did it this time, but I see people in the chat and I was like, oh, it's going to be the exact same no matter what. It's completely fucking different. Like, it's hard to resist leftist politics as a progressive or liberal because they argue for unfalsifiable concepts that in a vacuum have no downsides. I mean, that's true of right populists as well, right? Like, populists in general just have the luxury of doing this. You're not wrong. It's just a bit of cope. It is a world of difference, but the people that hate him are still going to use it as fuel to drive others away. Again, if a crazy person emails somebody and says, you don't want to work with this guy, he's currently being sued for all this revenge porn shit, the onus is on me to try to explain why it's not actually a big deal or why the court case is bullshit or whatever else, but the burden there is insurmountable. It's so hard to overcome that. Plus every new ruling, every new motion, Pixie can lie and put some more retarded shit in there. Whereas if the court case is dismissed and somebody comes up to me with this and they're like, hey, can you explain this? I can just say like, this crazy cunt and her crazy cunt conservative MAGA friend did a political hit job on me for 2 years. but the whole case is dismissed and I won on all my claims, right? These are two completely different things. I know that you only see like tweets or whatever, and you're thinking like, oh, it's all the same, blah, blah, blah. But like it's it's a completely different thing. The burden shift is huge there.
For you.
True.
Total Hassan victory. I mean, all of his candidates got elected.
From his efforts, single-handedly.
He did it all.
Do you not have a right to a speedy trial? Right to a speedy trial refers to being arrested by the cops and having like your charges read to you and not being kept in prison indefinitely forever waiting for trial. That's for criminal stuff. That has nothing to do with civil claims.
Civil.
What'd you guys do this morning?
World War I. We were on MSJ watch. Nothing happened, of course.
Sometimes it takes a few hours for the system to register it, you know?
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming, man. Yeah, I mean, today was kind of boring. Just finished my D&D episode. It was good. That campaign's done for a while.
Really?
Yeah, 71 episodes.
Wait, you said you finished it?
We have come to a good stopping point for this campaign, and it is being shelved for the time being. We're gonna do like a huge like 5-year time skip for Hardly Heroes.
Wow.
Yeah. What'd you do? I heard you were dress shopping last night.
No, I finished all my dress shit.
You got all your dresses?
Yep.
Good. We learned that I love disorderly conduct. Oh, it's such a stupid... What a dumb charge.
Disorderly conduct?
Yeah, it's just a catch-all charge that cops use when you're doing something.
To criminalize people being fucking annoying.
Just let them.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, go in private. Go home. Oh yeah. Now we're talking.
How expensive is it to pay your lawyer when waiting like this? If they don't need to file or respond to anything, is that them on retainer? It doesn't really cost anything.
It doesn't cost anything, or it doesn't really cost anything.
My guess is it's going to be like 1% of the normal legal fees, because they're only charging by the hour when they're working the case, so.
Got it.
Can you hear this music? I forgot.
No.
Fuck.
Viewer call-in? You want to do viewer call-ins?
Sure, you can do a few.
Woohoo! Cryo, hello. Five. 4. 3.
I can't. Sorry, guys.
There we go.
My connection's being weird. I can't. Sorry. Hold on, let me hang up. I'm sorry. Bye.
Look what you fucking did to that guy.
Way to go, dude.
You piece of shit.
You traumatized that guy.
Gogu. That's a good name. Gogu. Gogu. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I wanted.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, 1 second. Let me pause the stream.
Don't pause. Just mute. We need the viewer.
I wanted to clarify your position in Moldova-Transnistria conflict.
Okay, what about it?
I've heard you say that it's like very similar to the Ukraine conflict.
The Ukraine concept?
Ukraine conflict, sorry.
Oh,
conflict.
A little bit-ish, I guess, sure.
I would say that it's kind of not correct to apply it here because in Ukraine, the entire war was basically started by Russia. Transnistria was like basically just a person / a group of people rising up with maybe a bit of Russian influence afterwards, but it was like independent starting and then afterwards taking advantage by Russians.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought you would have like a stronger claim here.
Well, I mean, isn't that kind of always like there are going to be some legitimate dissenters, like in the Donbass, or some legitimate dissenters in South. Fuck, what's it called? What the places in Georgia?
Crimea. Oh,
Abkhazia and South Ossetia.
Yeah. I mean, like, and then eventually they fight a little bit, and then Russia comes in and helps them out or supports them with peacekeepers, or they give them subversive support initially, and then eventually they give them actual support until eventually it manages to exist as a breakaway autonomous zone or whatever.
And Donbass, it's not really that, like, quite literally, like, the entire Donbass, like, military uprising was, like, Russian troops or, like, Russian people sent there or paid there. But, like, in Transnistria, it was, like, actually done by, like, this somewhat, like, there was some, contestation between the Moldovan / Romanians in Chisinau in Moldova and the Transnistrian people. And, like, they kind of started rising up independently. But
for the Transnistrian people, how long had they, was this, like, Russified people that had been shipped in there over the past 50 years? Or were these, like, legitimately people that had lived there for a long time? I don't know enough about, like, all the history for it, so.
I would say that it's like 1/3 is like Russian, so like this 1/3 are like basically brought in there. 1/3 is Ukrainian, which are like mostly like were there from before, like I guess Soviet Union, and 1/3 were Moldovans, which were just also there before the Soviet Union.
Okay.
But I guess I mean, I feel like Donbass region is like a full-on Russian. Like, it was created by Russia. Without Russia, there would have been nothing. But in, like, Moldova or Georgia, there probably would have been those uprisings. It just would have probably failed.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I kicked him.
Why? Damn. You could have let him say goodbye.
Lockies. I didn't. I should have.
I hate you.
Lockies. Hello.
Oh, hello.
What do you got for us today?
I guess a couple things. First one's going to be a gaming one. Destiny, out of curiosity, have you ever played Vagrant Story?
No, Jader wants me to, though.
Damn. Yeah, it's really good, and it's dark. You know, considering what you said about Final Fantasy VI, that's my favorite, so Vagrant Story is right along the same lines. And then on the political side of things, I've kind of been, I guess, activated recently, obviously trying to help out with Mood, throwing out some money and stuff like that. Loving the World War I stuff, by the way.
Thank you.
But I think it has to do with, like, the big tent idea. Like, the group up here, like, in the Palm Beach County area, we have, like, lots of Jews. They're all over the place.
Love them.
Yeah, they're the best.
Okay.
I even have my own Dan.
Nice.
But the idea is that, like, amongst them, most of them are, like, I have, like, the crazy ones that are just like, oh yeah, fuck Israel and everything else like that. And then also ones that are Zionist, but they're all still going to the meetings, like the serious ones too, like the Democratic, Executive Committee and stuff like that. So I always find, like, at least when, whether it's you guys or, the people in the community here, talking about the issue, it just feels like it's so overblown, just because, like, the threat of Trump and everything else is just that much greater in the grand scheme of things. Because, it's obvious that Democrats would have been better on the situation. We never would have been in the war. So, I guess the idea is that, I understand the dislike of, like, DSA and that sort of stuff on the online community, but it feels like a lot of them would that go to the meetings and stuff like that, at least in, like a big MSA like us, a little more pragmatic, because, MAGA just seems to be the actual ultimate evil at this point.
Why don't they ever spend any time attacking MAGA then?
Well, at least the ones locally are trying to do that. So it's, I mean, maybe that's just here up in this area just because they're so close to like, Trump land and,
Sure.
Palm Beach County area. But,
If DSA types start
it's one of
winning
those
in
things
like
where,
Florida or something, I think that would be more. I would be more like, oh, okay, sure. If they could win in like purpley or contested areas, but it seems like right now they're exclusively just trying to rot out the Democratic Party from the inside out in very safe areas.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, what I've seen just from having gone to a bunch of meetings down in this area over the last like couple months, obviously it feels like, the younger you are, the more socialist you are, but they're also the ones that are going to be going out there and doing the door knocking because, I mean, almost all the people at these meetings are like really old. We're talking like 60, 70, even 80-year-olds. So it's, being able to pull some of these people over to, liberal, or you could say just order, still seems to be sort of imperative. So I was just curious your thoughts about, I don't know, going out to, setting up something where it's just like, hey, we're going to go out to FAU, we're going to go to just big college campuses where they have the DSA and like, hey, let's just have an armistice, just for fucking 2026 to 2028, just because I don't know, just everything that's going on with MAGA, just destroying everything. Who cares about the little squabbles? Because ostensibly we're all trying to, make a better world.
I mean,
is it even?
I don't think they would even want to do that. But also, why would you have to go and beg like the smaller splinter thing to play nice? I don't know. That just seems kind of crazy to me. If it's so obvious that MAGA is such a threat.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because, having talked to some of these kids, at least some of them that are willing to at least go to the Democrat meetings, if we could pull a few more, that feels like those would be the people that would be able to do all the door knocking and like the big things that need to be done to, activate as many Democrats as we can.
Yeah. I mean, if they were willing to do it, yeah, I think you could do it. Sure.
Feel about this, Steve, but I think that it would maybe be nice if in order to be on the ballot as a Democrat, you had to get like you had to like apply or whatever with the Democratic Party, because I feel like these people are just using the name Democrat when they're absolutely not Democrats.
I don't know what the process is, but that you'd probably have to change a lot of the Democratic bylaws or something. Or maybe there's even rules in a state for who can register as what. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
There is something that
people just register as like, I'm a part of the DSA or an independent, I guess, versus I'm a Democrat. See, it's on the ballot as D. Vote for me. But whatever.
There is something, at least within the Florida Democratic Party, that they have instituted over the last year, is that you can't talk shit about Democratic candidates. So DSA candidates wouldn't be able to do that anymore, at least in Florida. I don't know how it is in the other states, but that's one of the big items that they want to kind of shore up. So now, hopefully that's some way to curb some of that toxicity, basically. I'm hoping, at least.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, I love you.
Right.
Be careful, buddy.
Thanks for letting me stop by. Yep.
Okay, wait.
Just a reminder, you should vote blue no matter who. Go ahead.
Well, maybe, sure. Wait, okay, tell me if...
I could hear it at one point.
Yeah, you can hear this, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. It's not echoey or doubling on my stream, right? No. Okay. All right. Okay, go for it.
Demi Neon.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Sorry about that.
Nice mic.
What's wrong with
Yeah,
this
it's
mic?
actually a blue snowball I bought when Destiny had a blue sponsor. It was a long time.
Nice.
Smart.
But yeah, okay. Do you mind describing like what exactly you think the problem with like tankies are? Like what is like the main threat that they pose?
In ideologically, pragmatically, personally, what do you mean?
Yeah, like in the reality of like American politics, pragmatically.
I think that they confuse the messaging that we want to have as lib-left people, and I think the confusion in messaging ultimately leads to an inability to market good policies and get good policies passed. And then I think it probably hurts our electorability, I guess, at some point, because people are viewing you as failing not only because of the right wing attacking you, but also because of your far left attacking you. So you end up weaker on, or you appear weaker on positions than you actually are.
Okay. And you would describe like the media apparatus is the main reason like Democrats have problem fighting off the tankies?
Yeah, in marketing themselves. Yeah, it used to just be a huge issue that they had in comparison with the with like the conservative party, but now it's the far left have figured it out too. So now it's from both ends. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of the way I see it. Is like Democrats are kind of weak in the sense that they can't hit back very well, and because we can't hit back very well, like tankies can kind of like feast upon Democrats with no risk. But it doesn't seem like they like attacking Republicans because Republicans are a threat to them. Yeah.
Well, why would they attack Republicans also?
Because
they don't need to attack
media
Republicans.
apparatus?
Well, they don't need to attack Republicans because they're not running against Republicans, and Republicans won't attack them because they just view them as weakening the Democratic Party.
Well, at some point, in the general, they would need to if they're actually
why
in a long-term strategy.
Right now, the generals they're going to be running in are freebies. Like all the ones that just won in New York have freebie generals. These are like plus 30, 40 blue districts. They don't really have to run that much against a Republican.
Yeah, now it seems like kind of what they're relying on is coasting on like the Democrat brand. But if like El Sayed wins, that might be like the first time they might actually have to like go to general against Republicans.
Sure, that's going to be an interesting race. He's probably almost certainly at this point. Has he already emerged as the victor in the primary, or
no? It's not yet.
It hasn't. Okay, but that's going to be like, yeah, that'll be the first big.
It's not starting yet.
Test. What's not starting?
Sorry, it's not certain that he's gonna win. It seems like McMorrow is absolutely fucking cooked. So it's between him and Stevens, and I'm trying to see what day the primary is. It's August 4th.
Okay.
When it comes to Republicans, do you see them as like ideologically driven?
No.
Okay, that was another disagreement I had. Because you kept when you were talking about.
I'm sorry. Let's clarify. What do you mean by Republicans, and what do you mean by ideologically? I guess.
Ideologically, in the sense, well, the way I view it at least is that there's like a cohesive, kind of not set of beliefs. That's too vague, but like a cohesive structure that they use, or like goals, even like a coherent set of goals.
No. Nothing that you would describe as an ideology right now. No, it's just a Trump. It is a Trump cult. After Trump is gone, I mean, like I said, not me, everybody, the whole world is looking to see what comes after Trump in the Republican Party. So who knows? But right now there is no ideology. It's just literally a cult.
It might unironically be Tucker.
Maybe. Or Candace Owens or whoever else. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like kind of the way the Republican Party works is they're a propaganda machine. It's good at like kind of taking problems and mapping it onto things. Usually things that are like vague that you can do that. So it's like, illegal immigrants. If you have, I don't know, the emergency room, there's a long wait time. It's like, oh, that's because all the illegals are there. You're stuck in traffic. It's because we brought in all these illegals, housing problems, illegals. Like they can kind of create these vague narrative structures that people can like map things on their life into. So that's kind of the way I see them being motivated. But
sure.
All right. Thank you for.
But yep, that was all. I thought I'd have more disagreement, but yeah, thank you.
Be careful.
Ciao. Elish.
Yo, what up?
The Sky. What's your question?
Good one.
Wait, why is the channel? Never mind. So how deep are you into like the Russia propaganda thing, especially Hunter Biden's lab? Does it stop there, or do you have like? Do you think that Trump is like fully dove into Russia?
No, I don't think Trump is that.
He's not an asset.
No, I don't think so. I do think that
Why
Russia,
not?
though, I don't know. He doesn't seem. It just doesn't seem consistent enough to say, and it seems like I can explain all of his actions with just like this kind of like the continental, big boy politics style ego shit that he does. Like I don't need any weird Russian stuff. But there might be people around him maybe that are more captured by it. And he definitely like enjoys Russian style politics, and I know he's benefited from like, Russian campaigns for misinformation and shit.
Okay, maybe I can give you a couple pieces of I'm going to try to not be too autistic about this, but he has ties to like multiple Russian oligarchs such as Erez Agalarov, Emin Agalarov, Dmitry I'm butchering these names, Rybovolev. You know the mansion that basically drug Epstein and Trump apart, that he lied and said was something about girls working at his parlor. That was because he bought a house. I'm sorry, he sold a house to a Russian oligarch. Stole that deal out from under Epstein. There was also a bunch of stuff about Trump Tower having Russian oligarchs staying in it, and he had multiple deals going on in Russia. Right before the 2016 election, he was about to put up Moscow Tower, and he still holds that copyright to this day. He hasn't gotten rid of it.
Sure. But I mean, like, he's also like a really wealthy guy that does real estate. Russia is a big country. It's got a lot of people. Like, how confident are we that there's some tie to the government there?
Because one of the people, the Agalarovs, they're closely tied to the KGB and they're closely tied to Putin himself. I think they specifically were the people who helped him get the Moscow, what was it, Miss Universe or Miss America, Miss Universe in Moscow in I think it was like 2003 or something.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have a 26-page document that. Sorry, that's weird. I know. Sorry. It's fucking insane. I know. Basically, just going through his history back, starting from like 1989 when he first wrote a propaganda piece for Russia, and posted, I think, in the New York Times. It was basically a rant about how Japan is taking advantage of us and Russia has the right idea or something crazy like that.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe I would dig into it more, but even for the Hunter Biden stuff, nobody cares about the actual fact of the matter of any of it anymore. I don't know how much this would change my analysis of Trump at this point, or how much it would matter.
Oh yeah. Just the thing about the the Hunter Biden laptop thing is, you should look into the hacking groups. I think it's like, let me find out let me see where I put those. ETP. It's Operation Cozy Bear, Operation Comfy Bear are the two hacking groups. Is the group that is most commonly associated with Russian hacking, and there was some hacking done around that time, and just general Russian interference in the election, which you already know about. There's just a lot of like really weird shit that was going on around that time. I have another document for that.
Okay. I feel like I've heard tangentially of that. I think this is part of what the Obama administration was looking at when the IC was kind of looking into all of the weird Russian government-affiliated hacker groups and everything, yeah?
Yeah. I think, I don't want to say too confidently because I'm not 100% sure, but I think those were why some of the first sanctions were put on Russia under Obama in 2016, right before he left office. I think they were put on specifically because of the hacking claims.
Sure, they might have been, yeah.
Yeah. I think so. Also, just weird thing. Trump has a lot of weird propaganda-ized images of him being used in like random products in Russia. Like, there's a major company, a fertilizer company that Trump is associated with that uses his like face and picture
Interesting.
as a logo. Yeah, kind of weird. Sorry, I'm rambling.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's possible, like, digging deeper into it. I mean, every time I've ever looked deeper into any of this stuff, there's always a lot more foreign involvement than I would have thought in the past, so, yeah.
All right, well, if you want my document.
Good one.
Good
one.
That was funny. Thank you.
Thank you, Alish.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Wow. Wait, did you drag him out, or did they leave?
I had already handled him.
Damn. Okay.
Ashrakeen. Hold on, I gotta unblock you. There you go.
They're
Go ahead.
blocked. Uh-oh.
Wait, they kept fucking messaging me, man. Ashveen. You're muted.
And you've got him muted. Sheesh.
Because I'm new to Discord, so
Alright, there we go.
You know, because I'm new to Discord, so I don't know what I'm doing right or wrong.
All right, Steven's here. He's ready. Ask him your questions.
Hello.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi.
So, hold on, I'm a bit starstruck. Okay, so I started watching you when the pandemic started, end of 2019.
Okay.
And but I'm from Malaysia, so I was never social media, like I've never used YouTube before. And when the lockdown started, I was, indoors. I'm a civil engineer by profession, so I got fired. So for 3 years I had no job because construction area was all blocked.
That
And
sucks. Yeah.
you are one of the people that I watched online.
What's your question?
Wait, I don't know
So
if he's
the
listening on Discord or if he's listening on the stream in the background. Wait, can you hear us in Discord or do you have the stream on and you're hearing that?
No, I'm not
Oh.
watching the stream. I'm listening to you through Discord.
Okay, gotcha.
So, just some context. So recently, I joined your Discord, and I guess there were some times when you were talking with your audience that I wish that there was an opportunity to give you some perspective because I am Malaysian Indian.
Okay.
And
Hey, you don't believe that crazy story of his, do you?
I guess my what I've observed in your tendency to learn about anything and everything that you participate in, it seems you're a bit perception of the Asian side of the countries is only centered around China, Japan, Korea,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
And I wondered how well you know about Southeast Asia.
Basically nothing.
Interesting. So, okay. So Malaysia, everyone is now aware of Strait of Hormuz and people know the Panama Canal. But have you heard of the Straits of Malacca?
Nope. I'm gonna guess it's somewhere near Malaysia, Indonesia, or
Correct. So that is the another bottleneck that people overlook. And my country is another important significance in the geopolitical playground because everyone knows that chips are manufactured in Taiwan and China. Everything is made there. But the thing is, Malaysia is where every electronics get tested and packaged. We have Intel in our country, we have AMD in our country, we have Micron in our country, and we have Huawei in our country, we have SK Hynix in our country.
Okay.
And I guess my
An avalanche thing, actually. We use them to move around the Undercity.
question about some of the discussion about the current agenda of the Iran war and why is it that US prioritize Israel and people feel like Israel controls US. The perception is always overlooked that the significance of Israel to the US is not the politics. It's because just like Malaysia, where everything electronics is being tested, people overlook that Israel is where everything is R&D. That means Israel is the home of Intel's R&D. It's the home of Microsoft. It's the home of Apple. It's the home of almost all the significant electronics and tech. Is
well, what do you mean by
in
that?
Israel for R&D.
I feel like there might be some R&D there, but I don't know how much is like vital for these companies in Israel.
that's the thing. It is extremely vital. Israel's power play overlook that I feel people don't realize is not geopolitical necessarily. It is also because a lot of US companies R&D is in Israel.
Okay.
And that discussion tends to be overlooked. And then people get confused, oh, is it because of Zionism, because of religious, because Netanyahu has control? No. Like, because you also always say follow the money, and people don't follow the money.
Sure. I mean, like, I know there's a lot of tech-related stuff in Israel because it's not like they're resource-heavy or like rich in natural resources or anything. So they do, other types of industrious activities, and I'm sure R&D for companies and having big tech company stuff there is probably important. People probably just don't view it as like inseparable from Israel, so they don't view it as being as important of a thing. Like we could theoretically move it from Israel to another place, and it wouldn't be as huge a deal.
It is that is the mistake in perception. People don't realize Silicon Valley in California, that is one, but there is Silicon Valley in Israel. And the importance of it is what I would like to maybe pass on to you to look into more, to understand the
So you're
power
gonna look into
play.
Israel.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep it in mind.
No,
I guess I don't know.
not look into Israel. Look into the Silicon Valley of Israel.
Yeah, okay. I'll keep it in mind. I haven't dug too deep into companies' presence there, how much R&D goes on there before, but yeah, okay.
Because why I'm saying this is because the discussion online. First of all, I don't watch just you. I watch everyone, and I don't side left or right. I like to have all the information, then decide for myself. So by doing that, and you are the kind of the person that taught me to think like that when I started watching social media. So I would just like to maybe return the favor.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind. I'll check. I'll dig more into it in the future, yeah.
And the discussion is always religious and politics, and it's boring, and it's always bipartisan, and it's always like one side has to beat the others. But if you maybe look into this, it could help you have some perspective that might be useful.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
We're gonna
I'll
go
keep
to
it in
the next
mind, yeah.
caller. Appreciate it. Ciao.
All right. Thank you.
Wow, really?
Robbie.
Yo.
Hi.
Sorry, I had to rip my bomb real quick.
Does he sound like Parsec?
No.
Who the fuck is Parsec?
All right.
Not
go
even
ahead.
close. I'm cringing for you.
I'm cringing too.
Yep.
Yeah, so you bitched me out last time.
Uh-oh.
And kind of scattered my brain, so I just left. So I hadn't taken my 5 minutes that day. But
Okay.
basically, I've been like a 10-year fan, haven't contributed at all to your community other than paying for YouTube Premium.
Okay. Awesome.
Well, actually, sorry. I am a fucking sub now, obviously, but...
Okay. I don't think we have any tenured fans, though, but go ahead.
What is it? 10-year
I know.
fan.
I got you. Sorry, just rattling you. Go ahead.
Fuck you, dude. Do you want to just destroy my brain right now?
No, you're good.
Is that
Okay,
your
go
goal?
ahead. What do you got, Robbie?
All right. Are you kind of... I want to get your impression, I guess, on... Because I know even a long time ago, you said that, like, most of your debates were, like, kind of bad quality. I don't know how you phrased it, but just that there were very few worthwhile people that you talked to, even back in the day.
Sure.
It seems like it's only gotten more that way.
Oh,
to
yeah.
where, there's just no one that you've talked to that's like... Do you feel that way, or like is commentary starting to feel like boring for you?
Yeah, I mean a little bit, but it's been that way forever, for a long time. I think probably since I started my Vyvanse, I've noticed that it's like even worse than I kind of originally thought it was. It's just nobody gives a fuck about any of the fact, the matter of anything, and it's all just rhetoric and demagoguery, which is kind of boring, but that's okay. You can always fight on those grounds too, I guess. It'll be a little bit better, I think, when the midterms pass, and then when the next election comes up and people have to start talking to people again. Right now, they can just live in their little media bubbles, and they don't ever have to come out to play with anybody. But hopefully, there'll be some kind of legislation or change in that environment, because I think people are going to realize it's fucked. And then
Do you think
hopefully-
legislation is... Sorry, do you think legislation is enough there, or...
I don't know. I don't know what the solution will look like. It could be companies moderating themselves. It could be a culture change. It could be legislation. It could be all three. I don't know.
you feel hopeful about that happening?
It should happen. I have to. We must, as libs, we must feel hopeful.
True. Yeah, I think I've felt hopeful in my personal life and everything, and that's been good. And I think I view myself similarly to the way that you view yourself, just in the sense that I have like a unique thought process that I've worked on throughout my life or whatever, and kind of look at things through that. But I think it's I've realized as I've like improved the relationships with my family and things like that, not trying to convince them, providing any sort of information that should convince them of some position just feels like it destroys the relationship because they're the way that they are, if you know what I mean. I guess I don't really know specifically what my question is here, but I guess, do you have...
No.
Okay.
I gotta solve that. I can't. I don't know. I don't like. My parents don't agree with anything I say. I've lost friends personally, like Candace Owens. Like, I think I'm more credentialed than anybody else on the internet or on the planet for these types of debates, and people don't believe me who are personal to me. So I mean, what am I? I mean,
have you thought about electroshock therapy?
Yeah. I think the issue is just like it's the entire universe that you're fighting against when you're trying to convince these people of things. And if they've already fallen into some kind of like media black hole, you're fighting against their whole universe when you try to provide facts or whatever. It's like the only way to do it is, you ever see the movie like fucking V for Vendetta?
Yeah.
You know, you like whatever. You'd have to like kidnap a person and put them in like a fucking prison,
put
and
in a
then
room
literally just
for
indoctrinate them with your own set of facts. That'd be the only way to fight against it, because it's just impossible otherwise. It's just it's like me trying to convince you that pigs are flying, and I could give you, like, if I were to have a debate with you on this and I were to give you like 100 fucking studies showing you this, I don't know if at the end you would really believe me, and you certainly would go back to a world where everyone else says pigs don't fly the next day, and that's what it's like arguing with any of these people about anything. Like, they have an entire world of alternative history available to them that they're being force fed at all points in time through every single media platform they engage in, whether they want it to or not. And it bleeds over into entertainment as well. You got NBA players that don't believe in the world being round. You've got a president that doesn't believe in fucking anything. You've got, media figures that think that it's just impossible. It's everywhere. Yeah, it's like permeated every single part of our culture.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I see I guess, like, intelligence. It's kind of a weird word because I think people use it incorrectly. I kind of view intelligence as like the ability to adapt, almost, if I'm being as broad as possible.
Sure.
I don't know if, like, I'm just using that as like a working definition. I guess I can, so you know where my head's at. But I guess I feel like most people are pretty intelligent. They just think they're way more intelligent than they are. And the only difference between me and them, I feel like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people are just really fucking dumb, and that just is what it is. But I feel like most of the difference I see is just that I know the limits of my knowledge, and I know not to go beyond that. And
sure.
I don't know if you have similar experience.
I mean, that could be really helpful for sure. But I mean, I don't know how correlated that is with just being intelligent, because you see some of the, like, what I imagine are really intelligent people that, they call it epistemic trespassing. Your Jordan Petersons and your Elon Musks that are constantly stepping into worlds where they don't know any of the information, and they're not aware that they don't know any of the information. So I don't know if...
Would you call that...
I think I've read about this in the past.
Intelligence?
I mean, I think these people are intelligent in any traditional sense. They probably do good on like IQ tests. They can probably problem solve and adapt pretty well. But the overestimating your competency in another world, where there are also so many social factors at play, and other people around you are jerking you off, and you've got like political ideologies that are invested in you being right or wrong, it's a whole other ball game, I think, to figure out.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I just have a definitional issue there, where I probably define intelligence in a bit more of an autistic way than other people do, and leads to issues. Because I think I underestimate mine, and I view myself as dumber than I am, and I overestimate other people's. Anyway, just want to get some of your thoughts on that kind of stuff. But
who's Buddy of the Year this year?
You, Mr. Mooten.
Okay,
I love you,
see,
dude.
You're not dumb.
Nice.
I knew it.
Dude, when are the gaming videos coming back? I used to watch your shit on YouTube when you played Elden Ring and things like that.
Wow.
Maybe one day.
I hope so.
Maybe.
All right, later, buddies. Yeah.
That means no.
Be careful.
Yeah. Bye. All right, thank you, Robbie. What a guy. Thank you, Wrecking Ball. Oh, thank you, Robbie. Hello, Wrecking Ball.
Hey, how's it going? All right, so I gotta be quick here because I got kids to take care of. But I was watching the WIC debate the other night about populism, and then getting depressed watching the results come in last night with all the DSA stuff, and I'm wondering if it is I feel like right now there's this big disconnect of like terminology to some degree, where like people think socialism is when the government does things, and people think populism is when you point to a defect and say we need to fix this, and that's not really what those terms are. Is there any like value in trying to get a broader messaging campaign on highlighting what these differences are and trying to explain that to help stop this creep of, I'll say, malicious actors who are willing to use those terms as they understand it, but not as the rest of, I'll say, the masses understand them?
The issue is there's like a the issue is there's just a metagame being played that sometimes the fact people don't see all the time, or I feel like they don't engage with it enough. I would put like Ryan Getty in this group, and I don't mean that as a slight or anything, but like imagine we're trying to have a debate on who's considered a minor or who's considered an adult, okay? We say 17 and below is a minor, 18 and above is an adult, and we know this because of what their ID cards say, okay? And this is like kind of the debate that we have. But then imagine there's a whole bunch of other people who are really invested in this. Minors are people with adults that say 17 and below, and adults are people with IDs that say 18 and above, but all of these people have obsessively found ways to get 18 and above ID cards to people that are like 13 years old. So what happens when you do this is you enter this world where you want to fight against these people who have found a way to kind of like get ID cards to minors claiming that they're adults, and then they're playing this definition game with you of like, okay, well, hold on, well, how do you even define an adult? It's a person, you know, who is 18 or older. We know this by their ID card. And then you get a bunch of like, you'll get well-meaning people that come in and it's like, okay, well, like this is truly like the definition of adult. We can all agree on this definition, right? And it's like, yeah, you kind of can, but that's like not really the point. The point is like this weird metagame that's being played around these definitions, and this metagame that's being played to ship, in this case, like adults or adult ID cards to minors or whatever. And like that's like the game they're playing. So you're talking about how like we're having issues defining words. We kind of are, but like that's by design. That's intentional. Conservatives have been lying about what socialism means for 30 years, at least in this country. They've called every single Democrat a socialist to fearmonger. And now you have people like Hassan will lie about what socialism means so that they can be subversive and pernicious when it comes to the infecting the Democratic Party. So when people come in and they try to have debates on whether or not populism is good or socialism is good or whatever, you're working in this world where there's so much heavily vested interest in trying to incorrectly define these words so that people can sneak in their own subversive bullshit. And it's if nobody's willing to kind of see that broader game and talk about that broader game, then all of the more applied conversations, it really just do favor. It helps those other people that are playing the bullshit game, unfortunately.
No, I completely agree. I mean, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Like there has been this subversion of definitions intentionally to cause problems, right? First it was, yes, everybody was a Marxist or a socialist according to the Republicans, and now it's that, oh, socialism is when social programs exist or something like that. So it's being, abused in both regards. So I guess the question is more like, is it a smart tactic to try to explain, like, no, these aren't these aren't how these terms are used. Like, you can do social programs, you can have social safety nets without having to be socialist, or is that just almost preaching to the choir, in the sense that there's no point in trying to message anything around that because the people who would listen to that aren't going to care or wouldn't understand? I mean, I've lost a lot of faith in the median American voter. I'll admit that up front.
Wait, what was it? Could you restate that question again?
Yeah, like is there benefit to messaging around like, hey, look, this is how terms are being used. Like, this is what we want as the Democratic Party. We want social programs. We want to strengthen like the social state to make sure people are being taken care of.
Yeah, you can do it, but going back to my one note record, you just have to have a platform by which you can message that from. Yeah, and if you don't have a platform to message that from, then everybody else gets to set the media agenda. But I mean, I agree. I think that would be part of. I think is it Jonathan Swan or whatever gave an interview recently about like how do you interview Trump properly, and I think his basic
that was great.
His answer was like you have to hold him down in an area, you can't let him squirm. Nobody is willing to do that in media on anything right now because you just won't go on those platforms. You think people are going to do it, but if you could do that, like, why do you want a socialist country? Oh, I want expanded social safety nets and blah blah blah. What does that have to do with socialism? Do you have to give control of companies to workers and take away all private investment to do this? But nobody will ever ask those questions ever. They're not demanded of any person ever. So, the American continue to get more and more confused, which they should. Why? It's confusing.
I will somewhat point, though, to, like, issues I had with political campaigns going right now. Like, you watch the Ezra Klein, moderation debate over the California piece, and that was California, I think, Senate race.
Mayor or governor race?
No, governor
race. Okay, yeah.
And that was pretty good.
Yeah, it was.
But
It was
like
really
right
good.
now,
Yeah.
when you see these races, they're 2-minute talking points, and there's no pushback, right?
Yep.
And like I think that is incredibly problematic. And I feel like this is one of those weird things where maybe 20 years ago that sort of worked because a Republican and a Democrat kind of had very standard ideas for the Democratic Party and the Republican Party with small differences that you could kind of highlight in much smaller sound bites. But now we have some really wild stances. And I feel like you need to just have like 30-minute conversations with each candidate, like almost one-on-one, where you can provide those pushbacks, because the actual policies of these people is never being challenged and never being exposed. And I agree that there's going to be I'm guessing your answer is going to be there's no media apparatus for this.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're saying is great. I think we should do that. It's just, where do you do it at? Like, we just need a platform to do it. But yeah, I mean, I agree.
So the question I would then say is
DWG.
Yeah, well, there you go. But no, but partially.
Wait, what does DWG mean?
D.GG.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Is there benefit then to almost making I'm not pre-canned questions or pre-canned like screenings that like educated people like yourself, like Ezra Klein, like everyone else, can then push out to larger audiences as needed, being like, hey, ask people these questions and get that feedback. But
yeah,
I guess also
you just have to get more. You just
gotta
need to
have
get
an apparatus.
Yeah, and you need to get more lib figures on board with it. I don't think it's impossible to do it. We'll check in on me after my court case is over. Okay, we'll see.
Do you feel that generally, like the sense is that like I think there was that figure posted, I don't know if it was today or when, but like 61% favorability to like socialism in the Democratic Party, and like I look at that and I want to get depressed, but I have to keep telling myself that is just because people don't understand what that term is.
Yeah,
and it is
overwhelmingly, it's probably
socialism.
people who just think it's like greater
Yeah.
social safety nets and like more taxable accountability for wealthy people is my guess.
Okay. All right, that was it. I'll get out of here, man.
All right,
Great
be
chatting.
careful.
Thanks, Wrecking Ball. KRLSTL 5.
You hear me?
Hi.
Yeah.
Yo, what up? Long time listener.
First time caller.
First time caller since the John Tron debate. I've liked your work over the years. Love the Obsidian. I've said stuff about that before. Question though is almost the same as the last two callers. Like, how do we fight this socialist like uprising crap? Because every time, like, my friends are starting to get pissed because every time they mention something, I'm already going like, that's not true. No, Bernie lost because of the votes. Why don't y'all pay attention to this shit? And they just like, well, I mean, I haven't looked it up yet, Rodney. And I'm just like, all right, cool. So you're just always gonna have this opinion that it was the DNC. You know, like, I don't get how we're supposed to fight that stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, all you can do is present them the facts, and if they don't want to argue with you, point it out, but you're probably just going to lose friends on it. Because remember, their entire world... I think people just underestimate how much it means when I say the entire world disagrees with you. Like, people think that when I use, like, this, I can try to convince you that pigs are flying example, and I'm being, like, hyperbolic, but I'm not really. Like, Bernie having the election stolen from him is kind of like a central talking point from populists all over the country. Like, everyone kind of has to subscribe to that.
But if we look into the data for a second, we see that that's not true. It was the votes.
Yeah, but when you say when we look into the data, who's we?
13% votes. We, as in when people decide to, I'll just say black people in general.
Well, no. But I'm saying when you say we, it's just you, right? Who arguing with your friends? Like, nobody in the media really digs into it. Nobody...
I can say me, right? But I can also say people like my grandma, who's like a staunch independent, but will actually see, like, she sits around and listens and watches TV all day. Like, the other day I talked to her about Hassan. She looks it up and she's like, the Democrats would be stupid if they put this guy on board. Like, she's a big, I forget the president name she loves so much, but the entire United States pretty much voted blue for this guy. It was like back in the day, I forget which president it is, don't hold me to that. Okay. But still, like, when I'm sitting there, because I'm around a bunch of queer poly folk, and they'll just say, well, we'll just wait till we get Medicare for all. It's going to be great. And I'm like, we're not going to get that. Normal people don't agree with y'all. Why don't y'all get that? Like, they agree with the feeling. And that shit pisses me off because having to fight the feeling, like having to say I'm sorry first, kind of makes me feel like I'm like apologizing for a mistake that I didn't make. Like, seriously. It's like, I'll go to my grandma, go to my whole family. Hey, what do y'all think about socialism? Rodney, come on now, that shit didn't work in any other country. Don't listen to your white friends about it. But it's like, these are the people I'm always around. These are the people I'm always around. White queer left, black queer leftists, all this bullshit. And I'm just like, why do y'all keep thinking that this stuff is gonna work? You can go back to your own family and ask the question. They just gonna look at you funny. Well, my family doesn't really support my identity, so like, fuck them. And it's like, yeah,
I think for,
but you can. I'm sorry.
I think for a lot of it, no, you're good. I think for a lot of it, the issue is that, like, not only are you messaging on your own, so you're on the side of like trying to fight the misinformation, there's not like a strong Democratic Party brand right now. So like, even if you do come forth and even if you do have good arguments, you're almost just going to seem like a hater. Because it's going to be like, okay, fine, you have all this smoke for the Social Democrats, you have all this smoke for people that want to do socialism and Medicare for all. What's my alternative? And you're like, well, Biden, Harris, or whatever. And depending on where you're at, people will be like, yeah, fuck you. Even if the socialist idea is stupid, I don't give a fuck. You're retarded. You have no alternative at all. You can't point to anybody. Am I supposed to feel inspired by, like, I watched Mamdani give a speech after the Knicks won, and then I watched Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer, you know, fucking stumble around their words on TV. How am I supposed to feel inspired by that? That's what the average person is going to feel.
Well, hold on. Hakeem Jeffries doesn't do that bad, though.
I mean, that's still feeling, though. We're still talking about feeling. Like,
I understand, but unfortunately,
one of my partners.
The feeling thing is important, unfortunately, for people, right?
Right, but who cares? Like, if the feeling doesn't match results, what's the point? Like, my partner can feel like the sky is green, but then I'll go outside and check that it's blue, and it's like, okay, what the fuck are we talking about? Am I supposed to apologize that the sky is actually blue, or just say, look up, goddammit? Like, that's the problem. Is that we have all of these people that have all of these strong feelings, because most of the leftist high morality talk is all feelings based. Like you saw earlier, the leftists should all be vegans, but that's a feeling. Like, no, not every leftist can sustain that. We all have different bodies, blah blah blah. But saying like you should makes people like think, okay, well maybe this is right because somebody has a feeling. But the feeling don't match reality, and that's where
you
I
say
see
that.
The
Well,
fight
you keep
is
saying
starting
that. You
to
keep
end.
saying that, but the feeling does match their reality. Like, where do you think the feeling is not matching?
The reality. If I say, like I said, the sky is green.
No.
If you think the sky,
wait.
you feel
sky is green is
Go
that's a
ahead.
thing we can easily look at. But if they're saying like
Right.
Biden let in 30 million illegal immigrants, I mean, where are you going to look and see if that's right or wrong?
Right, but we can. I mean, you could just look up the data for. You could type that into Google. They type in every other bullshit into Google, right?
Yeah, but not when it doesn't agree with them, and they've got like 30 different podcasts and Joe Rogan and
Well, that's
singers
not-
and everybody
that-
else telling
well,
them
see,
why.
And that's why I like hanging out around them, because you know I get a lot of like events and like
Wait, your
and
shit
I
is
kind of
fucked.
developed my own way of doing things,
You're
but
gonna have
like
to say it all again.
Wait.
My bad.
Okay.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you were just saying that like you like to hang
Hear me
around
now?
them so that you can give them an alternative perspective, basically, on all the dumb shit they consume.
Right, because I can get them an alternative perspective. Because I had a friend that was like talking about, oh, I got this house I want to rent out, and I'm gonna charge them this much because I think it'll really help out the black community. I'm like, where is it? They're like, oh, it's over in Tower Grove. I'm like, there's barely any black people living over there. Why the fuck? Yeah, like,
sure.
And then they're like, well, Rodney, socialized housing works, and I'm like, where does it work? In affluent areas. But why is that small last part not part of their normal rhetoric?
I understand what you're saying, but
it's
like you have to understand that like have you ever debated like a flat earther before?
Fuck yeah, that shit's hilarious. I just tell them like, okay, well, I mean, yeah, I feel it's not like the smartest flat earther. I can't,
Yeah,
really
exactly. The issue is that
thoroughly
like
debate
we
that.
become in a way kind of like the flat earthers, right? Where you can have like the best, like the most educated flat earther is going to know a lot about physics or whatever bullshit to be able to lie through the arguments, and an average person is not going to be able to counteract it. But they believe that the world is round because everything about the planet tells them that the planet is round, right? Schools tell them that, social media tells them that, planes tell them that. So if you start to switch these mechanisms around, if everybody's telling you one thing about reality, and then you come in, you personally come in, and you start saying a different thing, people are going to look at you like, I guess he's like a good debater and he has like a lot of weird factoids, but I know that he's wrong because I've got 52 different influencers across my 72 different apps on my phone telling me the exact opposite.
Oh yeah. I remember during that whole Dean thing, I was talking to my friend who's like, I think she's Jewish or whatever, and we were talking about Dean, and she's like, he's got all these great points. I'm like, Dean is great, but I mean, like all of this extra moral bullshit that he was doing with Z, not great. And then also on top of that, it's just like he's young. He hasn't really been tested on the political stage yet. Why am I giving him more credit than somebody like Destiny? Like, and I'm like, well, because Destiny has all these bad things that happen. I was like, yeah, he's a normal fucking dude. Shit happens. Holy shit, people lost. Shit happens. Like, anyway, that's a whole nother subject. But just saying that, like, we're just because like we have all these feelings, like I said, but like mapping them onto reality doesn't make any sense. We're not gonna get Medicare for all, but we got the ACA. 24 million people got health insurance. They just shut up. They just look around. They're just like, oh well, but we could have had more people. Yeah, but you weren't getting the votes for that. Nancy Pelosi struck that shit down. What are we supposed to do? Well, Nancy Pelosi sucks. Give me another Democrat that's better than her. They can't.
I mean, I don't disagree with you, bro. I mean, I mean, you're preaching to the choir on this. I understand, but it's just you're fighting against so much. That's something on the social media shit. I mean, like, the actual answer might be you have to hack your friends' accounts and just start like banning or muting like a whole bunch of these crazy fucking influencers, and then maybe you'll see their opinion switch on everything.
You have to change their algorithm.
Yeah, unironically. But I mean, like, it's just you're fighting against. It's just so much you're fighting against at all points in time. And I'm sure you feel this if you argue these positions a lot. People will hate you for it, but then two, they'll have like 32 new arguments every single time you come up with why they're wrong about some point. They'll give you like 20 other things that are also bullshit, and it's a lot,
It's sad. It's just fucking sad because like even like I've had this debate with my partner during the whole self-ID bullshit, and like they have a feeling about autism, and whenever they talk about it, there's like, well, it's really hard to get a diagnosis, blah blah blah. So I just say that I'm autistic, and I'm like, I have a cousin who is literally autistic, where he's like he's taking in a bunch of information, he's constantly stimming. Sure. And your idea of stimming is just you getting up, walking around, maybe getting a bowl of cereal. Like, it's like the worlds are completely different, but you want to be a part of this world. Like, I see that you can have a feeling to an attachment, but like you're saying there's nobody harmed, but these are literally anti-vax arguments. Like, I did my own research. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, but you're not tested. You're not in the schools. Nobody's testing you every so often. It's just you going, oh, I read this thing on the other day about Psychology Today, and I might have this thing. And I'm just like, yeah, but you get pissed off at me for using AI because you're like, well, you didn't take the time. And I'm like, well, you didn't take the time to get an actual diagnosis. So like, and I'm telling you, if I have that conversation, that will be the end of my relationship, period, sure. Bar none. Yeah. Based. But yeah, it's like, sometimes I don't want to go down these roads with people, but like when they just sit there and they say bullshit, like just straight up bullshit, like, oh, the Nakba, it was all Israeli, blah blah, and then I look into it for a second, and then you start hearing all of these bombings from Palestinians, you start hearing all of this other stuff, and I'm like, okay, you like me because I look into things and I'm impartial, and like I try my best to look up stuff, and I read, I read your city and those learner box, all that good shit. If you like that I have some good points, I'm a good debater, blah blah blah. If you like all of that shit, just like try to take my opinion strong when we talk about stuff like this, just like you do in every other argument you hear me yelling at conservatives I work for and shit. Like, this motherfucker telling me, yeah, man, I know everything about astrophysics. If you think you want to work for him, like, what the fuck? What's going on with you? You don't work in a lab, but what am I supposed to say here?
Yeah, I share your frustration. I don't have a silver bullet, unfortunately. So, yeah.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Thanks for the call.
Yeah. Be careful, buddy.
Yeah.
Stay
See
sane.
you guys. I'll be listening.
Yeah.
Yep.
Really,
I'm debating on who next, man.
Uh-oh.
I just feel like a really retarded person's coming up.
What? Why?
I just got a feeling, man.
Okay.
Christy?
Oh. Yo, what's good?
Hey. Oh, no, you're good. How's it going?
Yeah, it has been a long time.
Since
the last... Yeah. Okay, so I got a few questions. I got a bunch of questions, but we'll get to those. Why do you think that I have insisted so much on psychoanalysis the last few times that I was in the call-ins?
Because you feel like it's a useful frame of analysis that will yield better political prescriptions than the one I'm using?
Well, it's more like... So I was asking more about the psychoanalysis because when I felt like I was asking you a question about why do you think someone was behaving in a particular way, it was kind of like how I felt about this is like I was asking you, why does a duck quack? And you were giving me an answer that was essentially, well, the duck quacks because of like the bill, like the shape of its throat, but you weren't really answering with the duck quacks because it's a duck. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So like I felt like I wanted to insist a bit more on like the psychoanalysis thing, because like when you get inside of people's heads, you can shape out a lot more reasoning to their actions, and I think you can stand to gain a lot more insight and predict their actions, so you can counter them if you have to. Okay. Moving on to the next question. Why do you think everything's always extreme on the internet? I could keep seeing this. You kept saying this for quite some time.
Why? I mean, my guess is because more extreme stuff tends to be simpler, so it makes it more palatable, and it probably gets people a little bit more emotionally invigorated, which probably increases engagement time, which is something that companies that are trying to maximize revenue are looking for.
Yeah, kind of, but more pertaining to like when someone is calling for like take for example Sykkuno's relationship drama, whatever thing. People were not saying like, oh, he's a cheater. No, they were saying he was a pedophile. Do you know why that is? Like that's particularly what I'm insisting on.
I would have to mind deep psychologically to think about this, but if I'm spitting something off the top of my dome, it's because every single thing online becomes a symbol or a stand-in for something else. And when it comes to a certain person's behavior, like Sykkuno, the behavior is labeled as bad, and you're trying to virtue signal as much as possible that you are in opposition to that behavior. And the way to be in opposition to that behavior is to label the behavior the worst possible thing, and then to take the strongest stance against it, so that it is completely and totally clear to every single person how you feel about that particular thing. So if you find out that Sykkuno like hit his girlfriend once when they were both in like a huge argument, the thought is that like hitting girlfriend bad, the most extreme version of that, because I don't want to like be mistaken as thinking hitting girlfriends is okay, is that he beat the shit out of his girlfriend. So I'm going to say he was like super physically abusive, and I'm going to say he's an evil piece of shit that needs to go to prison. So now I have like the moral clarity exists, and everybody can know immediately and identify me as somebody who's being opposed to the actions that he took. But the actual factual matter of the things that he did is not that important. Just identifying like the moral outrage, and then extrapolating that as much as possible, or exaggerating that as much as possible to make my position clear. That'd be my guess, I guess.
How about this change in perspective? What if they are exaggerating everything, always tending to the extreme, because they want a guaranteed character assassination? Like they want to write off, as in like it's not enough that he is a cheater. No. They have to make sure that like he suffers the biggest. This also applies in your case, for example. In your case, like the cases that you have to defend yourself in the court, it's not enough for them to like try to hurt your, I guess not your character, but like your what's the word I'm looking for? Like your goodwill. Like they want to poison your identity. I don't know how else to say it. Like they want to. Yeah, so the reason why I think that they always tend towards the extreme is because it's much easier to write a complete person like write-off if they meet one of these qualifying statements that they tend to the extreme.
I
like,
can understand real quick. I understand exactly what you're saying. But so the thing I would push back against this, and I'm curious what your response would be, is like I can understand this as a psychologically protective mechanism if it's somebody you've been close to for a long time. So for instance, you'd find this most commonly with people that are out of relationships, right? In order to leave the relationship, it helps to label the other person as just being completely and totally bad, because it means that you're escaping a bad person that you don't need to be with at all, and it softens the blow on your own ego when your relationship is over, right? Well, of course, it's over. That person was a piece of shit. But why would you feel the same necessary... Why would you have to do this to like online people where you don't have the same like personal ego investment in it?
Okay. This is where we get a little bit deeper into the conversation, if you want to have this conversation. Okay, so the reason why that happens is this is something that I've personally made up, as maybe you pick up on what I mean, but this has to do with the what I call the tribal own group bias. Like maybe you can understand what I mean by that term. It's like a self descriptive term that I've made up myself. And the reason why people would be doing such a thing is because it's like people think that tribalism is like it only shows up in like certain facets of life, but no, like everything
Okay, can I take a stab just based on your labeling here? So are you going to make the argument that you had a tribe or a group that included Sykkuno, and Sykkuno obviously has a lot of whatever negatives he has a lot of positives as well, but if you're going to exclude him from the group, similar to how if you're breaking up with somebody, you want to label them as bad as possible so that you're not missing out on anything. If you're excluding somebody like Sykkuno from the group, you don't want to be excluding somebody that has some like positive good traits. You need to make them as bad as possible so that when you're excluding them, you're just excluding a purely bad thing. Is it?
Yeah, kind of like that. You have to make sure that like whoever is opposed to your tribe suffers a defeat so massive that they don't recover. This is exactly why they use terms like pedophiles to whoever they feel aligned with. They use such extreme terms because they want to burn that particular tribe to the ground and leave nothing to like rise from the ashes. In this particular case, Hassan's orbiters are targeting you with this particular term directly, and everyone that you associate yourself with, because they see you as an enemy to their tribe, which is like the Hassan whatever weirdo fucks on Twitter and on YouTube and whatever the fuck else. And so they have to make sure that everyone else, like the rest of the other tribes, do not ally themselves with you, and they try their best with like the coordination attacks on Twitter, on through Discord logs or whatever the fuck. They want to make sure that you suffer the biggest credibility. That's the word I was looking for. You suffered the harshest credibility downturn in your life so much so that they ensure that they win like completely. They cannot allow any sort of like out for you to like get back up from the ashes like a phoenix. Like that's the reason why I think that everything is so fucking extreme when it comes to like these personal issues. Like they felt in a particular way towards you or Sykkuno for whatever reason, and they were like, I hate this motherfucker so goddamn much that the only way that I can ensure that this bitch gets his punishment is by making sure that like the pedophile term sticks to his name whenever he shows up. And you can probably pin this back to like Hassan's own like efforts, like in your own personal life, I think. Would you not agree?
Sure, I can kind of say that, sure.
Okay, one last thing. Then I'm going to let other people in to talk with you. Why do you think that the SJW owned compilation / Gamergate adjacent topics to alt-right, far-right pipeline is so effective?
I mean, it probably captures some legitimate feeling that a group that feels like they're not represented has, and then it captures that feeling by casting as an enemy to them and a person to blame, a group to blame for the feelings they have, as a caricatured thing that is like completely and totally demolished by your group, I guess. So like, let's say I'm like 1930s Germany or whatever, and I want to make propaganda online like this. What I would do is I would have like a boxing match with a huge hook-nosed Jew who shows up late to the boxing match because he was too busy rigging like the bank interest rates against you, and then I would totally fucking beat the shit out of him because he's weak and Jewish, and then everybody would be like, oh, this is fucking awesome. You've caricaturized my opposition, you've blamed them for all the problems I have in life, and now you're fucking destroying them, and that makes me feel really good. Some dynamic like that would be my guess.
Well, the reason why, okay, so I'm going to go a bit into anecdotes, because this is something that like I was captured for a while by this, and it was in the time period of 2016 up until like 2020-ish. The guy who made it, you probably know this guy. It's not Alex Jones. No. It was the guy. It's the individual called Paul Joseph Watson. You probably have heard. It's the guy that was associated with Alex Jones, but not Alex Jones himself.
Yeah.
So the reason why I fell for this was because they do something that is very effective, which is they kind of manipulate emotions, and I'm going to explain how I think that this is happening. They kind of manipulate manipulate emotions of the people that are watching the content by portraying the person that is like the so-called SJW or whatever the fuck as, first of all, not only completely unreasonable, but also arrogant and how should I say this? They feel they made the content feel like that the SJW or whoever the person that was targeted as owned. They made sure that they have to portray it in such a way that you feel like, hey, hang on a second, she's not right, or he is not right. What the fuck? And that made you feel angry. Why? Because it felt like she is not in the right to speak in the way that she spoke. And so they captured you with that particular manipulation tactic, and they're like, yo, hang on a second, these people are not right. What the fuck? I'm going to not associate with them, and I'm going to associate myself with the likes of Paul Joseph Watson, Alex Jones, whatever the fuck. And that's how they kind of captured you, and it's all based on feelings. This is kind of why you have to make sure that, like, if you encounter people that were captured by this, like you have said yourself on stream, that you had troubles, like talking with the people that were essentially captured by this type of content, and you're trying to like talk reason to them. That's kind of why it doesn't work, because you can't really use reason on emotions. It's that you're trying to like I don't know, like you're trying to reason with a pigeon that is walking all over the chess table, and like, it doesn't really work. You have to use essentially equal like emotion manipulation tactics in such a way that they see reason for themselves. You can't really drill it into their heads. You have to make sure, like, the one way that you could do this, there's like two ways. Like, one way is if you add context. Like, I, for example, remember seeing I don't know if this was 2021 or whatever, there was this Asmongold clip about like some woman that was shown as like she was screaming to from the top of her lungs, and she was saying like, "This is not the neighborhood. This is the neighborhood. Please go out." Like, she was going like that. And I was like, "What the fuck? This is an unreasonable woman." And then like the one thing that you can do is add context. I searched the clip back up, and I saw that the reason why the woman was screaming was because the person that she was talking to was an unreasonable Christoid, because I don't know how else to call these people, that were protesting in front of an abortion clinic. And the woman screamed because, like, what the fuck? If you're going to scream from the top of your lungs about, like, killing babies or whatever the fuck, I'm going to match your energy and I'm going to scream from the top of the lungs. But the way that it was portrayed, and this is a very important thing to keep in mind, is it's how it's being portrayed. And for the people, that initial feeling sticks. And that feeling pushes them towards that direction, which you can only really hope to change by either providing context, as I said, like me finding out that the woman was equally in the right to scream as it was for that guy to like scream from the top of his lungs, or make it so that you are not particularly drilling into the people that were captured by this pipeline, that you're drilling that they're not in the right, because if you do so, they will be against you even harder, because if there's one thing that people do not like, no matter who it is, it's for their feelings to be invalidated. This is a thing that's like it's baked into the human psychology. So you have to keep these two things in mind.
Okay. All right.
Thanks for the talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. See you next time.
Be careful.
Good boy. 5, 4.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Hi.
What's your question?
So first of all, I just want to say it warms my heart to see Destiny playing Final Fantasy VII.
Who is the best girl in your opinion?
Tifa for me.
Okay. What's your question?
Yeah. So I actually spoke with you before, Mr. Mooten, about I had this whole like proposal about constitutional convention.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So I just want to come in and kind of like nudge you a bit on the idea of a constitutional convention. I feel like right now is kind of fertile soil for these types of conversations, for like massive overhauls of the system and reform. And of course, like the only reason I bring it up is because I have my own ideas that I'd like to propose as well. I'm writing a book at the moment to kind of like flesh all that out. And if you're interested, I can sample one of them, but I just want to hear your general thoughts on the idea of constitutional amendments and a constitutional convention.
I mean, obviously, I mean, you can predict I'm going to feel like we're completely far away from being able to do this right now. But so hit me with the thing from your book, I guess.
Okay. So I have a reform for every branch of the government. Now, I think that we've entered an area of like massive drift and conversion. Obviously, like many Supreme Court rulings have happened over the past few years that have sort of changed the landscape of the government. For example, with rulings that have overturned like Loper Bright and Jarchezi, and these rulings that have changed the administrative state, as an example.
Mhm.
And I know that you guys are pretty interested in SCOTUS reform. So right now, y'all are pushing for court expansion and getting a lot of pushback from people like Ryan Mullally, who are saying like, this is tyrannical, blah, blah, blah. So my proposal for SCOTUS reform, and I've posted a previous idea, which I've since revised in y'all's Reddit. It's called the Unified Supreme Court. So my current iteration of this idea is to expand the court based off of the appellate circuits, right? So the number is conditioned on those circuits.
Yeah.
But overall, the court would be expanded to 29 justices, and it would be divided into 3 divisions. One an orders division, one an opinions division, and one a constitutional division. Each of those kind of modeled off of different like aspects of other international Supreme Courts and other ideas. But the general idea is that the orders division would be the supreme tribunal of the United States. That is the supreme Article 1 court. So as of right now, tribunals are inferior to the Supreme Court. And then the opinions division would be like the traditional appellate court of the United States.
Okay, wait, hold
And
on.
then
So
the
before you dive into all this, okay, because I imagine you
Mhm.
spend a deal of time thinking about this, maybe I would agree with it.
Sure.
But my issue has nothing to do with like whether or not the reform is good or not. I just feel like constitutional convention. I don't know if the American public is even remotely close to having this be like a possible thing we could do in any healthy, good way.
Yeah, of course. And that's why I think we're at the ground level in terms of like pushing for something like this. Like, but again, there are a lot of people activated at this time and who are kind of looking for direction as to where the country's going to go next. Obviously, like these parties are kind of breaking down in their own ways. We've got different factions pitting against one another. And I think having a sort of big unifying idea, not just to rally around in terms of like...
Is that really unifying though? I feel like conservatives would be incredibly hostile towards any sort of court reform, because whatever court reform we could possibly think of is probably going to be worse than the court they have right now that favors them so heavily.
Yeah. So the reform that I'm sort of proposing, it's not so simple as just dividing the court into these divisions and yada yada. There are elements of federalist reform within it. So it incorporates how the states would interplay with the court. And so I take it that conservatives are very much for like states' rights. I mean, the ones that are principled, not to speak of like certain factions, but it incorporates certain elements where it allows for the court to be expanded, and including into the future, but in a very controlled and federalist way, rather than like in a very principled way, rather than just like naked partisanship or this back and forth tit for tat. It's a foreclosure of some of these like tit for tat games that could be played into the future, if that makes sense.
Sure. I mean, I hear you. I'm just not sure. Right now, I think the conservatives think the Supreme Court is perfect. I don't think they have a strong attachment to any idea around federalism, especially when they see Trump as the God Emperor. They actually super love states' rights being completely trounced. We're seeing that with like the USPS voter roll fight that's been going on for the past year at least. I mean, like I guess it's possible. Like I do think that there is like in a room with a bunch of reasonable people, there is like Supreme Court reform that can happen that every single person in the United States should want. It just feels like as a political issue, we're pretty far out from the conservatives being there because they benefit so much from the status quo right now.
Yeah, and of course, all the details are going to be hopefully coming out. I've gotten pretty far in the material, but
Sure.
but I think the material itself, it's pretty clever and intricately designed so that it kind of accommodates like some pretty good ideas on the left and the right. But of course, like my disposition is towards like progressive liberalism, so it kind of centers around some of that, but it does allow for these sorts of like interplays of like federalism, and
sure.
I think those are appealing to conservatives. But yeah, so I hear you. It's but I think there's a lot of agreement on the notion that the government has broken down in a lot of ways, and it's not just something that is like one branch or another. It's like the whole like federal government and the relationship between the states and everything has sort of broken down. And I think a lot of people agree with that. So pushing from that angle, I think could be
yeah, it's possible.
It could be productive. Yeah.
What Ryan and Soybill were talking about, like hijacking kind of the populist sentiment and then trying to channel it into some kind of positive reform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do get frustrated, like listening to those debates, like because I do agree with court expansion. So it's disheartening to hear like the debate devolve into, well, this is tyrannical, but I'm not hearing why is it tyrannical? I'm hearing people say, here's the legitimate means by which we can do this.
I mean, for like the Ryan Mullalys, like these types of people, I mean, it's just a partisan thing, and then they dress it up with more words, right? He doesn't think it's tyrannical. He doesn't give a fuck. If it was a 6-3 liberal court, they would have the exact opposite feelings on literally everything. He's the most predictable demagogue ever. Yeah.
Any proof?
Yeah, your mom. I think it was when I said they'd already gotten rid of the filibuster for that Supreme Court justice, and he was like, that was a targeted nuclear option or whatever. It was fucking retarded.
Yeah. Yeah, I did have a question about use. So I take it this was just sort of an offhand remark, but you sort of gestured at the idea that the McConnell stopping of the hearings for confirmation were unconstitutional. Now, I don't know if you were just like heated in the debate or if you actually do think that. But what are your thoughts?
I do. I got an email explaining it with better words than I am, but I haven't read it fully yet because it's a long one. But
Can you read it to us?
Yeah, I mean it's a long one. I can read it.
Pretty
I guess.
please.
You're so fucking stupid.
Good boy.
Okay, let me get through this quickly.
Show him.
Heyo, Steven. I watched the absolutely migraine-inducing debate you had on Wick with Ryan Mullally. When it came to the McConnell-Garland appointment issue, you got trapped in a silly word game about norms versus legal versus unconstitutional. To get out of this trap, two very helpful legal academic terms I think you need are 1, departmentalism, and 2, the unwritten Constitution. These are like norms, but can rightly be called part of our Constitution. Fair warning, this will be kind of long, but I believe it'll be worthwhile. The first part he has here is unwritten Constitution versus norms. First, you're 1,000% correct in saying that there is the text of the Constitution, the president shall nominate and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint, and the unwritten entailment of the text, i.e., the Senate must, in fact, give or withhold such advice and consent by actually voting, that together tell us what is constitutional. I also note that textually it does say shall appoint, so appointment is 100% a power of the president, but let's leave that aside for this discussion. The unwritten entailment is what Ryan dismissively calls norms, but there are many bedrock aspects of our constitutional order that are nowhere explicit in the text. Separation of powers, checks and balances, rule of law, judicial review, etc. These are part of our Constitution, even if they are written nowhere in the text. The next is judicial supremacy. Separately, and more importantly, Ryan falls into a trap that I call judicial supremacy. And you're fighting about whether what McConnell and co. did was unconstitutional, while nevertheless legal. Ryan made the point that there has never been and will never be a Supreme Court case declaring what McConnell did was unconstitutional. Wait, hold on, sorry, 1 second. Okay. True enough, but while it may be the duty of the court to say what the Constitution says, there is no reason to believe the court is the sole and only arbiter of constitutionality. One might say that determining what is constitutional is not the exclusive and preclusive domain of SCOTUS. The court probably would not and legally could not tell the Senate how to give or withhold advice and consent, as that would be a non-justiciable political question, i.e. an issue left to Congress and POTUS to fight about. But the people established a constitution, not a series of court cases, so there is no reason that something is constitutional just because there cannot be a SCOTUS case declaring it unconstitutional. The next section is departmentalism, my main point. The key term you need in these conversations, in my opinion, is the notion of departmentalism, which basically can be summed up to mean that each branch and each member of government has the authority and the duty to assess constitutionality. Each member of government took an oath to the Constitution, and each member is duty-bound to that oath, regardless of what a SCOTUS case here and there says. Perhaps the most vocal or famous modern advocate of departmentalism is Michael Stokes Paulsen, whose paper with Professor Baud you read. But the most famous departmentalists in U.S. history have been Presidents Jefferson and Lincoln. Lincoln serves as the best example to illustrate the point here. Lincoln and the Dred Scott case. There are lots of good examples, but the best one to rely on here is Dred Scott and Lincoln's response to it. As you probably know, Dred Scott is the most infamous SCOTUS case of all time. In it, the court determined that Dred Scott, as a slave who had been taken to Free State, Illinois, before returning to Slave State, Missouri, was not a citizen of the United States, and that African Americans, slave or free, could not be citizens of the U.S. and did not have standing to sue in federal courts. It was, at bottom, a standing case, but SCOTUS, in dicta, went on to say that Congress could not prohibit slavery in federal territories, effectively invalidating the Missouri Compromise. Lincoln, an incredibly smart lawyer in his own right, made the key distinction between the court's judgment and its precedent. In Lincoln's view, the Supreme Court and all courts make binding judgment as to the parties in the case, i.e., Scott was not a citizen, and that must be honored, if not respected, but the other branches were under no obligation to adopt the reasoning of an incorrect court or treat them as worthy of anything more than having decided one outcome in one case. Take what Lincoln said in the Lincoln-Douglas debates, emphasis added. We Republicans believe, as much as Judge Douglas, perhaps more, in obedience to and respect for the judicial department of government, we think its decision on constitutional questions, when fully settled, should control not only the particular cases decided, but the general policy of the country, subject to be disturbed only by amendments of the Constitution as provided in that instrument itself. More than this would be revolution. But we think the Dred Scott decision is erroneous. We know the court that made it has often overruled its own decisions, and we shall do what we can to have it overrule this. We offer no resistance to it. Judicial decisions are of greater or less authority as precedents according to circumstances. That this should be so that this should be so accords both with common sense and the customary understanding of the legal profession. If this important decision has been made by the unanimous concurrence of the judges and without any apparent partisan bias and in accordance with legal public expectation and with the steady practice of the departments throughout our history and had been in no part based on assumed historical facts which are not really true, or if wanting in some of these, it had been before the court more than once, and had been there affirmed and reaffirmed through a course of years, it then might be, perhaps would be, factious, nay, even revolutionary, to not acquiesce in it as a precedent. But when, as it is true, we find it wanting in all these claims to the public confidence, it is not resistance, it is not factious, it is not even disrespectful to treat it as not having yet quite established a settled doctrine for the country. That was the end of this quote. This should call to your memory, though not constitutional, Justice Gorsuch's concurrence in Loper Bright, the case overturning Chevron, where he described the concept of precedent and the role of the common law judge to discover what the true meaning of the law is. This applies not just to judges and courts, but to all members of government and all citizens. Despite the dicta in Dred Scott saying Congress could not ban slavery in the territories, the Republican Congress did just that in 1862. They could not treat Dred Scott, the person, as a citizen. Indeed, he was a party in a case before SCOTUS and lost on that issue, but they could ignore the dicta in Dred Scott, the case, as SCOTUS does not get to decide all things for all time for all Americans. And then 2 more paragraphs, I'm almost done. Using departmentalism in arguments with conservatives. To really implement this with conservatives, take what the court said in Planned Parenthood v. Casey and turn it on conservatives. Quote, the court's interpretation of the Constitution calls the contending sides of a national controversy over abortion to end their national division by accepting a common mandate rooted in the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution, end quote. No matter how much the court said it or even believed it, its own unilateral call that the abortion debate was over was laughable. Just like with Dred Scott, Americans weighed its constitutionality for themselves. Many states, thinking Roe and Casey wrongly decided, implemented new laws banning abortions. When courts in those cases enjoined those laws, they honored that judgment in that case about that law, but that did not mean they considered the court's rationale correct or precedential. and they continue to advocate. Consider what Lincoln said in his first inaugural address, quote, "At the same time, the candid citizen must confess that if the policy of the government upon vital questions affecting the whole people is to be irrevocably fixed by decisions of the Supreme Court, the people will have ceased to be their own rulers, having, to that extent, practically resigned their government into the hands of that eminent tribunal," end quote. Then last paragraph. Tangent, a book you should consider reading for more. If any of this appeals to you conceptually, I highly recommend reading America's Unwritten Constitution by Professor Akhil Amar. It is long, but it is very approachable and addresses a lot of these sorts of issues, particularly how a hypertextualist reading full of negative implications is neither smart nor originalist. Professor Amar is, for his part, a liberal and an originalist himself, and I think it would benefit you to see how academics approach this judicial philosophy instead of morons online who do not even understand originalism. The first example he uses in his book of Unwritten Constitutional Rules is the case of vice president impeachment. The Constitution says that the VP, as president of the Senate, sits as judge in all impeachment trials, except for when the president is impeached, under which circumstances the Chief Justice sits. So the question is, who sits as judge if it is the VP on trial? A strict textualist would say it must be the vice president, but this is, of course, absurd. It is an ancient maxim that a person cannot be a judge in their own case, and that so goes without saying that it did not need to be written into the text of the Constitution. Professor Amar, in the opening of the book, gives arguments, textual, historical, legal, contextual, to explain why this is obviously the case and how we can determine what is part of the unwritten Constitution. This is essentially his elevator pitch before presenting the rest of his book. It is a great read and has lots of fantastic hypotheticals / illustrations like that one. There you go. Okay, fuck you.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. That little provision, that little paradoxical provision about the vice president being his own, the judge in the Senate during his own impeachment trial. I had never thought of that. Yeah, it's a weird, tricky, like, question whether or not those rules, because the rules of either house have in the past been ruled unconstitutional in some degree, and there are definitely there are definitely rules that either house couldn't pass, just albeit like withholding pay or something, like if that exceeds, say, like the 27th Amendment, obviously that's a rule that the House couldn't pass, right, for themselves. So his argument seems to be that, like, because the rules and proceedings of the Senate sort of underlie the consent procedures, then it's like totally acceptable for this one guy to like withhold any hearings whatsoever, right? It's like, well, that obviously can't be the case, because the consent provision is for the institution itself. It's not for like one person to decide in the Senate.
Yeah, it's like it's almost a separation of powers and an appointment of powers type. I don't know if you say separation of powers, but like what do you call it? An assignment of powers, part of the Constitution that assigns a particular power to the president and then gives the Congress an ability to have some check on it. But the idea that you could fully abdicate it with like a rule, I really hate this thing of like people think they're like very clever and they found like some huge loophole, when the reality is like anybody in the room with you that is drafting the Constitution ever would look at you like a fucking retard, and it's like, this is stupid. Like, imagine, like, I don't know, I haven't memorized all of fucking Article 3 or whatever, but I'm sure that there's a reading of Article 3 where it's like, I bet they don't mandate a minimum number of cases that the Supreme Court has to hear per year. So like, could I have a Supreme Court that just decides to take on 0 cases per year ever because they just don't want to hear any cases? And then can I say that, am I not allowed to say that that's not constitutional, even though that is like expressly what Article 3 lays out for the Supreme Court? Like, that just feels so stupid to me, where I would call that an unconstitutional approach to government, but I mean, I don't know if the Supreme Court, it's literally dealing with the Supreme Court. They would never rule it unconstitutional themselves. So yeah, I don't know. That just feels like a stupid word game.
Yeah. Well, with Article 3, I know that, Article 3 is famously like very thin, right?
Sure.
It is I think the thinnest part of like the structure of the government. And I think the reason, among other things, other than them being like kind of lazy in the end, is that, they wanted to withhold a lot of power from the judiciary, and they wanted to make it dependent on the Congress. of course, Congress being the most powerful branch, like intentionally from the beginning.
Sure.
And
And then also my guess would be as well, I don't know the history as well, but like my guess is also going to be like, what do you even need like the Supreme Court for that much, right? Like I don't know if they ever envisioned such a massive sprawl, and I'm not doing the whole like, oh, federal government's too big, but like, I mean, like, what is the federal government even adjudicating back then? There was very, very, very few laws that were going to be on the books. There's very little, like, it's still generally like an assortment of states and maybe like disputes between
Right.
states, but I mean, like, it's not going to be them hearing cases that are so important to every single state, like it is today. Like, it's so much more expansive. There's so much more federal law on the books, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah, and the fact that the appellate courts had to be built out. You know, they were only built out in the last couple hundred, or in the last 100 years or something like that. Which is another thing that I try to cover, is like showing that building this like judicial structure has led to some positive results. You know, we went from like Dred Scott, Plessy v. Ferguson to rulings like Brown v. Board, when people were able to provide more substance to their harm, right? Like they were able to have a venue for presenting the harm that they were going through. And that's kind of one of the things that I say we need a more robust and architecturally sound Supreme Court, right? Because right now, all of the power of the judiciary, like the technical matters, the general law, the constitutional settlement, is all centered within one body of like 9 people, right? We live in a much more complicated time, and that's just doesn't seem acceptable anymore.
Sure. Especially with all the power they kind of grabbed in Loper or whatever, right?
Right. Loper, and, you know, relegating powers to the executive that, I mean, through Trump v. United States is,
sure.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, we've lost a lot of ground, and you know,
I would argue
wanna,
Trump v. U.S., you could argue that it gives some power to the president, but I would argue even that was kind of more usurpation to the Supreme Court, because
which one was Trump v. U.S. again?
That was the immunity case, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
because think about it. I mean, like, yeah, you can say the president has criminal immunity, but ultimately that's as determined by, right, the courts, and this would obviously be a Supreme Court question. So in a way, you know, they've said the president gets, you know, criminal immunity from these whatever buckets of categories we've made, but the only people who could even make a determination for that would be the Supreme Court itself. So even in a way, giving that immunity to the president was kind of them doing a bit more of a power grab.
Because they get to decide.
Yeah,
basically.
ultimately, whether or not it's a violation of, yeah.
Right. And, you know, who's in charge determines, like, who gets prosecuted.
Sure.
Basically.
Yeah. Or who can even be investigated.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, in addition, like, you know, we can do a survey of all of the different things that have been happening, like the gerrymandering cases. Like, these have totally tipped the balance in a nakedly partisan way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally disheartening. But again, it's like, that's why, like, because of how sweeping these rulings are, because of how far we've gone in terms of like the ambiguities between powers, and like how much power has been relegated to the executive and to the judiciary, and how much Congress has abdicated, and how kind of like clownish and foolish the Congress has become. I think it's like, come on, guys, that we have the answer. It's just we have to get people on board, you know?
Sure. Yeah. Okay, well.
Are you going to play Reborn after you play Remake?
You mean Rebirth?
Sorry. Yeah, Rebirth.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
I'll get there.
All right. Well, you'll have a good one.
Yeah.
I appreciate the time.
Yeah, be careful.
Thanks for the talk.
Peace.
Okay.
Oh, you're done?
One more.
Should I bring in a tier 3 or a 4 person?
A tier 3 or a poor oh, okay, do 2. 1 tier 3 and then some rando.
Pink.
Oh.
Pink. Hello. Go ahead.
Hi. Let me just switch over. Trying to play Returnal. Hi Stephen. Hi Mooten.
Hi.
I got a few things maybe to talk about. Something that I think is additive to what you've been talking about the last few calls. Or I can argue with you about online privacy and the social media ban and stuff like that.
I mean, it's your calling, so whatever you want to do.
Well, I'll stick with what the last few calls have been on about. I wonder what you thought of. I've had this thought brewing in my head for a while now, relating to what you've been talking about with the current media environment and algorithms. And I think you alluded to it somewhat before when you talked about the sorts of people that now talk about politics. Like it used to be
more politically interested people
think
now,
a
like
fairly-
every single person on
Yeah.
the planet, like the Joe Rogans, everybody are just discovering politics now for the first time and have very serious, or opinions that are taken probably too seriously because of how popular they are. Yeah.
So, my proposal is kind of bring back gatekeeping.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I agree,
feel
but I don't know
like-
how the fuck you possibly can do that.
I feel like the internet has democratized everything, which is cool and everything, but it has allowed every sort of village idiot with a microphone to spew their opinion and also to find someone else equally stupid to reinforce their opinion and make it seem like it's less stupid. Whereas before, someone talking about the Earth being flat in their own town would have been ridiculed. Now they can find 200 people who believe the same thing.
Yeah.
And I think that is essentially all the politics today, and not just politics, also social issues. Everything gets through the algorithms sort of divvied up into these increasingly more divergent and extreme positions, and all of their opinions get continually reinforced,
Sure.
either through the algorithms or through the or through social reinforcement. I can't remember who it was. I think it was like the angry guy a few calls back, talking about trying to convince, why don't you just look at the data? Why don't you just look at the data?
Yeah.
I think he overestimates, and I think you do too sometimes. Underestimate. I think you underestimate how much a normal person is just a low information.
No,
not
I don't
stupid,
understand at
just
all. I think I
incredibly
have
low
it pretty.
information, yeah.
I think I have it pretty accurately pegged. This is why I talk about how important the journalist class is because a normal person is just never going to have the time nor the desire to look through 99% of like political issues or things that might even be relevant to their life or for them to vote on. Which is why it's nice to have a journalist or somebody communicate this information to you in like a bite-sized, understandable manner. That used to be their job. I think I'm accurately assessing that pretty well.
Yeah. Do you see any way out?
Yeah,
Anyway,
skylifting
back to
bulldozers
sort of
and dropping it
gatekeeping.
on X. I don't know.
I agree. I mean, it ties into, I think, your complaints about social media and algorithms. I do think governments need to start legislating against how social media delivers things to us, because I think that's probably not the only part of the problem. I think it's one of the biggest parts of the problem. In terms of how devices become.
Yeah, I mean,
as a
honestly,
society.
obviously, I super agree with this. Yeah, it's one of my big talking points. I think is getting rid of like the for you sections on social media pages, or finding a way to deliver content to people who aren't searching for something or requesting it. You're just like delivering it to them automatically. Yeah.
I also think it ties into something. I think it was the L person talking about Russia. I think when Russia lost the Cold War, they didn't stop propaganda. They kept on going.
Yeah.
And I think the West just went like, okay, we won, and then stopped. I think we should bring back propaganda. Like, I don't think propaganda is inherently bad. I don't know about you. You're slightly younger than me. But I grew up with a lot of things that I would consider to be healthy propaganda. Like, I grew up in South Africa, but it was constantly like pick up litter It was after the apartheid stuff, right?
Okay. Okay.
Well,
sure,
at least
fine.
while I was conscious, right?
That was a sketchy statement, but yeah, go ahead.
No, I got to live through the best era in South African history, I think, because I got to see Mandela get out and then become the first black president and all that cool stuff, and he was super cool. Which does get me very angry when people talk about Israel Palestine and talk about
The
that
ANC
situation
and
like
everything.
apartheid, when
Yeah.
or talk about the ANC be anything like Hamas. Fuck off.
Sure.
Absolute delusional cunts. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, when I grew up, it was constantly on TV like, hey, you should pick up litter. You know, it's super important for your environment. Like stuff on TV, like our cartoons were like Captain Planet, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever watched that. There's also things like, hey, brush your teeth, you should do that. Drink milk, it's good for your bones. Like there was a bunch of relatively small things. Also stuff about the ozone layer. You know, how we shouldn't create pollution to increase the hole in the ozone layer, and I don't know, the environment, at least as a kid growing up, seemed to be, we're going to pump as many positive messages into you as possible. It was also a lot of anti-racism stuff, but in a way that to me felt a lot more genuine than it does today. Where I think today it tends to feel somewhat disingenuous often, and preachy, whereas I don't know if it's just rose-tinted glasses, but as a kid it felt like, hey, you know, everyone's cool and the same and we shouldn't be racist. I don't know, it felt a lot more genuine back then. But I think we need to bring back that. I don't know what your thoughts on that are. Like that sort of messaging.
Yeah, I kind of understand what you mean. There's like this concept of when a person who loves you is giving you feedback or criticism, like the feedback is coming ideally from a place of like, I love you and I respect you and I'm telling you this because I know you can do better. Whereas for a variety of reasons, you know, who knows, maybe because we won the Cold War, because we won a lot of culture wars, or liberalism became the dominant idea, blah, blah, whatever fucking reason. It feels like a lot of the criticisms from some Americans towards other Americans they felt a little bit more hateful. Like, rather than we're criticizing America's past because we know America can do better, it started to take on like a more hateful tinge of like, America is just evil and it's like fundamentally evil and maybe it actually can't be made better. It needs to be like reimagined. And I think when you fall down that road, or when you walk down that road too far of doing that type of messaging, eventually, like, why would we even want to save or feel any kind of attachment towards this concept of America when all we hear is like how horrible and evil and terrible and bad it is? Rather than like, America's done amazing things and America's done bad things. It's important to understand our bad things so that we continue to do good things and do better things in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a similar stuff happening in the UK, whereas, you know, now the majority of the messaging is like British Empire bad, colonialism bad, you know, which obviously is truth to a lot of that. But a lot of the messaging from the top is negative. I do think that sort of messaging has led to what I would call the Tinder for the creation of the Tinder, as in, you know, stuff you use to light a fire.
Yeah, for the right, because it's like you got one side, one group of
yeah.
people is telling you to feel like shit and to hate your history and hate everything else, and the other people are saying that like your history is perfect and, you know, fuck these guys, they're haters. And, you know, regardless of the factual claims underneath them, it feels better to be with a group of people that aren't constantly shitting on you or attacking you or undermining you or telling you how horrible you are. Like, emotionally, naturally, people would gravitate towards that to some extent. Sure.
Yeah, and I think when people feel like their identity, or at least things that they identify with, is attacked, they naturally react offensively, and that makes them withdraw and become less prone to listening to the other side.
Yeah.
And I do think the left has an issue with messaging in a way that feels constantly like an attack, even when someone might just be naive or uneducated on a particular topic. And then when that, let's say, good faith but ignorant person feels under attack, then the right is there with open arms, like, hey, we love you, we like you, you know.
Yeah.
And then they pick them up.
Yeah, I
and
agree
then
with that, yeah.
the right has got another convert. I think also a similar thing is happening in the UK with race and identity and culture. So you're American, and obviously, I think most Americans have, I assume, a cultural identity of being American, which stands above any racial identity. Would you say that's relatively correct?
If you were born here, 1,000,000,000% for sure. Then maybe for people that are like newly immigrated, depending on where you're coming from, maybe not. But for people that are born here, absolutely, yeah, for sure. Or they come here
I think
young.
it depends on the community, though.
No.
You don't, but not for black people. You don't think?
No, they especially for black people, for African Americans.
They identify as American first,
as opposed to.
Well, they're African American. They're not. They're not just like black.
They're African American.
Well, they're African American.
American though. That's a huge important part of the cornerstone identity. Yeah, for sure.
And I grew up with a very similar thing. Like I was South African before being white, right? I don't know how aware you are of like the recent UK racial tensions increasing in the grooming gang.
Yeah, a little bit familiar
stuff,
with them,
all that
unfortunately.
stuff,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a thought that one of the things that is increasing racial tensions in European countries is that if you are in America, or if you're in, I would say, let's say, any post-colonial country, you have a cultural identity that is based on the nation and nationhood, and it's not racial, or isn't for most people. So like Canadians, Americans, South Africans, at least.
I would say for New World people, that's definitely true. And I don't know how South Africa. You said post-colonial. You mean like colonized nations, not like
previously colonized nations. Yeah,
that might be true. Yeah, for sure. For Europe, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't think that's true. But
South Africa has the whole Rainbow Nation thing going on.
Sure.
It's been a while since I've lived there, but like it was, the whole point was we are collectively all South African, before being anything else.
Sure.
So when I was South African, or I'm still South African, but when I was in South Africa, I'm South African first, but then I'm also descended from British, right? That's a secondary thing.
Sure.
And on my mum's side, descended from Jews. And then, but if you're English, for example, there's a similar sort of conversation happening with the English identity, where like everyone can be English, but if you say white English, you've got nothing to culturally fall back on. Whereas if you are, for example, a Caribbean immigrant, like you're a second generation, you're English, but you're also, I think most people, I don't know if there's anyone in chat who corroborate this, but I think you tend to have a secondary identity under that, which underpins your overall identity. And I think a lot of the reason why there's a lot of racial tensions amongst certain white people in particular in England and Scotland, the UK in general, and I think Europe in general, is because they feel like their cultural identity is being eroded, and there is no secondary identity. Like there's nothing that, like if you went back 200 years, you would have been Mercian or something, right? But that doesn't exist anymore.
You would have been.
Maybe you could be Yorkshireman.
Oh,
Mercian.
I don't know what Mercian is.
It's a region in the middle of England.
Bonger shit.
Like where Birmingham is, yeah. Okay. Or like a Yorkshireman or whatever, right? There would have been some secondary identity, but that's all kind of been eroded. So not like now that is just English. But now, as an Englishman, you can no longer, like, as a white Englishman, you have to share that. I think that's the feeling. I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
I kind of get it. I think that it actually a little bit ties into the thing that we were talking about over like when you become like the dominant culture, you run into kind of a weird issue where you get benefits from that, and then you get things that hurt you from that. So like a benefit obviously is that everybody kind of adopts the culture, but then like the downside to that is you kind of get lost in it, and that you're not really like, what are you supposed to say as a white American that your culture is explicitly? I think this is why white Americans, Europeans cringe, but it's why you get like people are like, oh, I'm Irish or I'm Italian, when they're Irish Americans or Italian Americans, because they're like, well, what do you claim now as white culture when it's kind of become just like everybody's culture? But then you also run into the issue of like, well, actually, there are some things that we can call white culture. Do you know what those things are? If you were to guess what I'm going to say.
Are we talking about in America?
In America or in Britain, actually, I would say it's the same. When people are talking about like white culture,
well, it's gonna be if it's on the left, it's gonna be like slavery.
yeah, it's
or,
all bad stuff.
Colonialism.
All of it is
Yeah,
bad,
yeah.
right? Such to the point that and I'm not saying this isn't for good reason, but like in America, if you were to say like, oh, like I'm like a white identitarian or I care about like white history or white, like people instantly assume you're a Nazi, right? And again, not for no reason. Like obviously they have used that in the past.
Yeah.
But it does put you in a weird spot where it's like, okay, well, fuck, what am I supposed to feel proud of, I guess, if I have this racial or ethnic background and I've kind of become like the dominant culture, but I can't take credit for that because it seems bad. So, yeah, it's a weird and annoying world to be stuck between, I think, yeah.
I mean, I kind of think that feeling has less merit in America and South Africa and countries like that because there is the overall like American culture or South African culture, but I think there's probably a stronger argument in Europe. But like, so if you were, for example, in control of, let's say, the Labour Party's messaging on cultural issues right now, what do you think you would tell them, if anything?
If you were the in the UK,
yeah, with the current racial tensions, like if you could just wave a magic wand and control their PR, is there anything you would do differently from what they're currently doing? I don't know how aware you are.
I just don't even know because I feel like the UK shit it's different in the United States where I consider racial stuff and these types of anxieties to be kind of like luxury things that aren't like they're not. Yeah. I don't think they're. I think they're not real. But that gets into a whole other thing. But I think in the UK, I mean, like for instance, you've seen massive shifts in the types of immigrants that are coming to your country, and then you separate it from the European Union, so you have like this EU skepticism and whatever that kind of exists that to some extent is like shielding British identity. Why are you guys different from the EU and you don't want to be part of it? Obviously you have all of your all of the ordinary like color related tensions. I don't think I have a deep enough understanding of like race relations in the UK or in England to be able to give like a prescription of how I would even message on it. I don't know how English people traditionally and then today even talk about their, I guess, like ethnic identities or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would do differently. I mean, I know what I would do policy wise, and I would do a similar thing in America. Like, everything that gets labeled as DEI.
Sure.
I wouldn't get rid of it, but I would retarget it. Let's say based on income, which should theoretically pick up the same disadvantaged groups, but without what I feel like is unnecessarily creating a feeling of unfairness or jealousy amongst people. Like,
yeah,
I know, like, the right would still, that certain aspects of the right would still use it as an attack, but I feel like it would be harder for them to do so. If you did
Maybe.
that.
I mean, I've thought about stuff like this, like why not just do income-based versus like racial-based? But I think especially after all of the Trump stuff, I think one of the issues with this framing is that like, it's hard to even talk about this because of everything in the United States. But, like, I think we clearly do still have some kind of like racially related stuff going on in the United States that for a variety of reasons is hard to talk about. Like, for all of my, and I've said this a lot, like I'm very critical on like DEI messaging and affirmative action messaging, but it's very hard for me to wrap my brain around somebody saying like Kamala Harris isn't qualified to be the president of the United States without like incorporating her gender or race into it. That's just a crazy statement to me. And then,
I mean, you can't deny there's outright bigotry still.
Yeah, so it sucks sometimes when there's like bigotry that's focused on people's characteristics, and then we say that we're going to try to alleviate that issue, but we're only going to do it by focusing on people's on the non-related characteristics, right? On the the class stuff. I mean, if it was like overall, I guess if it played out better, then like if it actually led to better outcomes for people supporting it, I guess maybe I'd support it. I'm just not. I don't know if I'm fully convinced it would, but.
Well, I think it'd have to be twofold. Like, on the one hand, obviously, you need to have very strong laws against discrimination of inalienable characteristics. But I think in terms of the other side, with the supporting disadvantaged groups, I think it would. I mean, I'm just assuming, but I feel like it would work better if it were based on income. But then. Again, bring back propaganda, like bring back all the, I don't know, cheesy 90s, 80s, like every cartoon has like whatever every race kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Sure.
That's what
Yeah.
the Captain Planet stuff. I don't. Do you? You're how old are you? 36.
37, 36, 37. I think.
37. Yeah, I'm 42. So, do you feel like? I don't know if this is just again rose tinted glasses, but do you feel like race relations were trending very positively in the 90s leading up to the 2000s and like the early 2000s, and then have gone down again? That's how it feels to me.
Yes, although, I would say yeah. I would have to be careful though, because obviously there could be things that I'm just missing as a white dude, maybe that I'm not seeing. But I mean, like,
yeah,
I do.
that's what I'm not sure on either.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like we had better representation and we were going in like a better direction. And now it feels like we're taking a step back.
What do you
guess.
mean by like better direction? Like just like in our cartoons and stuff? Because like I know growing up we had
in
like,
everything for me,
tons
it
of
felt like it was
just
going better.
representation. It felt like.
Well,
And it
I
was
guess
just so
what I'm
normalized?
thinking of is that like it felt like as a kid, it felt to me like it didn't feel like there was any hatred. That sounds so weird, but it didn't feel like there was hatred behind the diversification of a lot of our media. Like, it just felt like it was like, oh, here's like more people that we can have involved, and like sometimes
These
it's
are more
really good to
characters.
be like sensitive to the issues that they might have experienced. But
You have an episode going over their issues or whatever, kind of.
yeah, but it didn't feel
I see
like
what you're saying.
it didn't feel like here's a black character and it's good that we have him to show how evil like all the white people are, or something like that. Like it felt, I guess it felt more like additive or collaborative rather than like
Yeah.
combative or something. Yeah.
I have the same experience and feeling. Like growing up, it felt like even more so, I'd say for me growing up in South Africa, it's like, oh hey, we're getting rid of all the legal discrimination against black people and everyone else. It was like, and huge steps for me. But then also watching America, because you were still culturally dominant, so we were all watching your stuff, right? So I was seeing
Do you
and
think
all that.
that's because
Yeah,
the
sorry.
media is like telling us to feel that way nowadays, and they're like throwing it in your face of like, oh look, like this is a black TV show, it's all black people, versus back in the day you could watch like The Proud Family or like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and that, I don't feel like that was on anybody's mind.
Well, you don't feel like what was on anybody's mind? Wait.
Like that we're watching like a show of all black people. It was just like this is a show.
I
of
disagree.
people
I
and
feel
their
like
lives.
Fresh
I
Prince.
was young, so I'm not
sure. I think Fresh Prince and the Cosby Show had. I mean, like there were just episodes that was like episodes of like things that everybody goes through, but there were definitely a lot of episodes that touched on like race relations,
Cop racial issues,
and identity issues
But
too.
I,
yeah.
in a very good way, I felt. I mean, at least like I never felt like watching, because I did grow up watching the Cosby Show and the Fresh Prince, what's that one with Steve Urkel?
Family Matters, was it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so stuff like that. And I never felt watching that as a little white kid. I never felt like they were attacking me in dealing with any of these issues. Whereas sometimes, I think with today's media, sometimes like there's a part of me that's like, like this feels kind of targeted. Like I understand where you're coming from, and there's an emotional, there's a more like deep
I mean,
down
we can
sort
look
of
like so. Like
emotional
one of
sort
the really
negative
popular pieces of media
reaction.
would be,
Oh, yeah.
and I liked it, and I'm a big boy, so I don't feel attacked or whatever. But like the Black Panther is like a black superhero, and they have like the secret country of Wakanda that had to stay hidden because of like the evil whites and racism from around the world. And like the movie like played into a lot of those tropes as well. You had them stealing back artifacts from like a museum, which is something that the Brits get criticized for. Like it takes a much more hostile like race relation approach, I would say, than like other stuff. Not to say that it was bad or anything like that, but it's definitely like a more
Oh, I know how to describe it. It's I think the Cosby Show and Fresh Prince and stuff dealt with racism in, I think, an interpersonal way. So it's just talking about individual races in general. Whereas I think maybe there's been a shift to talking about more systemic racial issues, and maybe that, if it's not handled well, can feel more like an attack because it is inherently collective.
I guess maybe, I don't know. I feel like I mean, like, I feel like, I don't know, the Fresh Prince had a lot of episodes about racial issues that, like, there was you had the episode where they get pulled over by the cops, and Carlton doesn't understand why the cops are like pulling over them for driving the car. You know, they had that episode where Carlton and Will are trying to get into the same fraternity. And it's a little bit weird because like the guy in charge, the black dude in charge, doesn't think that Carlton is like black enough. And you know, it's like they're wrestling with the identity between being wealthy, but being black, and, you know, being authentic, but not being a sellout. And there's just like a lot of weird stuff like that. But even like the episodes where they're dealing with this, I guess I'm never feeling like, I guess an emotional person, because I'm not feeling like I'm under attack by any of these things. Whereas you definitely feel a little bit more on the defense. Like, I guess I never, when I look at those things in the past, like, I never got the feeling of, like, shut up and listen. It was more just, like, here's a captivating story, and you as, like, a human being with, like, some bare level of emotional empathy should be able to understand, and I think you generally could.
Yeah, I have exactly the same experience to those shows. What about you, Mooten? Because you're much younger, right?
I feel like growing up, our shows, it was kind of just so normalized, and I didn't really ever think like, oh, that's like a black character, or that's an Asian character, or whatever. Like Codename Kid Next Door, they had every kid, and every kid was cool for like their own reasons, but it didn't feel like people were like harping on like, oh, like race or anything like that. And this was for every television show that I grew up in. It didn't feel like race or sex was really like a talking point. It was more of like, these are cool characters and they exist. I don't know if that's changed today. I feel like we might be in like the booming out territory where none of us are watching like kid shows today, and we're just seeing like the highly controversial stuff on the internet that are getting like tossed out there. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know for kids shows today. I haven't seen anything where I'm like, oh, this stuff is really ideologically driven, or like really hateful, I guess. But it does feel like the mainstreamish stuff has gotten a little bit more.
Yeah, like big movies and stuff like that. I think it has gotten more
divisive
like that. Yeah,
like there's a good guy and a bad guy historically.
Now. Yeah,
the stuff that pissed me off as like a history nerd guy is like a relatively recent Netflix like Cleopatra documentary, for example. Like stuff like that where that feels like it's both afactual and also deliberate. You know, I don't know if you know about this controversy, but they did a documentary with Cleopatra, right?
Yeah.
And of course she was Greek, right? So like it's just that kind of stuff that pisses me off on like a autistic history nerd level. But that kind of stuff is the stuff that I feel like is incredibly damaging overall, and like really unnecessary. And I sometimes wonder, like BLM, when that happened, obviously very, very, very justified movement, but I feel like some very minor changes to the messaging would have undercut a lot of that. Like, not all lives matter, but like instead of Black Lives Matter too. I don't know, but like just adding that too for me feels like no one can accuse anyone in that movement of saying Black Lives Matter over anyone else. Whereas like the sort of reactionary rightoids, I think at the time were like, oh no, white lives matter, or no, all lives matter, right? But if you're just saying Black Lives Matter too, for example, that might have been better messaging. And I don't know if you agree with that, but I feel like there's a lot of little things that are I think unnecessarily divisive.
Yeah, you're saying little things. So like I think actually there's been a lot of white women have damaged us irreparably. No, I'm just kidding. There's been a lot of like issues talking about victims and stuff, and like taking psych terms and like trauma framing or whatever, where sometimes we forget that it's okay to be politically effective. So like, you know, we say things like oh, like, you know, rape culture and all this has made it so you're looking for like a perfect victim. There is no perfect victim. Like in the civil rights era in the United States, that's absolutely not true. There were absolutely better victims that they wanted to highlight. The most the biggest example was Rosa Parks, right? There was at least one other case of a black woman who, you know, had issues. I don't know if it was the same type of story where being seated on a certain side of the bus or whatever.
I feel like I heard that this lady, like, I don't know why people didn't like support her or whatever because she was like a criminal in the past. I don't know if I got like a Republican talking point about this or what.
Yeah, it's basically like, but the civil rights people back in the day, they were very, 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 very tuned into and aware of how everybody would be viewed politically. Like they were very sensitive to these issues. And when they were doing marches, when they were doing protests and demonstrations and sit-ins and everything else, they were highly strategic about every single thing that they did. And it's a bit of a crime that for MLK, you know, the quote that all of these wokey lefty retards use is, you can't put a timetable on a black man's freedom. And they use that quote to mean that, like, there should be no strategy or anything with their approach at all.
Like we go
you should
now
just be able
and
to,
do it
yeah,
today?
you just do now, do everything, and it doesn't matter how you present it. That's bullshit. And that's these movements were highly strategic in the past. And I feel like because of our trauma framing or psych framing or whatever the fuck for everything, we just like have lost the ability sometimes as people on the left to think that like maybe we should try to message our politics effectively. We just kind of
Do you
assume
think it's
that everybody should just
that,
go
or
with
do you think it's like people have just like it's just like not given up, but like we're complacent?
Well, yeah, I think
Like
that
we're-
I
like
think
we're fat
that
and happy.
the complacency I think was the root of what I just said. So like what I'm saying is the applied thing, but the reason why is because like a lot of the civil rights people largely won out on a lot of the things that we're fighting for. We got the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act. We got you know, obviously slavery was abolished way before that. Like for a lot of these big battles were kind of won socially. So then people forget like how to defend them or how to message about them or how to do them, and then as a result, yeah, we're
Makes sense. Yeah.
It feels like, as a summary, like modern progressive and leftist movements are living the what is the phrase? Don't let perfect
Get in
be
the
the
way of good
enemy
or whatever.
or get in the way of good. Yeah, like they're living that with everything they do. It feels like, and it's very few people who try and view things a little bit more pragmatic. Like, are we making progress in the right direction? Like, it might not be ideal, but are we going in the right direction? Focus on that. Whereas your Hassans and people like that are like, no, if it's not that, or like, oh no, we can't vote for Kamala because she like acknowledged Israel in one time or voted for defensive arms. It's like, fuck Kamala, as how we get Trump, right? That seems to be all of their messaging on that side of the internet, which I find deeply frustrating.
Sure, but again, it's because we have to keep in mind,
Yeah.
it's because they're playing fundamentally a different game, right? Like anybody that's all or nothing on something just doesn't care about the issue that much, either because it doesn't affect them or whatever. They're just using that issue as like a proxy for some other thing, you know?
Just pivoting randomly to the social media stuff, and I think online privacy. You mentioned before you view that people shouldn't have anonymity, for example, if they are. What was your exact?
I don't know, political figures or
description,
journalists,
like-
I think we need way more openness about like the sources of funding they have and the like, yeah, I like funding sources and especially like who they are or whatever, but I mean that's generally not a problem in the real world. But the sources of funding
But
things are
not
big
like, not necessarily normies.
I mean, it depends on what we count as a normie. Like, if you're running like a TikTok account, like Libs of TikTok, and you've got like a huge, or I'm sorry, you're running like a Twitter account or something, and it's like hugely influential. I think at some point you need to be able to know who these people are too. Yeah.
I think I would probably broadly agree with that. What's been frustrating in the last few streams, anytime the UK social media stuff has popped up, unfortunately, I think I broadly agree with Taylor Lorenz on a lot of this stuff. My worry with the social media ban, in particular, is it's a gateway to. Do you know about the digital ID stuff?
No, but just you saying that, I can already imagine. The issue is that
So-
like the people involved are kind of like tech boomers, and in order to ban
Yes.
kids from social media in a thing that might seem like good spirited, the way that they're doing it is probably using a tool that is insanely overly broad that would lend itself to a lot of abuse in the future for really, really bad things. But once implemented, you're probably never getting rid of it.
That sums it up very well. So, like initially, they brought out, I can't remember, the Online Safety Act, which mandated certain websites over a certain size would have to prove users' identity
Sure.
to prevent children. Which, of course, means getting ID from every single adult in practice, right? Because
Yeah.
children don't have ID. And then, in addition to that, they wanted to introduce a digital ID card, which, again, not inherently bad in and of itself, but I don't necessarily trust our government institutions to do it well.
Do you guys have
for
like a
example,
social security number or anything like that?
we have what's called a national insurance number, which I guess is the closest thing to social security. But you get that when you're 16, I think.
It
It's been a
sounds
while
like it
since I
solves
got
everything
mine.
now.
Theoretically, yeah, like putting your, but it's not, that's not secret, so you could just get the number, like, you know,
What do you mean
that
it's
doesn't
unsecret?
necessarily.
The U.S. is the only,
Like,
when you
it-
say social security number, the U.S. is like the only country on the planet where we use our health insurance number as like our identifier number. I don't think any other country does that. So even though in the UK they have unique national insurance numbers, they would never say like, I need you to verify who you are. Give me the last 3 or 4 digits of your national insurance number. That would sound crazy to, I think, most Europeans. Whereas in the United States, that is how we use our social security number as our identifier.
I'm just asking, like, why can't we move towards that if you're getting it at 16 or whatever?
Because I could just give you my national insurance number, right, and then now what?
Sure, but
right?
why would you want to do that?
What do you mean?
Well, they would get it from their parents. Just so right now, right?
Well, then that would
kids
be
are
on the
getting around
parents.
Right now, kids are getting around the ban by either spoofing one of the current ID check-in methods by holding up a fake ID, which is very easy, or someone was doing it using a picture of Solid Snake from Metal Gear 5. Not Solid Snake, but whatever version of Snake that is. And things like that. So, I mean, the government. I don't care if we just use a national insurance number, right? Because I don't see the necessity for this in the first place. But the government, well, no, we can't have kids looking at anything like that ever. So we need to have a digital ID, which they said will be completely optional, but you have to use it for your right to work, which means that if you have a job, it's not optional. So that's bullshit.
My opinion on this is like, put it out there, make adults either A, angry or uncomfortable about giving this information over, and have the government actually go and do a better system. NFTs are an interesting way to kind of do this. Like, there's got to be a better way. And
I think there is. I think like a few other European countries have done it, and I think a way that I would probably be okay with. Essentially, you would have like two-factor authentication on your phone.
Yeah.
You would have like an online ID app that sits on your phone, for example, and that's generating a Cycling ID, and you put that in. So in that case, you're not giving your identity to any other website, so there's no risk of, if that website gets hacked, which it probably would at some point, like that hacker getting access to your identity. All the website gets is a one-time token that verifies that you are of age or whatever.
Love it.
Right. So, but that's not what they're proposing, right?
Yeah, I think that there's two huge issues.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, finish your thing, because I'm gonna.
Yeah. So, like, most people in the UK are against that online ID thing, so the government went back on that. But now they've introduced the social media ban for under 16s, which again, inherently, I don't necessarily disagree with, but I think personally we should target it on the phones themselves. Like, for example, cell phones in parental mode, like, and then the parents have to unlock it to make it an adult phone, so to speak, right?
I said like you would have to unlock it at a specific like dealer. This was another one of my ideas. Like, you have to go to T-Mobile.
I would also be okay with that. Yeah, and then you prove your ID.
Your ID over.
Yeah,
and then they unlock it for you.
I'll be happy with that as well. But again, that's not the way they're proposing to do it. And yeah, like this just seems like a very clear like A, B, C, D. Like we're trying to create an environment where you have to have a digital ID. And there's a whole sort of ream of risks with that I'm not comfortable with. And I'm generally a pro-privacy guy. But yeah, I don't know. I just think you guys should look into this a little bit more because it's happening in various states.
Real quick, I don't disagree.
Well.
I think, and I've said this before. I don't disagree necessarily with Taylor's arguments. I just think she's a fucking lunatic, and I think every argument that she provides is fucking dog shit. Because she'll say like, "Oh well, LGBT kids need the internet or whatever bullshit." Like, I think that's retarded. My take on it is, I think two huge things. Is one, do you have any kids?
No.
Okay, I don't know why this happens, but every time somebody has kids, they instantly forget every single fucking thing that they did as a kid. Most parents would kill themselves if their kids did like 1/5 of the insane shit that they did when they were kids. Every single parent, for whatever fucking reason, goes through this experience. So there's two issues. Is that one, parents treat kids as being too stupid, and then on two, they treat kids as being way smarter than they actually are, and they're overestimating how smart adults are. So the first issue is that like, this is an unpopular position. I don't know if any politician can ever have this position or signal on this position anywhere, ever. But like, kids running into porn is not anywhere near as big a deal, in my opinion, as people pretend it is. Who the fuck cares? Okay, every fucking.
I'd agree.
I'm pretty sure.
We have tree porn.
Yeah, it might even be, I don't know if it was A Christmas Story or fucking Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Like, I feel like there were so many old comedies where like they find like their dad's like Playboy, or they get like a titty mag or whatever. This is nowhere near as big of a fucking deal as for some reason, like was there a Christmas Story where some adults like think that it's like the end of the fucking world if their kid sees porn online? It's retarded. Number one. And then number two, for the other argument that people want to make, well, maybe there are places where our kids online could fall into, and these are really radicalizing and scary spaces. I think that's true for everybody. And if there are kids if there's like a place online where a kid can fall into this and instantly get radicalized, the same thing would probably apply to an 18-year-old or a 22-year-old, or unfortunately to a 65-year-old. And maybe we need to have an actual conversation about those places online. That's like my opinion. I do think that certain things like social media bans for kids under a certain age, I actually think there's some legitimacy to that. And, social media platforms can figure out how they want to address that. And if you don't want to show an ID or verify age or some bullshit to have like a Facebook account, I mean, that's on you. You're not losing access to the entire fucking internet. But the idea that like there's this especially horrible thing if a kid sees porn online and that's why we have to do all this crazy shit, or that like there are these places online that our kids could go that are super scary, they probably aren't even going to be caught by this ID stuff because they'll just be on Telegram or some other thing. I just think it's kind of misguided, but that it's like a more sophisticated conversation, and I think most people don't want to have that talk.
Yeah, I mean the biggest problems that some children's groups, not all, but and privacy groups have is that they argue that this ban will just force kids into the peripheries of the internet where they don't give a fuck about what the government wants, which has seemed to be the case in Australia. And I think the government is also kind of looking at social media in the wrong way. They're looking at it like cigarettes or drinking, when I think it's more like the park, and maybe there's some creepy guys at the park, so maybe you should do something about the creepy guys at the park and not ban the park.
Yeah.
And also
I
they
just wanna
included
jump back to this before I
YouTube,
forget.
by the way, to the social media
Right.
ban. I don't know if you know, like they're banning YouTube for under 16s, which I think is
So by banning,
insane.
okay, we're using the word ban, right? That's not
Yes.
exactly what it is. It's you can't create an account and you can't comment. It's not like you are prohibited from going to these sites. But second off, the thing that I wanted to say is like, I think that these social media platforms should have to start moderating their things. I think it's called like Prop 250 in the US. I don't remember what the fuck it is called.
Safe harbor.
Whatever the fuck it is, like you shouldn't just be able to go and post whatever you want on Twitter, and Twitter just says, well, I mean, like they posted it, like we don't have to moderate it. These companies need to moderate their own shit. They can pay people to do it. We need to do better.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like, is the Prop 250 whatever, is that the safe harbor
Section 240.
provision?
Section 230 is where the safe harbor thing comes from. Yes.
So, isn't that like treating the internet like the post office?
It's basically just
where
provides
they're
a
not
publisher
responsible for the-
protection to where you can't be sued for something that a user posts on your platform, like for user-generated content, basically.
So, do you think that should be repealed or heavily modified?
Maybe there should be more to fall under safe harbor provision. So like you have to be careful about like copyrighted content. You have to respond to copyright takedown requests and stuff in order to have the 230 protections. I mean, you could just add more requirements maybe, but it also depends on what do we
I
mean
would
when we
add
say
some
like
requirements around fake news.
Oh, sure. That's a whole different thing than like the
disinformation.
kids conversation though, which is like
1 billion%, way different.
Sure, the marketing that everybody's focused on right now, and I don't know why. But I also don't know like why in the UK, like where is this push coming from? Like, do people feel like if kids see dicks online, they're gonna kill themselves or something?
It's
or-
not about dicks. It's about social media.
I don't think it's. I mean, I might be sounding conspiracy brain, but I think it's about just the government is scared of losing control of public messaging, and they're doing everything they can to get as much control as possible. I think that's the real motivation, and the always the go-to is think of the children. That is the ultimate get out of jail free card for any government policy, because no one can argue against it without looking like a terrible person or a pedophile. Yeah. So that, I mean, that's my opinion on that. On why they're doing it. And it is not just Labour. It's literally every party in Parliament.
It is
it's like
bipartisan.
fully bipartisan. It's like
people want
Labour,
this.
Conservatives, Liberal Democrats. I think the only party that has said anything even remotely against it is Reform, but fuck them with the spiked dildo to death. So yeah, there's no way out from this particular thing I can see in terms of changing the policy. Everyone in power wants it, and it is a growing, like the European Union is pushing something similar. You've got several states for some reason pushing something similar, again using porn as an excuse. Doesn't Texas?
In the United States, we all have like ID requirements in like half the states now to look at porn online or something.
And California
It's in the,
as
it's
well,
in the
I think.
Republican states.
I don't
Is it
know
in
about California.
I don't
I'd be
think so.
I
surprised.
swear California did something similar.
I would be very surprised if California did that.
The Republican states use porn as porn is evil and you're degenerate, and the Democratic states use think of children. But it's the same thing. I know. Yeah, I mean that's all I had to shout about.
All right, I mean,
Thanks
the
for
only
listening.
other place that's doing like a social media type ban, but isn't going for like a ban, sorry, that reform, is Japan. It seems like, which there is in my notes. They were aiming at promoting the use of filters and boosting digital media literacy. It requires mobile characters to incorporate filtering of some sort in conjunction with service for users under the age of 18, unless parents expressly ask for an exemption.
That's
they're not
I
going
mean, that
ban.
sounds-
They're going literacy.
That sounds
slash
reasonable.
Carrier stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe
They're
I guess.
trying
But
to
I don't know
ban.
if you knew this, but by default, porn is blocked on every new. Like if you get a phone, it's blocked by default by the
In the UK?
carrier. Yeah, in the UK. And if you get if you move house and you get you sign up to the internet, it's blocked by default. You need to. I don't know if it's just porn, but it's like adult stuff. So you need to actually ask. So that's already in place. And of course, parental controls have existed for a long time, and they're very, very robust now. So I don't know. I don't think it's necessary for the reasons they're giving. But I didn't know what you said earlier. Mooten, did you say that they aren't banning YouTube? They are just restricting
So
creation of
it
accounts.
starts in 2027 in spring for UK. It's on Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and X right now. It's under 16-year-olds can't create accounts. So, like, if you're a 15-year-old, you can still go on YouTube and search and shit, it sounds like. But you cannot create an account, you can't comment, you can't message people, etc.
Okay.
So
That's
when people
less
say ban,
bad
it's
than I thought, yeah.
this is the same as in Australia. Ban is a pretty scary word here, but it's just you can't create an account.
And this is why we need responsible reporting, because none of this is clear in the reporting, and I certainly haven't had time to dig into it as much as it seems you have. So yeah, well.
All right.
All
Thanks for the call.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, guys.
Ciao.
All right.
Have fun. Be
Bye.
careful. Chow,
Alright,
you think
last
you're
one.
allowed to say that? That wasn't the last
Melange
one.
Blue. No, that was the poor one.
Okay, Melange Blue, what's up?
Three.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me, man? What's up?
Yeah.
Woo. Okay. So I'm a little bit. Wait. First, let's start up. I know you've had bad experiences with Puerto Ricans, as I've heard.
Never. But go ahead.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think this is gonna come across as screaming at the ether, because I think you'll agree with a lot of the stuff, and you'll be like, "Hey, this is bad. What do you want me to say?" But what do you know about Puerto Rico? Like, just like super.
It's an island. It is U.S. territory.
Yeah, but like our political like status right now, like what would you say if it got brought up? Like, because these are like, I keep hearing that Democrats, like if we get to the midterms and we win in 2028.
Oh,
like,
every Puerto Rican that I've ever spoken to, real Puerto Ricans, not white girls in the United States.
Yes, thank
yeah,
you.
I know, yeah. Every Puerto Rican I've spoken to, actually, because I'm always surprised by this, but they give me the exact opposite take that like most people in Puerto Rico are opposed to Puerto Rico being incorporated as a 51st state because they feel like there's going to be.
That's a lie.
That is a lie? Oh, okay. This is what I've heard,
wait.
is that there's a lot of pushback in Puerto Rico to, like, they wouldn't automatically be in favor of being incorporated as a 51st state for dependence and independence reasons, or whatever, but I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, it is more nuanced. I won't come here and like say that statehood is like something that a lot of people see as like, oh, it's like super cool, it'll be super sweet.
Sure.
It is more nuanced, but it is the plurality position.
Okay.
It's not the majority, but it is the plurality.
Sure. As an American, when we talk about like statehood for
Yeah.
Puerto Rico, the just purely American assumption I would have is that like 90% of Puerto Ricans would be in favor of it. Because when we talk about like statehood for Puerto Rico, it's like assumed that
Yeah.
obviously they would want to join, and it wouldn't even be a question. Is how we talk about it. But yeah.
Yeah, completely agreed. And that in and of itself is an issue. But I think that generally speaking, statehood has been the plurality position for quite a long time.
Okay.
Okay, so all of this is I have like a whole notes document of like talking points. This is brought. I wanted to send an email, but I thought that would be too schizo. this is brought on by that Ryan Mullally versus Beatsco talk.
Yeah. Or well,
Dude,
I don't know which
so-
one, but I've probably seen it, or at least
The last one you watched, I think Puerto Rico got brought up.
Okay.
And the talking points on both sides. Pisco's on. I like Pisco for whatever reason.
Mhm.
I think he's Hispanic, so he has. I'm pretty sure he's heard a lot about us, but he couldn't respond to some basic points that just pissed me off so much. Like the minimum wage thing. This Ryan Mullally
yeah.
guy was talking about. I don't know why Puerto Rico should be incorporated as a state because
The minimum
these
wage would
poor
hurt them. Yeah, he was
villagers-
just reaching.
Yeah,
He was
that
a
would
fucking
destroy
retard.
them. And the minimum wage got recently increased. I mean, it's bad compared to other states, but it is higher than the federal
Yes,
minimum.
yeah.
It's $11.50.
Yeah.
And it is ridiculous that no liberal commentators have this off the top of their dome. I feel like Puerto Rico is such an easy dunk for most Americans because they don't know anything about it. Dude, I remember it is one of my formative experiences going to Disney, and we're talking to one of the tour guys for one of the attractions or whatever,
Mhm.
and they asked us, "Oh, where are you from?" And we said Puerto Rico,
And
she
they
was
said, "What country
Oh,
is
I
it?"
don't know where that is. I don't know where that. Yeah, I don't know where that is. And it is just mind-boggling how we are. It also gets whenever it gets brought up in the chat, not in the chat, but in the video,
Yeah.
whatever, in the stream. I see the chat and they go "Oh, can Puerto Ricans vote?" Or "Oh, can they do federal stuff apply? Does federal stuff apply to them?" I think you Googled that once.
Sure.
And I understand. Look, I'm not gonna soy out and say that my problem is the biggest problem of them all. But man, in terms of U.S. jurisdictions, we have historically had the highest enlistment rate. It's 23%. We have bled for this for United States more than any other jurisdiction, and we can't vote and federally. We don't have a say in the legislature. What we get is basically a clown that's there to clip farm.
Yeah.
I mean mean, but we
Ironically,
we
I
don't
think
have
it's like
any
it's
say-
like a non-voting member or something of Congress or something
Yeah,
like
it
that.
is a
right?
non-voting member.
Yeah.
It's just this is why I'm so agitated. It's so easy to get a dunk on conservatives whenever you talk about Puerto Rico because it is loony, the state that we're currently in. I mean, man, let me look through my notes. No, it's just it's ridiculous. Ryan Mullally, the reply that most conservatives have whenever Puerto Rico gets brought up in statehood is they talk about how I'm indifferent towards Puerto Rico being a state. But it's just I wouldn't want it for the reasons that Democrats want it because it's for power grab reasons.
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean? And that whenever that happens, the easiest thing you could ask is, okay, what would be a good reason? On what other grounds would it be acceptable for Puerto Rico to become a state?
Mhm.
And watch them flounder because they have no idea about anything.
No, yeah, it's literally just a partisan thing. In their mind, it would be 2 senators and however many representatives that would all vote Democrat, so they will oppose it with every single fiber of their being. It really doesn't matter what anything else comes down to. Yeah.
And talking to Puerto Ricans, there is this. I could refer you to a couple readings or some important documents that are have been formative in my view of how I see the current political status.
Mhm.
As a starter. I don't know if you'd read them, but there's a really interesting article called "Territorial Federalism" by the Harvard Review that was written around the time of our federal debt crisis.
Mhm.
And it talks about how it introduces the reader to the debt crisis and how that happened. And the response by the United States was they introduced a federal budget overview, and it we have basically no say on it. We just our budget just gets completely controlled by them. And what this article was arguing is that it's a break from the usual. America kind of has this hands-off approach where it's okay, we're gonna just let you hang out and do your own thing. We usually don't they usually don't interfere, but they just did they just installed a federal budget control thing that just completely flies in the face of our of our
autonomy,
control,
kind of sovereignty. I guess.
yeah, autonomy
Sovereignty,
and balance of powers. Yeah, and it's just so frustrating because these things have been going on for so long, and we have been there is no more cocked, no more cocked position in the United States than being Puerto Rican, because no one knows a dick about you. Our politics have been in a state of deadlock for like 20 years. Not 20 years. How ridiculous. For like 30 years, we've been in the status thing. Our elections and our parties they don't map cleanly to the left and right. They're more about status. For example, like the party that has won recently, I would say they're center right-ish. But they're really just annexionist. What do you call it when someone wants to annex? Like, yeah, they're pro statehood,
Okay.
and they have been in control for I think 10 years. This has not manifested in any political way whatsoever, despite all of that.
Sure.
It's just really frustrating talking to my fellow leftists or center left Puerto Ricans, because there is this the center left party is pro status quo with some caveats to that. And the prevailing attitude towards being a state is the idea that do you really think that the United States would let us be a state even if we wanted it? That's the idea. It's like they're so much better off just keeping us around and as we are. And there's this consistent cynicism of Americans just don't give a fuck, and there's just this political inertia that is like molasses. You can't move through it.
Sure.
And what I've been trying to tell to some of these friends, it's like, man, you need to understand the main reason why we are currently fucked is fully, and it sounds loony when you say it, it's fully due to the Republican Party. That's it.
It's fully what to the Republican Party?
It's fully due to the Republican Party and their obstructionism. In terms of of course, I don't think that the basic thing is if there was actually political will for Puerto Rico to becoming a state in the mainland, that position could not be ignored.
Sure. Okay.
It just couldn't be ignored. Despite any interest, despite anything, that position would not be ignored.
Okay.
Especially if we have a plurality. And just most people over here I think don't accept that. They think that the government is controlled by lobbyists, and there's interest in keeping us as a colony. That's a prevailing theory, and it's very hard to fight against that when the main reason is, yeah, man, the Republican Party just really doesn't want us to vote because it'd be bad for them. And when it gets okay, yeah, we want last election there was a represented a symbolic representation for Puerto Rico, you can vote for the president in our ballot, and Kamala won, but Puerto Rico generally, our center-right party has been in power for a long time. It is not impossible for Puerto Rico to become a swing state. It's just Republicans can't get over their racism, so they just reflexively reject us. It's just so frustrating, man. I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling. What do you think?
No, I fully agree with you. Yeah. Go argue with Ryan. Yeah.
No, fuck that guy. The fucking University of American Samoa online lawyer. Fuck that guy. I hate that dude.
Wait, who is that? What he markets himself as, or what?
No, that's just a joke from Better Call Saul. I think that's
okay.
where from. I think Saul graduated from American Samoa or something. But yeah, it's just really frustrating, especially with the recent. I don't want to ramble on and on, but especially with the recent talks about other states becoming incorporated. That is so fucked. You know how fucked that is? The current joke now is that, oh yeah, we're whenever you get you talk with a pro statehood guy, it's we're gonna be the 53rd 52nd state or the 55th state after Canada and Venezuela and Greenland. And Trump has been joking about making Greenland a state since the Hurricane Maria, since 2018. This has been he's talked about exchanging us for Greenland.
Sure.
It's so humiliating. And oh my god, that whole the whole thing with Maria, like, do you know that 3,000 people died in that hurricane, and Trump just came here to like troll
Throw
us
paper
and, like,
towels, and then Elon Musk
Yeah.
promised that he was going to build you guys like all solar energy
Yes!
and all this retarded
Yes!
shit. Yeah.
Yes, that is double. I hate when Americans fucking soy out. Okay, not to oppression in the Olympics, because hurricanes are terrible. Look, I know. But that was double the death toll from Katrina.
Sure.
Like, Katrina was 1,200, I
Mhm.
think, or 1,300. Maria was around 3,000. That is about the death toll of 9/11. And it was treated as a joke by the American by not the American media, but by the president.
No, yeah,
And
I understand. It's
just-
pretty fucked, yeah. I have a friend who lived in Puerto Rico who, like, I just kind of assumed it was maybe bad towards the hurricane thing. I don't know if it's still like this, but, like, even, like, several months ago, I think they were talking about, like, it's pretty common that, like, huge parts of the island just, like, don't have power for multiple hours a day. Is that still common? or?
Whenever I go to my grandparents' house, it's just expected, like, for the power to go out.
Yeah, that's
And
kind
I
of
live
like
in the
that's like an
metropolitan area.
unfathomable thing in like the United States. That
No, they
yeah.
can't understand it. They
Yeah.
generally cannot understand it. I've had fridges go bad due to power outages. You can't sue the government for it because I don't remember what it's called, but there's a reason why you can't sue them. It's just so laughable. And I don't know, man. It's just whenever Puerto Rico gets brought up, I just try and needle them on it because I feel like no one knows. And if you do like 1 hour of research, it's just such an easy flip because these people are so they're so flagrant in their shamelessness. Like that Ryan Mullally guy is so flagrant and how shamelessly he lies and he obfuscates about like the clearest moral positions.
Okay.
And it's just also our military the military involvement in Puerto Rico, despite us not getting anything back from it, the bases that we have in our island are getting like they're active again. This is the whole Venezuela thing. Like it's common for people that live there to hear like what do you call it, testing, like tanks, like stuff like that. It's just I don't know, man. It's just kind of fun.
Sure.
All right.
I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you, Melange Blue.
Yeah.
All right. Last thing. Thank you for what you do and whatever. You actually inspired me to join the. On my school, we have a political newspaper. I joined as an editor in the references team. I found out that it's actually the first official political newspaper for our little island. So I thought that was pretty cool and pretty neat. And I got inspired by the DG, what do you call it, the paper thing,
Pragmatic
the
Papers.
newspaper. Yeah, Pragmatic Papers. That was really inspiring, and your research was really inspiring. Man, that was really cool. Thank you.
Cool. Well, thanks. Awesome. Well,
yeah.
Good luck. Have fun. Be careful.
Well, I'll try. See ya.
Okay. See you later. Knock, knock, Mootin. It's your mom.
It's my wife, and I'm banging her now.
Jesus Christ.
You're never gonna beat this guy.
What do you mean? I'm literally beating him on my first try, you fucking nerd.
Some idiot earlier said that you were gonna struggle with the boss for like an hour, and then you did it first try.
Which one?
The one that looked like hands.
Oh, the ghost thing?
Yeah.
Probably because that guy struggled for an hour. He's a fucking noob.
Oh, how right you are, dear leader. Oh.
Good one. Hey, you can send him upstairs.
Well. Oh.
Hell yeah.
You doing the child swap?
What? What do you mean by that?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes. I'm swapping mine out for an older child, so I can be even more moral.
What'd you get?
A 23-year-old.
Korean, Asian, white? Which one?
Well, why? You can't adopt kids from other races. That's unethical, bro. What is the official date of the primaries? In November or something?
I'll look for you. Date of primaries. Primary election 2026. November 3rd.
Jesus.
We're doing an IRL stream.
Yeah, what? Because that's when my
In your
MSJ
place.
will drop too, maybe?
Me and Dan, we're just gonna walk in.
Based.
We know the address.
Yeah, so does the rest of the internet.
I'll show up with some Subway. They'll call up. They'll be like, you'll be like, oh, I must order it. Send them up.
Based.
Yeah, we're all coming. Look at them. Me and the boys on November 3rd arrive.
True.
Stay strong, okay? Lend me your strength. I got everything spinning. Tagging out. All set. I'll help you through this.
Lumo, if you DM me again, you're getting blocked.
Whoa! Why is he DMing you so much?
Begging to come in.
What does he want to talk about?
I don't know.
What was it, cringe or?
Probably.
He's begging that much to come in. He's not even saying what he wants to talk about.
No.
What's the chatter's name?
Lumo.
No.
Lumo, what do you want? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wait,
0.
thinks you're still talking to him on stream. Wow. Okay.
Well, they had their chance.
Sheesh.
Is what it is. Sheesh.
Right.
Wow.
Peach, did you check my DMs?
No.
I told her I'm hungry, and I didn't get a
Whoa.
response.
Whoa.
Can you play the goddamn game?
Are you fucking serious right now? Who the fuck are you to tell me anything?
So long, gay Bowser.
What is that from? Did you steal the weapon from this boss? Yes, obviously. I have every weapon. Idiot. How could I not? Oh my god. This is the end of chapter 11, right? Did Kafka say when the MSJ's dropping?
Tomorrow for sure.
Tomorrow? Thank God. Finally. Yes.
For sure tomorrow or Friday.
One sec.
No, 1 second for me.
Watch the audit the court clip I sent regarding the Trump voter. What happened?
negotiate with terrorists. Resist and we will use lethal force. I repeat, Shinra does not negotiate with terrorists. Resist and we will use lethal force. Got your lethal force right here, asshole!
I feel like what Mr. Mutin said yesterday was true. All guns should just be removed from all fantasy stuff. They just can't work in conjunction with them. Like, the power scaling just doesn't make any sense.
Just like that. No. No way. Tifa!
It worked for Lord of the Rings, no? I'm sorry, did they have guns in Lord of the Rings? That was in the extended edition? Okay. My bad. By the way, Connor is all hurt today that you told people they can go after his sponsors because he was just criticizing you. Well, I think it's because he was using homophobic slurs over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And Connor has chosen the most nuclear option possible. And also, I'm not telling people they can. I'm just saying you could justify it. Descriptive versus prescriptive. These people have this level of entitlement that they can just act in the most unhinged manner possible. Connor says that because of an email from 7 months ago that he didn't know existed at the time, and then him having no concept or clue of whether or not any of it is true or not, that meets the threshold for him to report me and I guess 2 other people at least to the FBI, to the police, to CPS. Like, he's doing multi-pronged CPS calls, which, for me, whatever, fuck it, do it. Do what you want. I don't care at this point. I have at least like 15 intelligence agencies that are reading every single fucking thing on my screen at this point, I'm sure. But, I mean, by that point, you've gone so nuclear. And then his justification was that, like, well, I don't really know anything. I don't know how sure I am of any of this. That's why I'll let them investigate. Like, if that's your position, I'm sorry, fuck you. I don't care if you lose everything. And I don't care who reports you on any of your shit. It is crazy. The level of entitlement and the fuck around, find out lackness you've had in your life. I feel like there's been a lot of, I wonder if that's like a thing. If you grow up as like a shorter person. I'm not that short. Do you think since Connor grew up tall, do you think tall people grow up with like a sense of entitlement that like nobody will ever fuck with them? Like, are tall men kind of like white girls where they're like, I can say or do whatever the fuck I want and nothing will ever happen to me? I don't know. Like, I just, in my mind, that if I start talking about how, well, even hosting the Doobie Guy, or especially if I start talking about like reporting you to CPS, we're almost at like death levels of fighting. I figure you'll probably do whatever the fuck you could to fuck with my shit at that point. That's what my assumption would be. I don't know how he can make the assumption that, I don't know. He's wild. I don't give a fuck, though. He's retarded. So, what do you want me to say? What am I looking for? Okay, please. Yes, okay. Oh, these next 2 chapters, I'm guessing I probably just have to kill the chapter boss and then I get the manuscript, huh? Digital prostitute. Digital prostitute. Electronic whore. Jesus Christ. What a guy. Just connects them? Fuck. Oh, 37 dogs. I think you gifted 67 subs in DGG chat. Thank you. Why didn't you call him any slurs back? I don't know what slur. He's a white dude. What slurs do you have? Connor hates all OnlyFans models because he bought Belle Delphine bathwater and got scammed. Okay.
How you can defend some of the things that you've been posting for years.
Uh-oh.
Can't imagine how you can defend some of the things that you've been posting for years. Some of the things that you've written. You tweeted, "Suck it up, bro," in response to a post discussing Senator Kane's objections to the pardoning of January 6 rioters.
Uh-oh.
You referred to Governor Walz of Minnesota as a tampon Tim. That was your words. You referred to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar as not an American.
The darkest timeline was supposed to be, imagine when gamers go to Congress and a bunch of them have like tweeted out random slurs or edgy things, and that was supposed to be like our big meme growing up. Who would have thought that it was, imagine people going to Congress and their social media feed is full of like QAnon shit or deep state conspiracies or just complete and total factual misstatements of the recent history of the United States. It's just like, not good.
You said in response to a tweet asking, "Is everyone in the Biden administration retarded?" Legreese responded, "Every single last one of them." You called Senator Collins a fraud. You attacked Senator Murkowski. And then there's this awful tweet that you put in the record, a matter of public record now, in light of what you're seeking here. Legreese referred in 2024, Legreese referred to police officers as dumb as dirt, close quote, when writing, quote, "breach of peace, typical cop, dumb as dirt." And now you...
Oh, I talked about federalism earlier, but another thing that was crazy to me was how quickly, I think it was after Uvalde and J6. Did Uvalde happen pretty soon after J6? Every Republican started hating all the cops, which was crazy, bro. Growing up where Republicans were the biggest cop dick sucks in the universe, and then to see all of them start to fucking hate the feds and hate police, that's wild. Uvalde was 2023, no? Was Uvalde way after? I don't remember what the year was for that. Uvalde shooting. 2022. I think after J6, it was a hatred of the feds, but I'd never expected. I feel like after Uvalde, it was also like a hatred of just like local police or whatever that the conservatives also engaged in, which I just never would have expected. I don't know. These guys were huge cop dick sucks.
You're seeking a position to work with police departments all over the United States and to give to these officers who risk their lives for you and me, officers which you've referred to as dumb as dirt. You're going to be allocating federal funds. How could you do that?
So first of all, Chairman, Ranking Member, I routinely, every 90 days, purge tweets for cybersecurity exposure.
I can see why.
Well, I am not familiar with some of the context or retweets that you might be referencing, but I'd be happy to take a look.
The Pixie defense. I don't know anything about my own tweets. Nice.
Look at them.
That's it?
Well,
at least address the dumb as dirt comment. Say something about it. I hope that you'll say you made a mistake. You shouldn't have said something like that about law enforcement officers. You want to work with police departments across the United States, and this is a matter of record that you think they're dumb as dirt? Clear the record now. Apologize to them. Say something.
As it relates to that tweet, which I don't have specific reference as if whether it was retweeted, I would like to go on the record. Other than my brother, most of my family serves in law enforcement. I do not believe that law enforcement is dumb as dirt. I believe that I would like to take a look at the entire post in its context and what it was referencing.
You better set some time aside because there are so many posts, hundreds of posts. I can't understand how you can do a real job and continue to post every day this continuing dialogue that you have over the years. It just seems to me inconsistent with serving the public.
That's a good question. Ask Trump. Does this motherfucker even work?
$285,000 workers into career positions, raising their pay and locking in decades of pension and health obligations it has no plan to fund. When a private company's volume falls, it reduces labor costs. When the Postal Service volume fell, it added employees and made them more expensive. This is not reform. This is the opposite of reform. The new Postmaster General did not make all of these decisions, but he controls whether they continue. The fleet electrification, the multi-billion-dollar network redesign, the capital projects without a clear return. These are not unavoidable costs. They are expensive choices, and Congress deserves to know whether new leadership will continue them. At the very least, the Postmaster General should immediately implement a hiring freeze to get labor costs under control. There are estimates that $1.8 billion could be saved in the first year with a hiring freeze. We've had a year, and I haven't seen any action in this direction. And while it runs up these costs, the Postal Service will still price its core product below what delivery cost. A stamp is
Vibe check 5 months out from the election. What is your expectation for a Dem House and Dem Senate if we get them? What specifically do you want the most? I don't even know. I haven't sat down and really thought about it. I mean, it's going to mainly just be obstructionism against Trump, right? And then, I mean, that's all we can really do for 2 years, right? If we get the Senate as well, it's still just kind of obstructionism, right? Because even if you try to pass shit, you're not going to have a veto-proof majority in either chamber. Investigations? Yeah, but even in the investigations, you can't actually do anything. Well, you could wait for the next president, because at the end of the day, the only thing those bodies can do is recommend charges to the DOJ, and obviously the Trump DOJ won't follow up on anything. I wonder if you could recommend charges to state bodies. Like, it's kind of crazy that we're never going to see anything related to those ICE officers that killed the 2 U.S. citizens.
78 cents heading to 82, still among the cheapest in the developing world. With its dominant products priced below cost, it's no wonder the Postal Service can't break even. That is not a business plan, it is a hidden tax. Before Congress considers another dollar of relief or more borrowing authority, the Postal Service should show the committee 5 things: a real plan to bring labor costs under control, proof that private partners will be used where they cost less, a commitment to stop capital spending that shows no return, a willingness to consolidate facilities that no longer make sense, and proof the service mandate can be met without permanent losses. And if it cannot, an honest debate about the mandate itself. Anything less is not reform. It is a slower, more expensive way to fail. And as always, the bill will be sent to the American people. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for convening today's important hearing. For more than 250 years, the United States Postal Service has helped bind our country together. It's connected families, it supports small businesses, it ensures that Americans nationwide can receive the essential mail and goods no matter where they live. The Postal Service is the only carrier that delivers to every single address in America. That's a feat that for-profit competitors don't even try to meet. For communities across the country, particularly harder to reach rural communities, the Postal Service and its workers provide an essential public service each and every day. In 2022, I was proud to lead and pass the Bipartisan Postal Services Reform Act, which increased transparency around postal delivery performance, ended overly burdensome retiree health care pre-funding requirements, and integrated Postal Service retirees' health care into Medicare, and codified 6-day delivery service. However, it's clear that the Postal Service continues to face significant challenges. The Delivering for America plan has not worked. Costs are up, service is down, and customers are paying the price. The plan has not yielded the financial results needed to stabilize the Postal Service's bottom line. Over the past 5 fiscal years, the Postal Service has posted $9.7 billion in controllable losses.
What about the idea that Dems do all the comprehensive investigations to hand off to a Dem president on January 20th, 12:01 p.m., so DOJ investigation can begin? I think that would be nice. You would just have to signal on it and find a way to, because the average American public, they're fucking retarded and they don't give a fuck. They don't know anything about civics. So, like, if we get a Democratic Congress, I can already see the Republicans blaming now the Congress for any problems that come up in America. And then if all Democrats are talking about is, like, prosecuting the administration, I can see, like, especially far lefty people saying that, like, you know, the do nothing Dems are just trying to win brownie points by, you know, investigating stuff that doesn't help the average American, and then the conservatives are all going to cry and whine about everything. I'm giving you reasons. I'm giving you like what the opposition statement would be. I still think we should fight on that, though. I would be fully in favor of endorsing any kind of candidate that would message on there needs to be mass investigations for the next 2 years so that the second the next person comes into office, the accountability thing is already halfway solved. Yeah.
Earlier this year, Postmaster General Steiner.
If for no other reason, especially because it might cut down on a lot of the corruption because now people see there's going to be like accountability shit happening. So for the next 2 years, maybe there's less corruption when people see all the Democrats ready to investigate. Maybe. I don't know.
Testified in the House that the Postal Service could run out of cash as soon as this year. Since then, the Postal Regulatory Commission gave the Postal Service flexibility on how it spends revenue from its additional rate authority, providing the Postal Service with an additional $2.4 billion this year. The Postal Service has also temporarily suspended its normal contributions to the employee retirement plans to preserve cash. While the Postal Service has not provided a formal estimate of exactly when it will exhaust its available funds, it's clear that Congress and the Postal Service must take action to ensure Americans continue receiving mail reliably and affordably for the next 250 years.
Actually, I'm curious what the actual legal physical process is of facilitating a pardon. I wonder if there's any procedural way that Congress can block that. Like if there's a certain office that needs to be filled or a certain role that needs to be filled that can't have an acting member to sign off on pardons, if there was a way for Republicans to block that, for Congress to block that, I think that would be amazing. What do you put the odds of mass preemptive pardons for Trump himself, his family, and top officials? 100%. They've already talked about it. They talked about it in the last admin. They would do. He's already pardoned people that are loyal to him. He would absolutely do it this time. They already gave themselves a preemptive kind of semi-pardon from all the IRS stuff, right? I think that went through, even though the slush fund didn't. I don't even know how legitimate that would be, but.
Postal Service has shared some proposals with Congress that would help put it on stronger financial footing, including investing its pension funds, revising its calculation for its civil service retirement system obligation, as well as raising the borrowing limit. The Postmaster General is also now asking Congress to consider reviving an appropriation for the Postal Service. These proposals certainly deserve serious review, but any reform must come with real transparency, real accountability, and clear service improvement plans. The Postal Service must also do a better job of ensuring that every employee returns home safely at the end of each day. Last year, Nicholas Hacker was tragically killed in an accident at a processing facility in Allen Park, Michigan. That facility was cited by OSHA on its safety standards compliance. And at my urging, the Office of Inspector General has now launched a nationwide facility safety audit. I expect the Postal Service to fully cooperate with the audit and double down on its efforts to protect all of its employees when they're on the job. And finally, we can't discuss the future of the Postal Service without addressing the recently published proposed rule on voting by mail that would enable President Trump to hijack the Postal Service for his own political gain. The Postal Service has a proud tradition dating all the way back to the Civil War of successfully delivering absentee ballots. In 2024, they securely delivered almost 100 million ballots. Last year, the Postal Service reaffirmed that its job is simply to transmit the mail and explicitly said they do not administer elections.
I would have to go back and reread that IRS thing. But kind of a spooky thing about the way that was phrased was, I think, because these guys are so clever and creative, if you were to try to investigate the Trump family for any fraud, I wonder if they would be able to throw up that tax shield and say, excuse me, but we explicitly settled a lawsuit with the IRS, and they said that there would be no investigations related to anything, even connected to or tied to tax-related things. Therefore, you actually can't investigate us for tax fraud because it's covered by this prior settlement from the IRS. I'd have to go back and reread it directly, but it felt very broad the way that it was phrased from what I can remember.
The President's March executive order directs the Postal Service to create, quote, new mail-in absentee participation list, which they will use to verify which voters are eligible to receive and cast ballots through the mail. This would give the Postal Service unprecedented authority over American elections and is an unconstitutional subversion of the Postal Service's duty. I'm disappointed that the Postal Service chose to give in to the President's illegal demands by issuing a proposed regulation that risks disenfranchising millions of eligible American voters nationwide. The Board of Governors did not even vote on these approved changes. Under the proposed rules, states must submit each absentee voter to a new national database controlled by the Postal Service and comply with new federal ballot mail-in requirements, or they will be prohibited from using the mail-in voting in their elections. The Postal Service will also conduct undefined ballot verification processes to ensure states meet these new federally imposed standards. Ultimately, the federal government will serve as the final arbiter as to who can actually vote by mail. Yesterday, I led the entire Democratic caucus to once again insist that the Postal Service abandon its effort, uphold the law, and return to...
People are saying you could just rip that agreement up. Who cares? I agree with you. But then they're going to sue to challenge it. And then ultimately that's going to end up in front of a 6-3 conservative Supreme Court. And we're going to have to rely on them to interpret that case in the way that we would want. I don't know.
to its core functions. The Postal Service has one mission: to deliver the mail, no matter who sends it and no matter where it's going. Mr. Steiner, I urge you to abandon these efforts and return the Postal Service to its constitutional role of simply delivering the mail, not acting as a partisan tool for the president. And lastly, I would like to reiterate that the Postal Service must be transparent and responsive to this committee so that we can work collaboratively on the many issues that we face. I hope that today's hearing will be a productive conversation about how we can work together to improve the financial position of the Postal Service and protect its ability to deliver for each and every American. Thank you, Mr. President.
It is the practice of this committee to swear in witnesses. Will you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. David Steiner is the 76th Postmaster General of the United States and Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. Postal Service. He was appointed by the organization's Board of Governors and began his tenure on July 15, 2025. In his role as Postmaster General, Steiner also serves as a member of the Board of Governors. Steiner is the former CEO of Waste Management, a $20.4 billion waste and environmental services company operating throughout North America with nearly 50,000 employees. He was CEO from 2004 to 2016. Mr. Steiner, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairman Paul, Ranking Member Peters, and senators of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the future of the Postal Service, a venerated institution that has driven the growth of these United States for over 250 years, longer than the country itself. The title of this hearing is apt. The Postal Service has a broken business model, and we welcome the committee's focus on fixing it. You know, levers available to private sector enterprises and to government agencies are unavailable to the Postal Service. So, for example, first, we're mandated by law to deliver to every mailbox, more than 170 million of them, 6 days a week, and there are over 1 million new stops added every year. This leads to 84% of city delivery and 52% of rural delivery routes being financially underwater. Moreover, 58% or 18,000 of our post offices are losing money, incurring over $2.5 billion in operating costs. In a normal business model, if 70% of routes are losing money, you would adjust the routes. In a normal business model, if 60% of the stores you had were losing money, you'd close them. We're not allowed to do either. That is a broken business model. Second, we're not allowed to unilaterally raise prices, and we're required by law to give billions of dollars in discounts to many mailers. Third, we can only invest our retirement assets in U.S. Treasuries. If we were able to invest conservatively in other assets, we could have had nearly $1 trillion in additional retirement assets, and our retirement plans would be well overfunded rather than underfunded. Fourth, we pay an unfair allocation of CSRS benefits for retirees that were with the Post Office Department before it became the Independent Postal Service. That costs us about $3.5 billion a year. Fifth, we cannot borrow more than $15 billion due to a statutory limit that was established decades ago that has not been adjusted for earnings or for inflation. Sixth, we're not allowed to manage our workers' compensation claims, costing us anywhere from $400 to $800 million a year. Now, despite all of these operational and accounting restraints, we're taking steps to fight our way back. That includes reducing transportation costs by $2 billion. We also reduced work hours by 56 million hours, equivalent to $3 billion, and reduced our overall headcount by 28,000. We've also made dramatic progress in improving our service scores, recently hitting on-time delivery numbers not seen in at least the last 5 years. This is significant progress, but it's not enough, and we will continue to drive costs and drive service. So, to me, the choice for Congress is clear. Either remove the mandates that create the unsustainable business model, or compensate the Postal Service for those money-losing mandates. I will note that reimbursing the Postal Service for money-losing mandates is not a novel idea. In 1971, Congress foresaw that they would be asking the Postal Service to do things that were guaranteed to lose money. In return, Congress decided to pay the Postal Service $460 million a year for those public service mandates. However, this public service reimbursement has not been appropriated since the 1980s. Our preferred proposal is that Congress update this public service reimbursement to reflect the true current costs of those mandates and allocate us those funds. However, we can also achieve profitability if we remove the money-losing mandates. But doing so doesn't just affect the Postal Service, but the entire ecosystem around it. That ecosystem supports $2 trillion in revenue and 8 million jobs. If the Postal Service reduces service and raises prices, that ecosystem suffers. Jobs are lost, and the overall economy suffers. So in closing, I'm here to tell America that we can do anything they desire, but we can't afford to do everything they desire without more help. The Postal Service has been an integral part of the growth of America, subsidizing the growth of steamships, railroads, aviation, and technology. So subsidizing the Post Office has been a spectacular investment for the United States. We believe this economic engine and that investment is worth saving, and we look forward to discussing with you how to best do so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be glad to take some questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now proceed to questions. There are things you can control and things you can't control. And the mandates, I frankly would remove the mandates and treat it more like a business. I just remove them completely. Even some compromises, you know.
So you're just, if you're in the country, you just don't get mail anymore. Thank you. Our brilliant libertarian Rand Paul. Thank you so much.
You go from 6 days to 5 days, you save $3 billion. You go to 4 days, you save $3 billion. Another $3 billion. That'd be $6 billion. That's 2/3 of your annual debt just by going to 4 days. You could let people pay. If they want it 6 days, they pay an extra $30 a month or $50 a month to get it. I think what you'd find is in the marketplace, almost nobody would pay. They get used to getting it in 4 days. But there are things you control. Hiring freeze. We see estimates as much as $1.8 billion a year, and actually cumulative costs going up higher. Why no hiring freeze?
We actually did institute a hiring freeze probably about 40 days ago. Put out a memo not only with a hiring freeze, but a spending freeze.
How does it work to have the postal rates change? The Postal Regulatory Commission does it. Do you ask them to do things? What is the communication between the Board of Governors and the PRC? Are they completely separate? How do rates go up?
Yeah, so our rates are capped right now. Our rates are capped by an inflation factor and then a number of stops basically type
Right,
of
but do you
factor.
submit something to them saying we're losing money, we're below with the market rate, we have to go up? Do you submit that to them?
Yeah, we recently, so it limits us as to what type of price increases we can get. We recently filed a petition, and they have undertaken a 5-year review. We recently filed a petition that said, allow us to raise prices to meet this loss gap that we have. That petition is under consideration right now. I would hope that the PRC would give it full consideration. You know, the truth is, Mr. Chairman, that in my opinion, the PRC has not put the financial sustainability of the post office first. And they will tell you they have a number of factors that they have to balance. I completely agree with that. But at a time when we are failing, I think they should give more credence to allowing us to do the things that we need to do to become profitable. And they have prevented us from doing a number of those things.
If some of the numbers were accurate, you're telling us you would have gone a long way towards reducing the $9 billion, saving $2 billion in transportation costs, saving $3 billion in hours. That kind of goes along with hiring freeze. But that'd be half of your deficit for the year. But I don't believe next year's deficit is going to be half of 9.
Yeah, I mean, look, anyone that, I've been associated with a number of businesses, ran a very large one for a long period of time. And the problem that you've got in any business is that you've got inflation in your wage base, you have inflation in your supplier base, you have a lot of different inflation. So what you try to do is to get enough productivity to offset that inflation in your cost base. This year, we will offset all but 0.2% of our cost increases. But the problem is, in order to make money, any business person, go to any business school, they will tell you, get productivity to offset your inflation in your cost base, and then price and volume can drop straight to the bottom line, you become profitable.
So currently, I just want to be clear, there is a hiring freeze at the post office.
There is.
Raising the price from 78 cents to 95 generates about $1.6 billion. Hiring freeze about $1.8 billion in the first year, goes up over time. $3 billion for each day reduced. I think the hiring freeze could have come earlier, but at least you will start saving some from 40 days ago. There are some people reporting that this really isn't a full hiring freeze. I would like details on exactly what a hiring freeze means to you to make sure it means the same thing to us. I think that when you and I talked, and when we talked with your staff coming into this, what we really wanted was you to prepare for us. This is where we spend our money. This is where we could reduce. This I can do on my own, and this I can do with Congress's help. That's what I would do if I were in charge. I would put out things and say, well, instead of just complaining about the mandates, tell us specifically. It looks like for each one day it's $3 billion. And Congress needs to address that. Part of this is Congress's fault, because they have unrealistic mandates that make it hard for you. But the previous postmaster expanded the post office. He made the post office bigger. The only thing you really can control is you can outsource, not insource. We have known that since the beginning of time. It's not rocket science. Contractors cost less than the government employees. 80% of your cost is labor. Reducing labor is the only thing you can do, and contractors do it better. I don't care if you outsource 98% of it and have no post office, and you're a shell for contracting, because it's the only thing you can do, because nothing the post office does is efficient or makes money. So what I would like is for you to send us a more detailed, this is the money that comes in, this is what we would do, this is what happens if the rate goes up. We have sent a letter to the Postal Commission. I really think that we ought to consider combining it and just having one, just have a Board of Governors, have no Postal Rate Commission, and just have one commission. The people who run it should be setting the prices, and there could be a veto power by Congress if they didn't want to do it. But the problem is when you vote on prices, nobody wants higher prices, so everybody wants to please the public, and so everybody would always vote for lower prices, but then that's part of the reason why we're here. So I hope you will at least pledge to us that you'll send me a more detailed analysis of what you can do, what you can't do, because the gist of what I got from you today is we just need to borrow more money. And that to me is, I think, defeatism and not something I'm interested in doing, just loaning you more money when you lose $9 billion a year. And it's not just you, it's the mandates, but it's also the system. And, the hiring freeze I would have done that day one. I still hear reports that it's not a complete hiring freeze. So we pledge to send us some more information on what exactly we need to do to make the post office whole.
Absolutely. I'm glad to do it. And Senator, when I took this job, I took it and had the very narrow focus of how do we make the Postal Service profitable. As I've gone through this job, I've recognized that you can't look at the Postal Service in isolation. You have to look at the Postal Service in the context of this $2 trillion industry that is virtually 100% dependent upon the Postal Service. And so what I'm trying to figure out, and I think what the discussion should be, is how do we do what is best for the American people and what's best for the American Treasury, right? How do we get the most net dollars into the Treasury? And I wouldn't have told...
Ooh, okay, so a lot of people are spamming this service, not a business service. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. For whatever reason, in the United States, we've decided that the post office needs to be self-sufficient. I don't know why, but that's probably never changing. I do think that it does seem a little bullshit. Imagine you are mandated that you have to deliver to every single mailbox in the United States of America, but imagine that other private businesses are able to compete with you, but they can be more selective on where they deliver to. Well, that kind of sucks. So like if there are profitable mailboxes to deliver to in Miami Beach, and I go down to mail something, well, the USPS is going to charge me more than FedEx or UPS, so I'm going to ship with them because, why the fuck would I do the USPS? But if I need to ship, so that means that they're getting the profit from that. They're generating the revenue, they're getting the profit. These are the most profitable mailboxes to deliver to, and then, they beat the USPS on that. But if I want to ship to a thing that's out of range, the UPS or FedEx for the days that I want to deliver it, well, now I go to the USPS, which has a public mandate that it has to do certain jobs, even if they're not profitable. It does seem a little bullshit that you can have private companies competing with your public company that is mandated by Congress that it has to be self-sufficient, and the market is just like is not even de facto, de jure, like cut up against you.
Told you this even 3 months ago, but I would tell you that today I think it's worth discussing whether having us act as an economic engine, a development company, if you will, of this $2 trillion industry that surrounds us, if that wouldn't generate more net dollars, generate more net jobs, generate more net service for the American public than reducing days of service and reducing numbers of post offices. Now, again,
I think that
I'll do it either way. We can do it either way. But I think that's the discussion we need.
You could argue that the Egyptians building the pyramids created trillions of dollars in jobs. I think it's a false argument because the money could be spent somewhere else. So we can build pyramids, we can build the post office bigger and call it, for every dollar we create another dollar. But what you're ignoring is for every dollar you put into government, that dollar would have been spent much more effectively in the private marketplace. Senator Peters.
Mr. General Steiner, the Postal Service's proposed vote by mail rule, published on June 2nd at the direction of the president.
Sorry, that's a standard libertarian argument. I know everyone in chat is mad because he's giving libertarian arguments, but that is true. Technically, justifying the existence of any government thing by saying, well, it creates jobs and it pays people out. I mean, like you could literally hire, you could create a government department of cutting lawns with scissors, and you could hire 1 million workers and pay them $1 trillion, and like you could have this department run and give jobs and pensions and everything else. But it's like, is that really a worthwhile diversion of federal funds to the office of grass cutting with scissors department? Like, probably not. It's not a great argument.
Senator Peters.
Mr. General Steiner, the Postal Service's proposed vote by mail rule, published on June 2nd at the direction of the president, as I mentioned in my opening comments, I believe should concern every American. This rule marks certainly an alarming departure from the Postal Service's long-standing tradition of neutrally delivering all types of mail. You get a piece of mail with an address on it, you make sure it gets delivered to that address in a timely fashion. You don't ask any other questions. What this basically rule will do is going to turn the Postal Service, however, into a ballot verification agency would control basically a master database of every American absentee voter. It would also give the Postal Service new power to determine whose ballots get delivered. I think the Constitution is clear. Elections are to be administered by the states, not the federal government. We have a tradition of our local communities and states administering these elections. And once again, not the federal government. So my question for you is, under what legal authority can the Postal Service regulate who and how people can vote by mail?
Yeah, as you know, our regulations are proposed regulations, not final regulations. As to the authority, I used to be a lawyer, but I was a business lawyer, not a constitutional lawyer. And so I would have to defer that to the courts to understand the authority.
Well, I think it's clear that there's nowhere in the Constitution, there's no federal law that the Postal Service is authorized to create these types of voter databases, ballot verification systems, or mandatory standards. It just simply doesn't exist. It's hard to interpret a law when it doesn't even exist there, which is what we have. Just because President Trump wants to do this does not make it law, doesn't make it right, doesn't make it constitutional. There is certainly a massive difference between general mail requirements and regulating elections. Routine changes to the postal network can have a small impact on election mail, but this effort is a power grab to swap constitutionally mandated state control for what the president wants. I think it's very clear. So last year, Mr. Steiner, you issued a rule that explicitly said that the Postal Service has, quote, no role in administering elections. What has changed?
I don't think anything has changed. Senator, I'm not a political person, and the Postal Service is not a political organization. We, as you said, I think you quite aptly said, we deliver mail. That's what we do. We deliver mail. And that's what ballots are. Ballots are mail. Now, they are a special kind of mail, obviously. They need special care. And so years ago, we recommended what we call Kit 600. In Kit 600, the fundamental premises of Kit 600 is a unique barcode and a unique envelope. That allows us to move those ballots more efficiently, more securely. That is what our proposed rules suggest, is that we have unique barcode, unique envelope. And that is not something that is new. That's something that's been being used by states throughout the country on both sides of the political spectrum. So California has followed it, Oregon has followed it, Arizona has followed it, Florida has followed it, among many other states. And so, to me, it's not a political question. It's a question of how do we most efficiently and securely move ballots. We've been recommending this for many years. All this does is make it a requirement.
Well, certainly best practices are different than having a mandatory requirement. You can follow best practices to deliver it more efficiently without having control of vast voter rolls and having the ability to have that data. This is basically a backdoor way for the federal government to get voting information that states control under the U.S. Constitution. So yes or no, if a state refuses to turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government, will the Postal Service still mail their ballots under this proposal rule?
Under our proposed regulation, no. We would tell the state that we need the manifest in order to, look, what we're asking for.
That's the answer. You would tell no. So the proposed rule basically coerces states to conform to these new requirements and hand over their absentee voter rolls or face the consequences of not being able to vote by mail. Some states, that's all they do. Oregon is completely vote by mail. If they say, no, we control the list, the states control the list, we're not going to give it.
Oregon has followed KIT 600 since the day they started voting by mail.
This is a different issue. This will be a lot different issue. You're telling these states either give the federal government this information, trust the federal government, trust the Trump administration. We'll take good care of these. And if you don't do it, you can't mail absentee ballots. You're going to make a decision that people cannot vote by mail. That's unacceptable.
Well,
Thank
all
you, Mr. Chairman.
all that does, Senator, is make sure that we match the ballots that a state believes they're sending out to what actually gets sent out, right? And so all the state gives us is a list of here are the voters that are supposed to get ballots and here are the ballots. We then compare the two, make sure that the ballots that are supposed to be sent get sent. If Maryland had followed that, they probably wouldn't be in the problem they're in today. So it is a much more efficient, a much more effective way to make sure that states, I would think that states would want the information to ensure that the ballots that they think are sending out are the ballots that are actually being sent out.
Well, they do know what they're dropping mail. I think they can understand that. They think if they put an address with their voter rolls on a piece of mail for a ballot and give it to you, they do expect you're actually going to deliver it. You don't have to say, we want all of your information. We want that information in our control. You mentioned Maryland. I think that was a printing error. This regulation would have done nothing to fix what happened in Maryland. The states control their own elections. That's pretty clear in the Constitution. And an effort by this administration to nationalize elections and have the federal government having this information is incredibly dangerous precedent. You can imagine sharing this information with the Department of Homeland Security and using these lists for a variety of nefarious purposes. We need to protect the integrity of the voting rolls. We need to protect the separation of elections from federal government, ensure that our state and local governments are the one administering their own elections. That's what this is about.
Well, we are the Postal Service. All we do is deliver mail. We're trying to deliver it securely, efficiently, and accurately.
Senator Johnson.
Postmaster General Steiner, welcome to committee. Thank you for taking on this very thankless task and bringing your business acumen to the table here. From my standpoint, there's two problems. There's the operational problem. There's the unfunded liability problem. And if there's a root cause to any of this, it's because Congress, who has allowed us to become $39 trillion in debt, tries to micromanage the Postal Service with a mandate.
I don't know where this guy comes from. Not this guy. The Postmaster General, like how he was appointed or what his background is. Hopefully, it's not some horrible thing. 'Cause I mean, like, he's giving the answers technically that he kind of has to give. Like, he's not going out of his way hardcore to defend it. Maybe he does a little bit and try to compare to this KIT 60 set of recommendations. But like, it's not him that suggests the rule. It's the federal government. Unfortunately right now it's the White House. It's Trump that suggests the rule. As the administrator, he just has to figure out how to implement it and then kind of sort of defend it. He could be running much, much, much heavier defense for this rule, though. And he's kind of just like, his first answer was like, listen, it's not up to me. You'd have to ask the lawyers and the DOJ or whatever else. It's up to them because the rule does come from the president. My guess is it's not his idea, but I don't know. I don't know what this guy's background is, though. Hopefully he's not like some crazy QAnon or whatever, but...
It's with all kinds of other things. So I would agree with President or with Chairman Paul. I would love to see you use your, set the mandates, the congressional requirements aside and just use your business acumen and go, this is what we would need to do to make the postal system solvent operationally. Again, I mean, this business has been losing revenue, losing volume for years, and this isn't something new. Okay, so that'd be my request as well. So, give us a detailed plan. Forget all the congressional mandates, but what would you do as a business person looking at this as a business? Let's talk about the unfunded liability. When I became chairman of this committee in 2015, I got a lot of pressure to do postal reform. And the postal reform always was a taxpayer bailout, which would not fix it, would not address the operational. In 2022, we did postal reform, and we offloaded about $107 billion of the unfunded liability into Medicare, which, by the way, is not particularly solvent either. We still have $166 billion unfunded liability, correct?
That's correct.
How many years does somebody have to work in the Postal Service before they can retire on full retirement pay?
I don't plan to be here that long, so I never asked that question.
Did you not know?
I do not know.
Okay, I think it's pretty short. Do you know what it was in your business?
Pardon?
Do you know what it was in waste management?
In waste management, we didn't have a retirement plan. We had 401ks.
Okay.
There's a weird thing for the post office where they also made it so you have to fund like half a century ahead of time the healthcare benefits for your workers, and you have to show that it's fully funded, which is also something that I don't think any other company on the fucking planet does this. It's a huge burden to the post office to try to show the funding for this.
Well, anyway, it'd be interesting have that information. What is the Postal Service? What is average in private sector? Because I think one of the problems is
I do.
Oh wait, that was fixed in the last postal reform bill, I believe, in 2022. Oh, did they drop that requirement? They don't have to do that anymore.
I believe, Senator, I believe, and I may misspeak, but I believe you start vesting at 5 years. I'm not sure when you fully vest.
But I'd like to know that because that's key information in terms, and then you compare it against the private sector. I have to bring this up. I know the House passed a bill with 74 additional zip codes. We get requests. City wants your own zip code. You responded to this committee. I think the cost of setting that up would be $800 million and then $90 million a year when you're hemorrhaging billions of dollars a year. Can you just describe for the committee the problem in these, I'll call them vanity zip codes?
Sure. And first off, I do believe that we have some alternate type of solutions that we can do other than doing their own dedicated zip code. And so we'd love to have our staff speak with your staff or with any of the other members of the Senate or Congress that are looking at their own individualized zip code. I think we can come up with some other solutions. The problem, it's interesting because, being the newbie here, you would think new zip code, pretty simple, right? The problem is every single digit in that zip code means something. And so if you change a digit, what do you have to do? You have to put a receiving facility there to receive that mail, right? And then as you go through our process, remember 110 billion pieces every year, call it 300 and some odd million pieces every single day. Our machines are set up by zip code so that boxes get transported to zip codes. You start adding zip codes, what do you have to do? You have to start adding more bays and more boxes, not in one plant, but in every plant throughout the United States. That's why that 800 billion of capital that it would cost.
I also appreciate, and maybe this is just like the level that we've fucking fallen. This guy seems to understand his job. Listening to Kash Patel or listening to Bongino or listening to Kristi Noem or even fucking Pam Bondi talk about their shit, it made me want to fucking kill myself. This guy at least seems to have a decent understanding of what's going on and can answer with substance like these questions.
Cost to do it sounds like a crazy number. It's not a crazy number because you have to make that change everywhere throughout the system. And so what we're trying to do is to come up with ways where we can do it without a zip code. Part of the reason why folks want their own zip code have nothing to do with the mail. It's because it might give them different insurance rates, right? Let's address the underlying problem rather than adding another $800 billion of cost to the
Was that 800 billion or million?
I'm sorry, 800 million.
Million, that's what I thought. So just to underscore, we did a postal reform bill in 2022, $107 billion offload the American taxpayer. It didn't even come close to solving the problem. I think we need to really focus on that. Again, that's what I resisted during my chairmanship. Now I'm not going to do it until you fix the problem. $107 billion didn't even touch the problem.
Yeah, and I think that is a perfect example of how we got where we are, right? The problems that were fixed there were what I call the accounting problems, right? Welfare, retirement, different things like that. They weren't the operational problems that plagued the post office, right? The mandates that I talked about in my opening remarks. And so that bill took care of a lot of the accounting issues,
Again,
not all of them.
At the expense of the American taxpayer.
But it exacerbated the operational problem. How did it do that? It required 6-day-a-week delivery. And so instead of, what I'm here to say is let's have the discussion on how we holistically look at fixing both the accounting issues and fix the operational issues, because the operational issues have not been addressed in the prior reform acts.
Thank you.
Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Peters, for this hearing, and welcome, and it's good to see you, Mr. Steiner. As you already discussed with Senator Peters, the Postal Service recently proposed a rule that would allow it to unilaterally block ballots from being sent to certain voters before they ever have the chance to cast a vote. This un-American plan will inevitably result in some law-abiding U.S. citizens not being able to receive the ballots they're entitled to and reduce citizen participation in our democracy. And in my state of New Hampshire, where people vote absentee only if they are physically unable to be at the polls on Election Day, and often don't know that that will be the case until kind of the 11th hour, it means that some eligible voters will be unable to vote in my state. The plan is also blatantly illegal. The Constitution is clear that states are responsible for elections, not the Postal Service. So I'll join with other colleagues in urging you to immediately withdraw this rule. But even setting aside the merits of the rule and your own views about whether it is legal, I want to ask a more basic question about the rule of law. If a court tells you to withdraw your rule or to not enforce it, will you follow that court order?
Obviously, we follow court orders.
Good.
Like, it's so fucking pathetic. It's super simple. Yes. Right? I feel like is it Bondi or Patel that got asked questions like this? Like if the court tells you not to do something, it's like, that would never happen. Donald Trump would never, ever tell us to do something that's illegal. I can't even fathom. I can't answer the hypothetical. Donald Trump saying something illegal? No. No, I can't even imagine that. I don't even know what you mean when you say that. I can't even process that statement. It doesn't make any sense to me. This is the correct answer. That's good, unequivocally.
Your rule or to not enforce it, will you follow that court order?
Obviously, we follow court orders.
Good. Okay, moving on. On-time delivery for first-class mail in the New Hampshire region has fallen by more than 10 percentage points over the last 8 years and is now more than 5 percentage points below the Postal Service's own target of 87%. That means nearly 1 in 5 letter-class mail in the New Hampshire region has fallen by Good. Okay, moving on. On-time delivery for first-class mail in the New Hampshire region has fallen by more than 10 percentage points over the last 8 years and is now more than 5 percentage points below the Postal Service's own target of 87%. That means nearly 1 in 5 letters are failing to arrive on time. Prior efforts, including cuts to overtime and moving some mail processing out of New Hampshire, likely have contributed to those delays. As Congress considers options to address the Postal Service's financial deficit, those options will depend on your commitments to meet certain service levels. And I think you laid that out today pretty well. What specific commitments can you make to maintaining on-time delivery in rural areas, and how can this committee hold you to them?
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to maintain on-time delivery. We want to improve on-time delivery because it really is, to me, that is the calling card of the Postal Service, right? That is the price of admission that we have. If we can't effectively and efficiently serve our customers, then I completely agree with you. You shouldn't give us any help. And so, as I've looked at it, a big part of what we've got going on is the fact that we don't have end-to-end visibility. And that is sort of what I've called the moonshot at the Postal Service now, is how do we get end-to-end visibility? Because what happens, I won't go into a lot of detail, but what happens is when that box that's going to New Hampshire gets delivered, and then it's supposed to go first in, first out, and then another 100 boxes get delivered. It gets buried somewhere and
So
lost.
just because my time is limited, what commitments can you make to maintaining or improving on-time delivery in rural areas? And again, what do you need from this committee? And if you can be brief, and we can follow up after the committee if necessary.
Yes, no, look, I would love to have, there are so many different categories of first-class mail. I'd love to have that. Let's make sure, we should be delivering at least as well as our competition delivers packages. So we're talking sort of 95%.
Right, and look, rural America depends on the post office for a whole lot of things. That last mile of delivery is critically important. We're talking about people's medications. We're talking about payments for small businesses and supplies. So this is really important to us. So let me just move on to one other issue, and I want to follow up on on that last line of questioning with you and get some details and get some commitments. But during your House testimony on March 17th, you committed to giving Congress 5-year financial projections on cost-cutting measures. In a subsequent letter, the committee asked you to respond by this Friday. Getting timely analysis is critical for Congress to act on your requests and understand the impacts of possible reforms on the services provided to our constituents. Will you meet Friday's deadline?
Yes, I think we can meet Friday's deadline.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I've spent the last couple of days studying for this, so I haven't had a chance to look at that. But we'll get you something by
Well,
Friday.
so have you read the analysis? I mean, it was due Friday, and if you think you're going to meet the deadline.
Yes, and so what we've put together is basically, here's what our trend line is, and then here are the things that can move that trend line up or down: price, volume, productivity. And so, what we can get you is here's the trend. Here's how we think we can bend that trend positively or negatively.
So let me.
I think that's exactly what you'd like
let
to
me.
see.
What cost-cutting measures have you identified as part of the analysis, and what impact would they have on the projected date that you'll run out of cash?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what we're doing from a cost-cutting point of view, it really, for us, is all about the effective and efficient movement of the mail. And so you've got to look at the various
Right, but
categories.
what
So-
specific measures have you identified, and what does that do in terms of the long-time projection from when you're running out of
Right.
cash?
So let's walk through. If you want, we can walk through the entire sort of mail system. So you've got the carriers, right? The carriers that deliver mail, that pick up mail. We look all the time at how do we make those routes more efficient. Then you go to the processing plants. We're looking at how do we make that more efficient. Obviously, you have to have investments in technology, and then that mail gets transported. We're looking at how do you take out transportation costs. As I mentioned, we've taken out $2 billion in transportation costs, and then you've got it showing up again at another plant where it ultimately gets delivered by the carrier. That full cycle. We look at every single phase of it.
So
to
you
see where
have
we can save
proposals
money.
in this letter, and I realize I'm a little over time. So what do those proposals do to the projection of when you'll run out of money? Are you going to be able to be solvent for longer?
Yeah, I do want to clear up a misconception because, I think the PRC testified that we've got cash to last us a certain amount of time. Let me be very, 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 very clear. We are out of cash. We are out of cash. If we had to pay all of our bills today, we could not pay all of our bills today. We are out of cash. What we are doing right now is we're basically borrowing money from our retirement plans to fund current operations. I'm not particularly comfortable with that. I promise you our employees are not particularly comfortable
And neither
with that.
am I.
You all shouldn't be comfortable with that. None of us should be comfortable with that. To me, that's why we have to have this discussion of how we fix this broken business model.
So I am over time. I want to follow up with you, and I hope you will be more clear about what the savings you think will do in terms of your cash flow and cash solvency.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Glad to come meet with you at any time you'd like to have that discussion. Glad to do it.
Senator Langford.
Chairman, thank you. David, thanks. Thanks for stepping into this role and taking this on. This is a tough task to be able to take on. I'm always interested in when we in Congress are talking to USPS about how you balance your budget. I find that always ironic for us to be able to be in that conversation as a body that has $2 trillion worth of overspending this year. And our
I wasn't going to bring that up.
No, I will. I will. It is a challenge that we got to be able to figure out. I want to be able to drill down on multiple things here. Part of the challenge that you're facing is not only the complexity of the organization, the number of people that are in the organization, the equipment that are there, the out-of-date buildings, and all the other things that are there that make this incredibly expensive to be able to manage, but the lack of flexibility to be able to actually help fix this. So I want to drill down on a couple of things. In the short time that you've been there so far, we're dealing with, over the last 10 years, and you've only only been there months at this point, but over the last 10 years, delivery has gotten slower as well. So we've got increasing amounts of expenses and decreasing speed of service. In the same time period, Amazon and Walmart are racing to try to get deliveries to people's homes in 2 hours, and it's now taken 5 days for a lot of folks in rural America to be able to get a letter moving, where it used to take 2 in the past. As you're dealing with the debt in other areas, this has got to be one of the areas we're focused on as well, is just speed of delivery, because that increases the volume of people actually using that. Where are you going on that?
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, the moonshot, the visibility, right? I mean, the reason why, well, let's look at the context first. FedEx, Amazon, UPS, deliver, call it anywhere from maybe 8 to 10 billion packages a year. We deliver 110 billion pieces every year. So the magnitude, the difference in the networks is dramatic. And so for us, it's all about visibility. We've got to know where that piece of mail is at any particular point in time, because what happens is it gets shoved to the back of the line and forgotten. And so we are working on it right now to where we can get visibility into every piece, so that if we see that a piece is delayed, we can call that plant manager and say the piece is delayed. This is not rocket science technology. This is not technology that doesn't exist. This is technology that exists, that other companies use. Again, because we've underinvested in the network, because we don't have the cash, we haven't been able to get that end-to-end visibility. That is absolutely where our focus is right now.
Okay. It's interesting to me. There's been an ongoing dialogue for a while about zip codes. And this has been fascinating for me. And a lot of it's really based around tax collection, quite frankly. Online businesses and trying to be able to get tax revenue to that local community.
I'm a letter carrier. We are losing money. As we are losing money, the sheer number of supervisors they hire is insane. Some offices have more supervisors than carriers. It's crazy, and they aren't slowing down. Wow.
And let me just give you a couple ideas. We have a beautiful community in northern Oklahoma called Enid. Vance Air Force Base is there, great community, fantastic folks. There's also North Enid, which is a different town. And everybody just thinks, no, it's the northern part of Enid. No, it's not. It's a totally different town. Same zip code, by the way. And the confusion is always there between North Enid and Enid to try to figure out where's tax revenue going and everything else. And they base it on zip code collection on this. This has been an interesting thing. They're not looking for a new post office. They're not looking for a new physical location. They're trying to do better tracking of zip code offices and trying to be able to get tax revenue. A lot of it's really based around tax collection, quite frankly. Online businesses and trying to be able to get tax revenue to that local community. And let me just give you
Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait.
Again, because we is absolute where our focus is right now.
Okay. It's interesting to me. There's been an ongoing dialogue for a while about zip codes. And this has been fascinating for me. And a lot of it's really based around tax collection, quite frankly. Online businesses and trying to be able to get tax revenue to that local community. And let me just give you a couple ideas. We have a beautiful community in northern Oklahoma called Enid. Vance Air Force Base is there, great community, fantastic folks. There's also North Enid, which is a different town. And everybody just thinks, no, it's the northern part of Enid. No, it's not. It's a totally different town. Same zip code, by the way. And the confusion is always there between North Enid and Enid to try to figure out where's tax revenue going and everything else. And they base it on zip code collection on this. This has been an interesting thing. They're not looking for a new post office. They're not looking for a new physical location. They're trying to do better tracking of where actually revenue should go and how they should actually flow.
Go fuck yourself. Why? That's not the post office job for them to figure that out. Figure out a different way to track it. How bullshit. Why are you trying to saddle the USPS with different zip code tracking mechanisms so that you can account for your fucking tax revenue? Like, that's not even that unique of a problem. I live in a city called Miami Beach. Some people think that this is Miami. It's just the beach. It's not. It's a different city. And I think there's a different city to the north called North Miami Beach. That might be a totally different city too. Hold on, wait. Let me check actually. North Miami Beach. Is that its own city? It is its own city. So Miami Beach is a city. North Miami Beach is up there. That's a city. And then we have Miami is its city. I don't know if the zip code is the same or not. But it's not the post office's responsibility to assign zip codes in a way that make it easier for you to figure out your tax revenue. Why the fuck would that be the job of the post office?
I can give you lots of different ideas, like the fabulous community of Hochatown in southeastern Oklahoma, which is a great resort community around a lake. They're also connected to Broken Bow, same zip code on it. They're trying to figure out, they're totally different operations between Broken Bow and between Hochatown on it, but the tax revenues all go into one. How do we solve this? They're not looking for a new physical place. They're just looking for a different number on this. Why is this so hard?
Oh my God.
I mean, as I said earlier, every number means something in that zip code, right? And our entire network, so those 110 billion pieces only move because every number means something. And every time you add a new zip code, what do you have to do? You have to add something to the network, right? That's why, when I first heard that it would cost $800 million to fix all these zip codes, I thought, well, that's crazy. But it's true, because you don't fix. There is not one light switch that you flip and say, okay, now the mail goes there. You've got to change the entire network. And that takes a lot of
Is that a technology issue just from out-of-date technology? Because just about every other system, you change some numbers on it and it reroutes.
No, it's not technology. It's physical assets, right? And so for example, we'll have a sorter that's lined up and it would have call 24 bays in it, right? You add zip codes, you got to add a 25th bay, a 26th bay, a 27th bay, because those boxes are going to that specific zip code. And you don't have to add that in one plant. You have to add that in every plant. And so it's the multiplying effect of the capital that's required. We are, and I would love to have our staff sit with your staff, and again, with any members of Congress. Let's figure out a way, because the underlying problem is insurance rates, taxes. It's not delivery of mail. The underlying problem is not our problem. Would love to have us all get together and say, how can we fix this and change it without having to massively change our system.
Yeah, I look forward to that conversation. And we've had some good dialogue before about the electric vehicles that were purchased by previous administration with no chargers and some of the waste that was done there that should have been actually going towards actually improving the quality of delivery on this rather than towards some other random goal that wasn't met. So thanks again for your work.
Thank you.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for coming before us.
Okay. I'm connecting a lady. Fuck you guys. That guy seems okay. Humpty Dumpty, Toaster, Pink Floyd, Money, Kool-Aid Man, Helter Skelter, oh god, China, Rush, Chick Flick, Deadpool, Luggage, Genesis, Clifford, Mumbo Jumbo, King Crimson, and Mr. Krabs. These are, why do I feel like Helter Skelter is like a Beatles album? Or that's not a band, right? These are like 70s, 80s prog rock bands. Pink Floyd, Rush, Genesis. Oh no, I've got all four. Never mind, we're good. I don't know what Helter Skelter means outside of that. I don't even know. I don't even know if it's a Beatle. It feels like I don't know. Mumbo Jumbo. Mr. Krabs. Big red dudes. Clifford, Deadpool. Is he a big red guy? Kind of. Red characters. Okay. Things associated with walls. The Great Wall of China. Humpty Dumpty fell off a wall. Mumbo Jumbo Wall. Money Wall. Toaster Wall. Fragile things, they can fall, like china, like dishes, like plateware or whatever, plates. China and Humpty Dumpty. Mumbo Jumbo. I don't know what the fuck Mumbo Jumbo is. I don't know, it sounds like a fucking saying. I don't even know what the fuck, some Mumbo Jumbo, some bullshit. Luggage. Money. Chick Flick. Oh my fucking god. Classic wedding gifts. Toaster? That's like a Gen X meme. I don't even know if that's barely. I don't even know if that counts as a millennial meme anymore. Luggage? I don't even know where that comes from. Luggage is a wedding gift? I've never heard of that before. Okay, maybe it is. Chick Flick. Mumbo Jumbo. Oh, two-worded things that sound similar. Fucking damn, that's an easy purple. You needed to turn your IQ down for that one. Fuck. Rhyming compound words. My god. Okay. I love you guys. Be careful. Stay safe. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe. No, yeah, tomorrow. Stay safe. Be optimistic. Tomorrow, that MSJ Rowling. Tomorrow or Friday for sure, right? She wouldn't miss the month. That would just be. That'd be wild, right? The fuck is that? Oh, okay. I'm hosting IRI on YouTube. And food shops on Kick. Good luck. Be careful, guys. Does the /host command not work? Okay. Host Aries? I'll host Aries tomorrow.